1 2 1 2. What's that sound in terms of volume? 1 2 3 4.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Derby. It is time for day 2 of this Division 2 match in the Rothesay County Championship between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire, with Derbyshire bang on top after an opening day that saw them dismiss Gloucestershire for 222, and in reply Derbyshire making their way briskly to 127 for 2 in just 23 overs. But that didn't tell the full story of the carnage, with I think it was 81 runs scored in the first 10 overs of Derbyshire's reply yesterday evening, with Caleb Jewell making 61 from 48 balls in his Derbyshire debut, the Australian. And Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen walk out to the middle on day 2 in bright sunshine, still with a decent crowd actually for the start of the day, and Gloucestershire desperately hunting for some early wickets to try and limit what might be damage. Derbyshire trailing by 95 runs, and Marchant de Lange running into bowl the first ball of the morning from the racecourse end, digs it in back of a length to Harry Kame, and it's knocked down into the onside for no run. My name's Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire, representing BBC Radio Derby today, Dave Jepson. Very good morning to you, Dave. I gather you saw plenty of the play yesterday. I'd imagine you were rather pleased with what you were watching.
It was a very good day for Derbyshire, just the start they wanted at the start of the season, and what they really need to do, of course, is make it count today.
Here comes de Lange over the wicket and bowls, and it's defended into the mid-off area where Graham van Buren fields. He was my unfortunate victim, interview-wise, yesterday, and of course, you have to admit that you weren't at your best. And, you know, there's always the credit to the opposition, but there certainly has been the introspection as well, I'm sure, from Gloucestershire about their performance yesterday, both with bat and particularly the way they started with the ball. They got it more right towards the end, but damage was done. De Lange in, and Kame is onto the front foot this time and defends the ball, nutmegs Madsen at the other end, and it's picked up by Matt Taylor. There is no run.
Not surprising, I don't think, that de Lange has opened the bowling this morning. He thought he bowled with aggression last night and clearly discomfited Jewell with the short ball. Forced him into an injudicious hook, which fell into no man's land the first time, and then got him out with the second bouncer.
De Lange bowls. That is a pretty vicious bumper. De Lange, as he so often does, goes flying forwards in his follow-through, and the ball whistles through to the keeper. As Kame quite rightly has nothing to do with that one, especially in the first over. With a fine leg, a deep third, couple of slips and a gully. You're probably better off just having a look at that at this stage. And that was what de Lange did in his 5-over spell yesterday evening as well. He sort of proved that actually you can bowl quickly on this surface. De Lange is in and came into line with a hop and defends back to the bowler, because up until that point the theme had very much been that it was the bowlers of lesser pace. I'm not going to be any more derogatory than that, and there's nothing wrong with being a medium pacer, there really isn't, but 6 wickets for Rees, 4 wickets for Dahl, and then Tom Price, who would have the lowest pace of Gloucestershire's attack, took the first wicket of their bowling innings. This is worked into the onside by Kame to Actor at mid-wicket, and that completes a tidy start from de Lange. Maiden over, I believe it was, yes, 127 for 2. So de Lange's wicket, and the way that he bowled in that 5-over spell, that's got to be the blueprint for Gloucestershire's attack today, because Singh Dale, Actor, de Lange, they are quicker men, and it shows you, de Lange's spell shows you the discipline that they're going to have to bowl with today, because if they don't, then there's the danger that somebody like a Madsen, for example, or face could do something similar to Jewell and start putting balls away to the boundary, and then that deficit really does go down drastically.
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch, if indeed it does, flattens out today. The heavy roller's been on beforehand. We've got a bright day, it's a second day pitch. There's still a tinge of green in it. And Tom Price is into ball from the City end. First ball of the day to Madsen, who edges short of second slip, and there's a half field, and Kame calls Madsen through for the first run of the morning. There was a tentative stroke from the Derbyshire captain to begin with. Played it with soft hands, which was possibly why the ball fell short of Ollie Price at second slip. He got a hand on it, but it ran away from him, and they came through for the first run of the morning. So Madsen goes to 12, 128 for 2.
And a good start from Tom Price. As we heard, if you were able to catch the interview, Graham van Buren saying that he felt there was still enough nip in the surface. He used the term, you never really feel that you're in on it. So if Tom Price can keep hitting that line and length, he should have some success.
Price is into Kame, who comes forward defensively and pushes straight back up the pitch past the stumps at the bowler's end, and there is no run. So yesterday's pitch, there was always something in it, and that may have suited, as we were talking, the medium-paced bowlers. But I suspect if it's flattened out a bit today, particularly with that heavy roller, second-day pitch, it's had a day's sunshine on it, it's a sunny day today, will have dried out a bit more with the breeze as well. The quicker bowlers might get a bit more out of it and might be required. As Price is in again, and Kame again comes half forward this time, but defends stoutly back to the bowler. It may require somebody like DeLange and Singdale, as we were talking earlier, an actor, to bend the back a bit.
We haven't flattened out for day 2, though. Not at all. We never flatten out. always bring our best across all 4 days.
I was talking pitch rather than bowlers, yes, of course, yeah. Bright morning here at Derby with the sun out as Price comes in again and bowls, and again Kame comes forward and pushes again just up to the offside of the stumps at the far end of the ground. And again there is no run. Sun out, few wispy clouds in the sky, but a very bright morning. However, there is a breeze, as there often is at the county ground at Derby, and it is an northeasterly, so there will be a bit of a nip in it as well.
Yes, I did have to bring my bobble hat in this morning. Didn't get any eye rolls, but still. As
Price is in and bowls, and Kame will pick up his first runs as he turns it into the leg side for a single. Down there coming in from long leg is DeLange, and they settle for 1. So Kame up to 30, then 129 for 2, and both batsmen are underway.
I can only imagine
the second morning.
Sorry, I was going to say, I can only imagine the look on Fletch and Griff's face as I walk into the media centre in a bobble hat. You can just imagine.
Well, we're hardy souls up north, you know.
Oh, there'd be that comment. What are you wearing?
Price is in, right time over the wicket, bowls, and Madsen will turn into the leg side for a single. The man at square leg there, Matt Taylor, is deep. He's coming in off the rope, and they settle for the 1. So that's the end of the second over of the morning. Price is first. Derbyshire 130 for 2. Kame has 30, Madsen 13.
Yeah, these two, Tom Price and Marchand DeLange, really the fairly obvious choice, you'd have to say, to open the bowling this morning. They were the bowling partnership that at least dragged it back from disaster, where you could still have had not only Jewell but Lloyd still in, and they could really have been staring down the barrel. That spell, getting rid of both of them with those two bowling in tandem, at least gives Gloucestershire something to work with this morning. DeLange starting his second over, and Madsen tucks this one down to long leg. Joe Phillips is on the field as a substitute down there. Single taken, 131 for 2, so it's time to play a game of Guess Who. I don't think I can see Ajit Singh Dale out there to start with. We'll see whether that's anything to be concerned about. That is down the leg side, and I think has come off body, sort of hip area, So it'll be leg byes because there was a shot attempted and it has gone down to the boundary. So 4 runs gets the scoring underway in terms of the extras column. 135 for 2. I was thinking we must have had 4 already, but there we go. I'm not complaining about the scoreboard at all. It's just my rhythm on day 2. I have to get in rhythm with the scoreboard. Everywhere except Chelmsford, where it's totally impossible. But never mind, I'm not complaining. Not complaining.
So are you using the one that's in front of me here, which I think is that a replica of the new one that we can't see?
Yeah. It's very handy. DeLange bowls, good bouncer, but well ducked by Harry Kane. Bracious to go, launching himself away as the ball swerves a bit on him.
It's because the scoreboard away to our right, which we can see, has a plethora of numbers all over the place on it, and they're not very bright either. It's not the easiest one to read at all.
That is identical to the scoreboard that unfortunately is resting in peace, or maybe in pieces somewhere at Bristol.
Oh, really?
Because it unfortunately went kaput last season. Here comes DeLange with a leg slip in place rather than the gully, and this is just nudged out to point for no run by Harry Kane. So I don't know whether it's going to be more like the newer scoreboard. I'm quite excited to see what it's going to be like. But anyway, I've always found scoreboards quite exciting. This is the utter
don't
cricket.
be disappointed.
Is
all I'll say.
Yes, just the utter tragedy of my life to enjoy cricket scoreboards. But I'm quite looking forward to seeing that on day 1, Gloucestershire's first home game against Glamorgan. DeLange runs in and bowls and came forward, just a tidy defence, again out into the offside.
I think my favourite one of them, the modern scoreboards, is the one at Trent Bridge.
Yes, it's the Batman scoreboard.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Next to the old pavilion. But it's the clearest one to read and understand what's going on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I know in general people don't like to sit here at Derby and praise Trent Bridge,
no.
but that scoreboard is fantastic.
It's taken away the parochialism for a minute. That scoreboard is the best one that I've seen around.
DeLange last ball of his second over in the morning is in, and again it's played with relative comfort from Harry Kane, at least as much comfort as anybody can ever have facing Marchant DeLange. He's off to a good start. DeLange has been accurate so far in his first 2 overs, but hasn't been a huge amount in terms of obvious ball-beating bat type discomfort. 135 for 2. Even minor moral victory has been that edge from the first ball that Tom Price bowled, but that was kept down and well in front of the slip cord. And actually I noticed that Ollie Price has taken quite a big step forward now at second slip. He's in really quite close.
As his namesake Tom comes in and starts another over, and that's edged down towards third man and will go for 4 by Madsen, not in control of the stroke. Thick outside edge through a finish gully. There was a man down at third man, but he was quite wide and not on the rope. That was Chris Dent. And Madsen picks up 4 rather fortuitous runs, and we'll go to 18. Maybe a bit of bounce in that for Price, but Madsen playing away from his body rather. Still, he was the beneficiary, and he waits now as Price is in again and bowls, and Madsen this time gets a bit squared up as he pushes into the offside rather, and thinks briefly about a single, but Miles Hammond is in from cover point, and there is no run.
They would have needed, 2 gullies to have had a chance at
that. It was fine.
Thick edge.
It was fine of an orthodox gully, wasn't it, really? And I think because there is no gully in place, they've actually gone to a 5-4 field here. The third man was wider, as Price is in again, and this time Madsen pushes up to mid-on. It's fielded by Graham Van Buren, and is again no run. Prognosis for today from Derbyshire's point of view, really, I guess, will be to try and bat as long as they can, and if possible all day, and gain a healthy lead. By contrast, for Gloucestershire, to try and pick up 8 wickets as quickly as possible. So who knows what is in store for us as Price is in and bowls and just shaping down the leg side. Madsen turns it round the corner, where De Lange does the fielding, and a single accrues. So Madsen will go to 19, 140 for 2.
That's fairly sort of, let's say, gentle start, but it's Kane and Madsen haven't looked in a massive amount of trouble. They've so far in the early stages, I know, but they've also not really decided they're going to massively put their foot down. They're just sort of a feeling out process at the start of the day, a little bit, it feels like.
As Price is in again, this time to Kane, who comes solidly forward and pushes into the leg side, where the fourth man on the leg side at a shortish mid-wicket, and Zaman Akhtar does the fielding. It's certainly in contrast to the closing overs yesterday evening, where the two had to battle, really. Once Jewel was out, through that last half a dozen overs or 7 overs or whatever it was, and they were never entirely, I thought, in control, and they could almost have got out to any delivery. But it's certainly been a bit calmer thus far as Price is in again and bowls, and again Kane appears to have plenty of time to get in behind this and push up to mid-on. There is no run. That is the end of the 4th over of the morning, and Derbyshire thus far have moved serenely on their way to 140 for 2. Kane has 30, Madsen 19.
And you just get that feeling from the defensive shots, really, don't you? Are they coming out of the middle? Are the defensive shots going to the fielders that they're not exactly aimed at, but you know what I mean? Is the ball going in the area that the batter wants? And so far, the ball's been making that pleasant sound off the bat when the defensive shots have been played for the most part. So just doesn't ever quite make you feel as a bowling side that you're really, even if you're keeping the runs down, you just want to be seen to be whether squaring them up or hitting them on the shoulder, the bat, that sort of thing. De Lange bowls a full ball. It's a good searching line and length, and actually that time, although Madsen was looking for more of a drive, which isn't quite the same as if he'd been looking to defend, that one didn't go exactly where he wanted it to. It's slightly skewed off towards mid-off, so there's no run.
He was looking for the drive, and it wasn't quite there, and he ended up playing it with his top hand only. As he rather overbalanced.
He's got such.
Certainly De Lange has looked the more threatening of the two this morning.
He's got such a good hand-eye, though, doesn't he, Madsen? And he can get himself into such awkward positions and still hit the ball extremely hard. He's an extraordinary player. De Lange to Madsen, that's his left. Outside the off stump.
Well, that's a legacy of his international hockey career.
Yes.
for South Africa, of course, which he played. He went to the Olympics. Can't remember what year. 2006, possibly. Was that an Olympic year? No, 2004 was an Olympic year, wasn't it?
Yes, 2004 was at Athens.
Yeah, it might have been there that he went. Represented South Africa at the Olympics.
More like 3 slips now. De Lange is in, and this is an on drive from Madsen, and there is now no fielder at a conventional mid-on, so they'll be able to come back for a second run. Buren does his usual running the ball back in routine. And it's 142 for 2. Madsen into the 20s, on to 21. Looks like the umpire's dropped Marchant de Lange's jumper. I wouldn't be happy with that at all. It's going to have grass on it now. Facing up Madsen. De Lange hits a good length. worked towards square leg. They'll take one. I think there's going to be two, even though Matt Taylor, as the left-arm thrower, has to run across the ball. There's no need to be really pushing it much in terms of scampering extra runs. Gloucestershire are under enough pressure as it is, 143 for 2, with Derbyshire only 79 behind. And the longer this goes this morning without a breakthrough, as the heads eventually surely will start to drop. Not yet, though. Certainly not from De Lange. In fact, I'm not sure his head's ever dropped when he's ever bowled a ball in his life. That was a good full delivery, and he felt as though he was closer to getting through. There he was. I still don't think he was massively close to getting through, but he's got to take whatever he can.
It seemed to come off the middle of the bat, as it out on the offside. It was a defensive stroke and might have been a little hurried, but
I like the length, though, because at least as De Lange bowls down leg side, clipped away for 4. It's the first time that De Lange's really got it wrong, just straying into the pads of Harry Kame and full enough. And the ball goes down towards a backward square area, and far too quickly for anybody to do anything about that. 147 for 2 at the end of that over. 8 overs, 1 for 16 for De Lange. Derbyshire 75 back.
interesting that the two bowlers are bowling with contrasting fields here. Price with 4 men on the leg side, just a couple of slips. And De Lange, by contrast, bowling to a 7-2 field. Although he didn't get his line quite right in that over, and straight down the leg side for the boundary, 4 behind square. There was a 2 pushed through mid-on as well. I don't know whether he's trying maybe just a touch too hard. There's clearly a preset plan here with these fields, as Price starts again from the city end of the ground and bowls. And Madsen off the back foot drives. That's a nice stroke. The shot of the morning so far, and that will go for 4 up towards the East Midlands demolition stand away to our right. Madsen had plenty of time to get onto the back foot there and force it through the covers. With this split field, there is no man at cover. There's a mid-off, a cover point, and a third man quite wide, who's about 10 yards in from the rope, and then there are a couple of slips. As Price will have another go. Bowls, and Madsen plays the same stroke, a little square this time, and it's well fielded by Hammond at cover point, this time diving away to his left.
I think we mentioned briefly that stat that we were given by the analyst yesterday, that Miles Hammond fielded the ball the most in the county championship last season.
Really?
The most touches of the ball of any fielder. But I'm thinking actually that might be about the first time I think I've seen him touch the ball in this innings so far, because he had been the third slip for quite a while.
Price is in again and bowls, and this time Madsen just turns it off his pads down to De Lange at long leg for a single. 152 for 2 then, Madsen up to 27. And that's an astonishing stat purely because it's the statistic.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to press the button every time somebody fields the ball. Well, even as much as I love county cricket, I think I'd find that a bit boring, really, if that was my job.
Yeah, all that tracking.
Price bowls to Kane, takes him on the pads, and appeal for LBW, everybody up, but umpire is unmoved. Looked a good shout that from here. We're not quite in line. We're at a very fine third man overlooking sort of first and second slip here.
Tom Price is absolutely disconsolate that wasn't given out.
It looked a good shout. He was half forward, Kane, but the ball beat the inside edge. May have been a fraction high, may have just been, I'm not sure it was slipping down the leg side.
No, it's
interestingly, they're not
here.
shown as a replay.
Well, no, I think some of the problem with that is that if it's also going out on the big screen, they don't like that. They don't like having those sorts of replays on there.
Okay, as Price tries again with an extra grunt this time, and Kane this time pushes into the offside. There is no run.
Well, height is, I think, the only thing that could possibly have saved
I've seen it. Yeah.
Kane there, but it certainly doesn't look as if it's going down the leg side. And
Well, I thought it was a
Price
shout from
is
here.
not a
and,
particularly tall man.
Just, I think if I was Harry Kane, I think I'd be quietly pleased with that. As Price bowls again. Oh, and he beats him this time outside the off stump. Some half-hearted appeals for a catch behind, but players didn't really believe it.
No, that was the sort of the appeal, hoping that the umpire might think, oh, did I miss one earlier on in the over? Let's just put the finger up here.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He may have nicked it. That's about the only thing I suppose you can think of. That's the one thing that you'll never know. Maybe he edged it. The only thing that made me think maybe he did nick it was that Ollie Price at second slip was moving forward to try and take a possible catch and couldn't get to it. But anyway,
The others weren't interested in
nope.
it. So.
And the umpire is the one who will judge whether there's an edge or not, and we certainly can't, from this position, say anything about that. So Tom Price has had two loud LBW shouts turned down, one last night and one this morning. DeLange continuing. This is squeezed away by Madsen past a sprawling dent at backward point down to Tom Price, and they'll take a single, 153 for 2. And DeLange continues. I think he's found a really good length here, because again, I might have said this before, I can't remember, but I don't think if DeLange does find the pads with this line and length and he bowls it again, Kane comes forward and plays it to mid-on, the ball is not going to go over the top, and that's it's what DeLange's going to have to bowl for, probably as much as bringing those slips into play. I think he's already, by the looks of things, decided that he's got to bowl it pretty straight and try and bring the pads into play more so. Perhaps that's just how he thinks he might get these particular batters out anyway. DeLange bowls, that's a little bit wider, but it's a really pleasant straight push from Harry Kane. It's going to test the outfield. It's not going to make it quite to the boundary, but they will come through for 3. Van Buren tries to launch the throw in as quickly as possible to stop them from coming back for the third, but they knew there was always that third run on offer. 156 for 2 as Kane moves up to 37.
It's my first real sight of DeLange. He's a character, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
He fell over then
Absolutely.
after the ball before on his follow-through and proceeded to do 2 or 3 press-ups.
Yes, that's
all
one thing
part of
that he
his
does.
plan.
Yeah, he just doesn't get through enough work as it is. DeLange bowls a short ball. That one was actually, when it bounced, I thought that's going to be way too short to trouble Madsen, but it actually didn't bounce as much as I thought it would. So it's a good job he ducked as low as he did. If he'd only just crouched, he might have worn that one.
He was slightly fortunate. He was just down the leg side, wasn't it? So he could duck inside it, really. Had it been a fraction straighter, he might have been in a bit of trouble.
Madsen facing. DeLange bowls back of a length and jab down into the ground towards backward point for no run. I think it was Actor warming up at mid-wicket. DeLange's probably got, you'd imagine he's got one more over in him, whether they want to just keep the spell short. Had 5 last night, but then that was last night, so they want to keep them at 4s. The over rate is already at -1, which is another concern for Gloucestershire. DeLange bowls and knocked out to point again for no run to complete that over.
Well, they did, and they bowled the full complement yesterday, but they didn't finish till about 10 to 7, did they? And
No.
It was a very late finish.
There was a lot of collecting the ball from the boundary, which has added
Well,
something
it
onto
does slow things
Not
down.
that you get any bonus time for that, but still, it's a thing mentioned at least twice probably yesterday, but Gloucestershire's over rate is going to be something that is going to trouble them all season, with quicker bowlers with longer runs, and then, you know, they're probably going to have to go to Ollie Price as the spin option. Graham van Buren is out there, but back didn't look great yesterday.
As Price continues and bowls to Kame, who off the back foot drives nicely through a straight mid-off and may get 4 for that. The chase is on from Graham van Buren, but he gives it up, and Kame adds 4 more to his total, and he moves to 41. 160 for 2. Derbyshire moving along quite nicely this morning. They've added 33.
It was a really nice punchy shot from Kame. I don't know whether I probably ought to know these things by now because I've been here enough times, but it does look a lot shorter to the City end than straight than it is to this end, but maybe it's not.
I'm not sure that it is particularly.
Right.
It's not something that really... Although they have taken some off the outfield at that end. I'll come back to it in a minute. As Price bowls to Kame, who, again, tries a similar stroke into the offside, but doesn't time it. Comes off the bottom of the bat, and Hammond is able to field. Where the temporary permanent stand is at the far end, you'll notice it's actually stood on grass, or it was, and that was originally the boundary at the far end, so it's come in by 15 yards or so, I should think, something like that. You can see the natural line of it if you follow the line of the old pavilion away in front of us.
Right.
And
yeah.
And around as Price balls again. Oh, that beats Kame as it bounces a bit. Might have also moved off the seam as well. Kame was drawn into a defensive push, really. And the ball past the outside edge of the bat. Goes down and inspects the pitch with Madsen. A bit of prodding going on.
He has gone for a few runs in the last few overs, Price, but he's beating the bat more, which is probably a good trade-off at this stage, because Gloucestershire have got to get wickets.
Yep. We'll have another go now as he bowls, and Kame again, he gets the edge again, but he'll be fortunate, will Kame, and he'll get 4 runs down to third man. As again, he came half forward, really, rather than fully, and the ball found the outside edge, and wasn't a chance. It bounced in front of and to the right of Price at second slip, but nevertheless Price is asking a question or two here.
This deep backward point is sort of neither one thing nor t'other. They've moved him a bit finer now, but probably still wouldn't have stopped that edge. He's sort of neither really stopped the cut shot nor the outside edge.
As Price tries again, and this time Kame is more certain in defence as he comes further forward and blocks up to mid-off. Yeah, so it's a consequence, really, of not having the gully in there or a backward point. They're trying to cover two places at once, and, as you say, kind of fall in between 2 stalls.
I think it's also still almost a hangover of Caleb Jewell last night, because he was hitting so many runs through that area. I'm not sure that Kame and Madsen have really peppered that area quite so much.
Not deliberately, anyway. No. As Price tries again, the third slip in place as Price bowls outside the off stump, and Kame is able to leave this alone through to Bracey, and that is the end of the over. And Derbyshire 164 for 2. We have had 8 overs this morning in 33 minutes. 96 in a full day, and I should think we will get them in. There's no reason to suspect the weather is going to affect the game today. It's a glorious morning in Derby, particularly if you're sat in a box where you don't feel the breeze.
Exactly. Yes, that's the key bit, isn't it? We were in
t-shirts
yesterday
t-shirt and shorts.
afternoon,
Whether if you're in the commentary box, I'm not quite sure it's the same if you're in the stand opposite us, which will feel the full effect of this east-northeasterly breeze that is about.
They still have that look of being huddled
They
at the
do.
far end.
They do look wrapped up.
And you
don't
can,
they?
yes, and you can sort of see everybody's wearing a dark colour,
Yes.
which usually indicates
Piece of
coats and the
overcoat.
like. There's
Yeah,
a couple of splashes of red, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, there's a number of caps and hats over there as well.
Squeeze tightly to your seat, and then you get up at lunch and just creak. Change of bowling. It's Zaman Akhtar. He's bowling the short and wide ball, which is cut away towards the boundary. Tom Price, I think, will get there and does. And keeps the scoring to 2. 166 for 2. That's 30. Bit of a
There were a few hardy souls towards the close of play yesterday evening who sat and remained in that stand, despite the fact that the sun had moved around, so they were in shadow. It must have been cold. There was one lad picked up on camera. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Akhtar leaps in, bowls, short, wide again, and Madsen sort of flaps this one out to deep point. They're going to take on the arm of Tom Price, and it is a long way out there. So they're back for 2 again, 168 for 2. Akhtar looking to settle in here.
Yeah, there was a lad sat in there towards the close of play in a football shirt. It must have been cold. It must have been.
2 slips and a wide gully. Akhtar bowls it short and wide again, and this has been uppercut down towards the deep third boundary. It's gone for 6. It's the first 6 of the match. It flew down there. He got the pace of the ball to use, and he'd also had 2 thoughts about where he might go to get more than 2 as well, and the uppercut was what he went for, and it, I think, has bounced. It looked as though from the replay I saw it bounced, as it were, the playing field side of the board, but then has hopped over somewhere, but I think they found it relatively easily now. No 6s, despite Derbyshire starting for some considerable length of time, scoring at about 8 and over. It was just, as they like to say, good cricket shots. 174 for 2. The deficit now down under 50. And Gloucestershire still with no breakthrough this morning. Akhtar bowls, and that's an interesting shot from Madsen. He's tried to cut a ball that wasn't actually quite as short as the others. It was still wide, but he had to pretty much get down on one knee to cut it, and he missed it.
It's indicating that it kept a bit low, but it was rather fuller, I think, than he perhaps thought. Maybe an element there. He's played 3 cut shots in a row. That you get into that groove of wanting to play one every time you get the opportunity, even when it's not quite there.
Akhtar bowls, it's wide again. I think that's been bottom-edged by Madsen, but it didn't go particularly close to the stumps. It was a wide ball again, and almost fairly similar to the previous one. He was still crouching a bit as he played the cut shot, and then one bounce into the keeper's hands.
I was going to say, picked it on the second bounce, didn't he, Bracey? So whether that got a bottom edge.
Actually, yeah, whether it was a bottom edge or it was a bizarre slicing sort of, I don't even know what, top edge. This is left to complete that over. I don't even know what he's done there. It's as if he's hit the very top of the ball, looking at the replay, and it's spun sort of like top spin through to the keeper.
Right.
Odd, because his bat ended up, the face of his bat ended up basically facing the floor.
Right.
Odd. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and the partnership now is up to 80. They've added, what, now 47 runs this morning, and the scoring rate is accelerating as well, which is concerning, and Gloucestershire's successful pairing from the previous evening now both being replaced, as Matt Taylor is going to have his first bowl of today. 5 overs for 39, his figures from yesterday evening. He got some real taps, Sing Dale as well. We'll see what Matt Taylor can do this morning. I think that is Sing Dale up at mid-off now, so he's at least on the field. Having not been on at the start.
So Taylor, left arm over the wicket, bowls a Kane, edges to slip, and is put down. Put down by Ollie Price at second slip, diving away to his left. A low chance, but a chance nevertheless. And Kane has a life.
Well, this is the second time that Ollie Price has had a one-handed catch attempt off Harry Kane. Previous one was when he was on 22, now on 45. That one was to his left rather than his right. You're not really almost expecting to move to your left one-handed at second slip.
Taylor has another go. It's a bit straighter this time, and Kane can turn it off his hip into the leg side and will pick up a single. Well, that's a bit of fortune for Kane. It was low, shin height.
It was
to Price's left.
It wouldn't have carried to Charlesworth, so Price had to go for it, and it was one of those. I mean, if you grab that,
a half chance,
both of them have been like that. You're in a position where you just hope that sticks.
As Taylor tries to Madsen, who drives him up to a mid-on. There is no run.
And again, not going hard at the ball was Kane, so gave himself the chance of it dropping short. And actually, if Ollie Price hadn't taken the step forward that he had done in something like the second over, then that would have comfortably bounced short of where he was at the start of the day. Gave himself a small chance, but very tough.
Taylor's in again, and Madsen this time will flick off his hip down to Delanga at that wide, long leg position. And they'll take 176 for 2. Madsen up to 39. Price is close at second slip. He's in front of the wicketkeeper Bracey. Taylor is in to Kame again, and he pushes again into the leg side for another single. Score advances by 177 for 2, came up to 47. So an indication really that the ball isn't carrying particularly off this pitch. Price, I guess it's foreshortened from where we are looking at where he stood, so we don't know how far away from the stumps he is, but it does look close. As Taylor is in and bowls, and Madsen comes forward with a bit of a crabby stroke, really. It pushes up to mid-on. End of the over, an interesting one. First one from Taylor. Rather unfortunate not to pick up the wicket of Kane with his very first delivery. But Kane has survived. He has 47, Madsen 39, and Derbyshire, having added 50 this morning, 177 for 2, and trail by 45.
Yeah, it's sort of been the story of the match so far. Gloucestershire haven't sort of made their own luck to a certain extent, and then on top of it, they've just not had certain things fall for them. But that's the way it goes, and you have to try and keep creating chances. Saman Akhtar bowls, and a good length ball is left alone by Kame. Having a look at what's happening elsewhere in the division, Kent have just been bowled out for 231, so they haven't got any batting points either. There was only, I think, the one batting point in Division 2 all of yesterday, but Derbyshire certainly look as though they're going to trouble the batting point column, leading 3-0, as it were, bonus point-wise. Akhtar bowls a full ball, driven into the ground past the outstretched mitt of Akhtar, but Delanga represents a substantial obstacle for the ball's path at mid-on, so there is no run. So Kent 231 in reply to Northamptonshire's 143, so that's a lead of 88 for Kent. Rob Keogh made 64, 4 wickets for Jas Singh for Kent, 3 for Grant Stewart. Actor bowls cut away towards deep backward point, and they're pushing for 2 here, and I thought they were going to come back for that. They might have made it, but again, there's not really much need to. They put the pressure on the fielder, but the pickup was clean from, that is, well, actually I was going to say I think there was Tom Price, but I don't think it is anymore. I think that might be Joe Phillips back on the field. 178 for 2. As my screen rather unhelpfully goes to the scores from the 29th of September. Don't think you need those ones. This is a very wide one again, reaching for it, but able to cut it away for 4 is Madsen. Indeed, it is Joe Phillips out there at deep backward point, but all he's doing is fishing the ball out from the boundary. Actor has been very wide so far to Madsen, and he's paying the price, 182 for 2.
He's playing a cutter ball at the moment. Madsen is to act on whether he connects or not.
Again, it sort of goes back to what De Lange did. He bowled quickly, but he kept it very tight to the stumps, just didn't offer much width, didn't really deviate from that off-stump line, yeah. Actor bowls, that's a dangerous shot that time from Madsen, and Actor has sort of sliced him in 2 there, really. I don't know if it's beaten him on the inside edge, but he was trying to play a sort of late chop to a length ball that wasn't as wide as the previous ones, and doesn't get anything on it.
I think it's kind of go back to what I said earlier, is that you get into a rhythm of playing a cut shot to every ball, and he tried to play a similar stroke there to something that was far too straight, and you're right, it cut him in half, really. It was never there for the shot.
All sorts of modes of dismissal you could bring into play there. Actor bowls full and wafting a drive, and missing there is Madsen. I suppose, again, he's been so camped on the back foot that he suddenly saw a fuller ball and thought, yes, that's a drive ball, but it just wasn't quite there, and there's 2 plays and misses to complete the over, 182 for 2.
Scoring quickly against Actor, and you sometimes get into this frame of mind where you're trying to play a stroke of ball, and he do well, really, just to rein himself in for an over or 2 against Actor. And just reset his mind.
Lancashire at Lords 96 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 260. Michael Jones, they've signed from Durham, opening the batting with Keaton Jennings, who's got a half century. If Keaton Jennings doesn't get injured, and if he doesn't score 1,000 runs this year, I will be shocked.
Something of a forgotten man in England circles, really, Jennings. Anyway, Taylor to continue. The unfortunate Taylor, as he bowls to Kame and tucks him up. As Kame tries to turn on the leg side, there is no run. We're back to a 5-4 field here. Taylor to Kame. There is a mid-arm, a straightish mid-wicket. The man in front of square leg, talking to the umpire. And then there is De Lange at a wide, long leg. It's almost a deep backward square leg, really, about 10 yards in from the rope. As Taylor comes in, there are still 2 slips, and Kane drives down the ground. Nice stroke, 4 runs. Straight drive, the mid-off, touch wide perhaps. No chance of cutting that off, and Harry Kane will go to 50. Not out 52 from 80 balls. 109 minutes and 9 fours. And that one alarm this morning aside, he's looked fairly secure. And that'll be a welcome half century for him. 186 for 2 as Taylor tries again. Comes in and bowls, and Kane has time to go back into his crease and drop this square into the offside where the ever-busy Hammond fields. It's an interesting stat. Hammond fielded the ball more than that. That's astonishing.
It was completely out of the blue as well. We were just sitting in there, and then all of a sudden the analyst, I've got a stat for you.
That stato.
Well, you don't think it's going to be that, do you? You think it's going to be something really sort of, like, I don't know, highest boundary percentage or something. I wouldn't surprise me with Hammond or something like that.
Round the wicket now by way of a change for Taylor into Kane, who nevertheless has time to defend up to mid-on. And there is No run. Yeah, it makes you wonder what other esoteric statistics are lurking
I'm sure
that
there's all
that we
sorts.
don't know about.
Yeah.
There are clearly no boundaries to,
Yeah.
as if cricket isn't a game that encourages all sorts of statistics, banal and otherwise. We found another one. Taylor is in again and bowls and came again, very similar to the previous delivery. Goes back, pushes into the offside where the busy Hammond adds another one to his already burgeoning total for the season. I wonder if he's got it in his mind to beat last year's total.
Well,
Do we know what last year's total was?
No, actually, we need to
know
find out what the number was.
We need
yeah.
to know what the number was.
Something tells me, just little inkling that Miles Hammond A has no idea and B doesn't care whatsoever.
Well, that's
but
true.
We can care.
That is true.
Sitting here.
Taylor bustling in again, bowls, and Kames taken on the thigh pad there, a ball that's too high and going down the leg side as well. End of the over, and Derbyshire.
50 came from 80 balls and contained 9 fours.
There we go, announcement over the tunnel, which we brought to you first. 186 for 2, Derbyshire, Kane 52, Madsen 43. They have added 59 this morning. The partnership is now worth 92.
So the team has its own analyst. Then my understanding is that there are 2 different tracking companies that keep track of everything that happens in the championship. I assume that different parties different parties, I suppose, purchase that data for whatever use they put it to. I'm imagining that the ECB will want to keep track of just about everything.
Well, the big question we'll come to in a moment after this delivery.
Here comes Actor. It's there now and bowls, and Madsen works this one out to mid-wicket for no run.
Is if there are 2 different parties doing this tracking, do they have the same number?
Well, there we go. Well, I think there's actually no. I tell you what it is. I think I'm telling a lie, but
Heaven forfend.
not maybe not a complete lie. So I think there's one sort of scoring, more scoring
Oh, they do different
type,
things, is
yeah,
what
and
you're
then
saying.
one more about the analysis. But then the scoring one, I think, also does include more information than Zactor bowls. This is a attempted run down past Gully, but it doesn't beat Gully. It's fielded on the bounce there by. I think that is Miles Hammond who's moved into that position. But yeah, I think they do record more information than just simply,
Balls.
dots and runs and yeah, and that sort of thing. But anyway, there is an awful lot of information out there that we never get to see. Actor is in and bowls. It's a no ball. It was a better line from Actor, but he's overstepped, so it's 2 more onto the total. 188 for 2. Partnership up to 94.
I'm not sure they do it in cricket, but in football and rugby certainly, the players wear these GPS things on their back, don't they? That
I think there is. I
record all
don't know
sorts
if
of things.
everybody's doing that, but certainly you hear of it in cricket as well. Actor bowls and Hudson gets into line, keeps it out from in front of that front pad.
And of course, your opening bowler will run rather further than your first slip during the course of a game and indeed a season.
Yes, and you often see, whether it's at lunchtime or whatever, they send the 12th, 13th man out there, and they've got to do about 5 laps of the ground to get their sort of quota in for the day. This is a sort of, well, it's a defensive shot that squirts a little off the inner half of the bat from Madsen. It's not an inside edge, but it ends up going back at a square on the leg side, and they take a single as Bracey has to do the fielding himself from behind the stumps. 189 for 2. But
Yes,
they do
wonder whether
like
they've been
keep
allowed
track
to
of
have
that
their
sort of thing.
lunch beforehand, or it's the carrot
Well, gosh, I hope
that they have after.
they don't have to run 5 laps of the field on a full stomach.
Well, no, maybe not.
yeah.
Who
I suppose they
knows?
can sit there scoffing away after the lunch break. Actor is in bowls and just working towards mid-wicket is Kame. They took a few steps down the pitch, each thinking about a single, but there wasn't one there, and Madsen, as many batters do, just gives the thumbs up to Kame, who was the one who clearly decided eventually that they weren't going to take that single. A couple of other scores in Division 2 didn't get to. Leicestershire 108 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 229, half century for Sol Budinger. Actor bowls full, wide and steered down a vacant region between gully and deep backward point, and it goes for 4. It was one of those where if it were a T20 match, it would have been a great wide Yorker, but there's not too much mileage in that in the 4-day game, and just run away down to the backward point boundary to end that over. 193 for 2.
It was interesting yesterday evening that Gloucestershire employed an orthodox third man, but they haven't done so today. They've been trying to cover 2 spots, and it's not really, as I say, it's not really worked for them. I guess out on the far side at backward point, there have been a number of runs saved, but that is at the expense of those that have been going down the third man.
Exactly. You need the analyst for that.
You do. You do.
Perhaps we can ask.
Perhaps.
I don't think he'll be too obliged.
As Taylor comes in and bowls to Madsen, who gets tall and pushes up to mid-on, and there is no run. Singdale going through 1 or 2 rather extravagant warming up exercises there. He nearly came off his full run doing that one. Severe danger of pulling something untoward just warming up. So we shall probably see him shortly as Taylor comes in around the wicket again, and Madsen, this time off a thick inside edge, the inner half of the bat, pushes out into the leg side, and there is no run.
Got 2 subs on now, so I'm not sure whether the fielder that I can't see is Tom Price, but I don't think I can see him out there. Ed Middleton is the fielder at forward square leg, and Joe Phillips is at cover. So 2 12th and a 13th, or 2 12ths.
As this is turned by Madsen into the leg side, and DeLange comes off the long leg boundary to field. 2 runs to Madsen accrue, and the partnership reaches 101. So Cayman Madsen adding 101 in 138 balls. And they've steadied the ship for Derbyshire after losing those 2 wickets yesterday evening. And they are now within 27 with 8 wickets in hand. Madsen has 46. As Taylor tries again and bowls, and Madsen this time comes fully full. There's a big appeal for LBW. It came off the, you could hear it come off the bat, so I presume that Bracey's asking that it might have hit the pad first. However, the umpire is unmoved. Interestingly, the umpires today, Neil Pratt and Chris Watts, out there, but unfortunately I couldn't tell you which is which.
I think it is Watts at the far end and Pratt at square leg at the moment.
Okay, we'll go with that.
At least that's what I've been going with for the first day, and nobody's complained.
Disagreed. Okay, fair enough. As Taylor is in and bowls, and Madsen drives straight back down the ground, fielded off his own bowling by Taylor. And there is no run.
Yes, that LBW shot didn't have a massive amount going for it. Even if it were pad first, you could even see from our
he was
angle
well
that he
forward,
was way outside the line of off stump.
Yes, it's the angle as well.
And actually, Matt Taylor didn't go up for it. And
No,
when the bowler doesn't
Bracey
appeal,
was very vociferous, wasn't he? Taylor round the wicket again. Bowls and almost a repetition of the previous stroke as Madsen drives straight back down the pitch, and Taylor fields off his own bowling. End of the over. Derbyshire going along quite nicely this morning. 195 for 2. Kame has 56. Madsen 46.
nearly through the first hour and no breakthroughs. It's not the way. Gloucestershire would have been hoping they were going to start this day with the need to take early wickets and still enough runs to play with that you get a side, you know, 5 or 6 down at lunch, and actually you could be looking at not too substantial a first innings deficit. It looks as if it's going to be rather substantial at this point, and this partnership not showing too many signs of letting up of late. Gloucestershire changing the bowling again, hoping that that can produce a breakthrough. Ajit Singh Dale will have his first bowl of day 2. 4 overs for 37 with the new ball. He really did feel the full force of Caleb Jewell's bat, and I mean, he wasn't that far off, but again, I'm going to harp on about it, but that DeLange spell showed that you can't even be that far off. Let's see what he does today. Bowls to Kame, who I think plays inside that one really, but it's much more like it from Ajit Singh Dale. Scores in Division 1, just to keep you updated with those. Sussex still batting at 433 for 7 at Edgbaston, with 140 made yesterday by Tom Clark, and John Simpson still going at 132 not out today. So Sussex, they're not quite going to get maximum batting points because 110 overs is about to expire, but pretty good haul anyway. Singdale in to Kame, who defends up towards mid-off. Somerset bang on top against Worcestershire, who had a fairly catastrophic collapse with the bat yesterday from, it was, yes, 102 for 1 to 154 all out. And Somerset, in response, 231 for 4. Tom Banton, who had a fantastic season last season, is 111 not out for Somerset, batting with James Rue. Singdale bowls. This is squeezed down to deep backward square. They went hard for the first one, but especially as it's the left arm throw of Taylor coming off the long leg boundary, they won't double it up. 196 for 2. Durham have just been dismissed by Nottinghamshire for 378. Colin Ackerman made 116. 5 for 81 for Australian import Fergus O'Neill for Nottinghamshire. Singdale bowls. This is cut aerially, but into the gap at gully. The fielder back on the offside will cut that one off and keep it to 1. 97 for 2. If ever you thought a bowler would be pretty suited to English conditions, I've seen a bit of Fergus O'Neill. He's not quite as quick as Dan Worrell, but he's got similar ability just to deliver banana in-swing and away swing at will. Singdale bowls, edging short of the cordon and between second and third slip and down to the boundary for 4. Cutting frustrated figures, that slip cord, and when they've been able to get hands on it on the full, it hasn't stuck. It's been one-handed efforts, and
an
this one
involuntary
goes in
stroke
between
from
them.
Kame, really, but it was never a chance. As you say, it dropped short of the third slip and was perfectly bisecting the pair of them. Very difficult to stop it, really.
Just get no reaction time with Singdale bowling quickly, and then they have to stand so close to try and get a nick to carry.
You've got to be close enough to catch it if they nick it, but it does cut down on your reaction time. They're very awkward if they're bouncing in front of you.
200 up for Derbyshire, 201 for 2 as Singdale bowls, and this is blocked out by Harry Kame. Derbyshire trailing by only 21 runs now with this century stand for the third wicket, really stamping out hopes for a Gloucestershire fight back so far this morning. They're going to need a fantastic second hour, and they've tried now all 5 of their seamers to no avail, and the dare I say it, over rate is unlikely to be -1 still as well. So you're going to have to take care of that at some point. Probably don't think about that yet, but it is this thing that Gloucestershire are going to have to watch this season.
Taylor to continue around the wicket to Madsen. Comes in and bowls, and Madsen with time pushes into the covers where Hammond clicks another one onto his fielding statistics for the season.
Going to be watching this all year now.
I am. I'm
one
more interested in that
throwaway
than the
comment
cricket.
from the
I know.
analyst, and we're going to be. I'm going to be thinking of this every single time I see him field the ball now.
Does he have particularly calloused hands at the end of the season? Fielding the ball so often in the covers.
He's got them shoved in his pockets at the
Oh,
moment.
he has, actually, yes.
So perhaps not yet.
Looking utterly disinterested. There's another man being brought over to the offside, so we now have 6. There's a short extra cover in position. A ring of 3 and a short extra cover as well as Taylor comes in and bowls to Madsen, who has time to defend back up the pitch to Taylor from the crease. There is no run. Other than that one alarm for Kane, Derbyshire relatively untroubled this morning as they have added 74 in good time, really. 65 minutes. They've added 74. Taylor in again, elbows pumping, bowls, and Madsen again plays straight back down the pitch defensively, and Taylor fields off his own bowling. The way in the stand at the far end, 3/4 or 4/5 of it is in sunshine, but there are some hardy souls at the top who insist on sitting in the shade.
The best view. Somebody's grabbed the seat with the leg room up there as well.
I'm not quite sure whether that's inside or outside the designated sight screen area. Maybe he's daring the stewards to come and move him. As Taylor bowls to Madsen. Oh, that bit's him outside the off stump. There's a stifled appeal from Charlesworth at first slip. Bounced a bit. And, Bracey took it above his hip.
There is still the odd one that's doing that.
There
Just,
has
just
been
a
the odd
little
one.
bit of
It's
bounce.
It's not a flat pitch by any stretch of the imagination.
And the funny thing is, it's happened almost more the slower it's been bowled. I thought that on day one as well. That actually just the one that pops is almost like it needs that extra little bit of time just to hit the surface.
As Madsen gets in behind this one from Taylor and pushes to the man at short extra cover, who is Actor.
Or perhaps it's just because you are expecting it to bounce when it's quicker, whereas you get in the mode of it's a little bit slower, so it's not bouncing camp on the front foot, and then all of a sudden, oh, hang on, that's bounced a little bit more. But I think there is, as we mentioned, there is still something in the surface, and it's just been half chances, a few LBWs here or there, but still no wickets.
Taylor is in and bowls, and Madsen again off the back foot, this time pushes up to mid-on. And again, there is no run. End of the over. Derbyshire 201 for 2. Came 61, Madsen 47. This partnership now worth 107, and Derbyshire trail by 21. Talking of stewards, pointless stewards, this is an aside, and I'm sorry if I'm going to bore you with this, but I went to watch a football match at Tranmere a few years ago. Tranmere versus Oldham. You know the reasons for it. But at Tranmere, they've got a big cop at one end, a big stand at one end, and I sat in there, and I thought, I'm going to sit at the top of this and see what the view is like. So I did. I walked all the way to the top and sat on the very back row. Well, I've been there. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Singdale charges in. It's that sort of slight lean to the right as he runs in and bowls, and this is clipped out a fine leg by Kane to start this over. A single added, 202 for 2.
Just like the gentleman in the stand in front of us, sat right at the back with the leg room as well in front of me where the steps come down. And after about 20 minutes, I saw this steward from the bottom of the stand start to walk up, and I knew he was coming to see me right in the very back row of this stand. It wasn't that full.
Singdale runs in. to Madsen, and Madsen with an open face is hoping for a single out on the offside, but it's fielded at backward point.
And he eventually got to me, sat on this very back row, and he said, you can't sit there. I said, well, why not? He said, you're not allowed to sit on the back row. So I said, well, can I sit on that row instead? Pointing to the row in front of me. He said, yeah, that's fine. So I did. So what was the point of all of that? I have no idea. To this day, I have no idea, other than being a complete Jobsworth, or he was bored.
Singdale bowls and Madsen defends away to mid-off. There is no run. No, I must admit, I suppose you did move, didn't you?
Well, I did, because the steward doing
far
his
too
job.
compliant. If I'm told to do something, I'm going to do it.
I'm not going to deliberately sit here and cause a scene, because there are hundreds of seats in this stand that are free anyway. But what was the point of it? I have no idea.
Think of a few people who wouldn't have moved. Singdale bowls. Short, wide, cut away, pass backward point, sprawling effort, but doesn't come particularly close to it. Travelled at good speed, and Madsen has reached 50 as well from 79 deliveries as he raises the back of his bat to the crowd, as the majority of people seem to do now. I'm sure it used to be that almost everybody just raised their bat without turning it around, but everybody seems to turn it around now. Perhaps Madsen's always been doing it, I don't know. Anyway, it's another 50, his 1,343rd in first-class cricket. No, maybe not that many, but it's quite a lot. Find out the exact number. Singdale bowls. Madsen works this down to fine leg for one. And the new old Derbyshire skipper has a 50 in his first innings.
Back to the future.
Yes. It is his 89th first-class 50, but there'll be the usual 50s. It serves for now. It's his, 128th 50-plus score. Singdale to Kame, who will take one as he pushes towards deep backward point. The fielder has to come a long way off the boundary, and so they'll sprint back for two. I don't think there was anything that Tom Price could really have done about that, but that's just, again, a consequence of having that field. You just can't cover all the bases between cover and the slip cordon by just having the one fielder there. You've got to pay a price somewhere. 209 for two as Madsen's 50 details are read out. The partnership up to 115, and Derbyshire trail by only 13.
Well, interestingly, with that stroke that came, instead of hitting it to third man, he placed it with soft hands into the gap towards third man, so the fielder had to come in a lot further to field the ball, which enabled him to have the time to come back for the second. He's quick between the wickets anyway, is Kane, but it was always in his mind that there were going to be two there. Taylor starts another over, left arm round the wicket to Madsen, and almost causes him to drag on there, as Madsen wasn't quite sure what he was doing and got an inside edge, dropped down into the leg side behind the stumps, and rather fortuitously actually took a single as well. But a false stroke from Madsen there. He was rather caught in two minds at the crease, and as a result rather prodded at the ball, and was a little fortunate that he didn't drag it on. Nevertheless, he has 53. It's 210 for two, the deficit 12. So Taylor comes in, bowls to Kane, who is staunchly forward, pushing up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Game continues to rattle along at the Aegeus Bowl. Hampshire 209 for 7 in reply to Yorkshire's 121. So that is a lead of 88 runs.
I didn't realise Yorkshire were born out for 121 yesterday.
Yes, it was a great start to the Johnny Bairstow era.
Terrific start to the season for everybody else. Taylor bowls, and Kane just goes up on his toes and pushes into the leg side, the middle of the 3, saving 1 on that leg side. It's Zaman Akhtar, who's fielding just on some old pitch ends. I guess by the time he's walked in, they are not a factor in his fielding, but if he was a bit further back, it would be quite awkward on that line.
I mean, on the face of it, Yorkshire's batting lineup is quite exciting.
As Taylor bowls again, and Kane essays a drive into the offside, but finds the inside half of the bat with a little misstroke, and it's up to mid-on for no run. So Brook playing.
He's not, no. He's not, no.
Well, there you go.
But David Milan is playing, which I was quite surprised to see. But you've got, you've got Adam Lyth still going, evergreen. Finley Bean is exciting as a prospect. James Wharton started to, I think, blossom towards the end of last season, and first year in Division 1, I suspect, for him.
It's Taylor bowls, edge to slip. Is it? No, it is edge to slip.
Put down.
But put down again.
And that one, I'm afraid, there was no such excuse for.
It was Price at second slip, just a little sight of the line with the fielder in my view. And it looked for a moment as though it had gone straight into the midriff.
Yeah, it did.
And then bounced out. And I thought he caught it at the second attempt with one hand, but it had obviously gone down.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's one that absolutely has to be taken. As you say, it was right in his midriff.
As Taylor tries again, Kane this time defends from the crease. There is no run, and a rather disillusioned Taylor turns and collects his jumper from the umpire and will wander off down to long leg, no doubt muttering about the injustices of life as a fast bowler. But it was one that, unlike the first one, which was probably a difficult half chance, it was one that you would expect a slip to snaffle.
And I did think, actually, again, that he had got it at the second attempt as well, because
that's what it looked like.
For a while you couldn't see the ball, so you thought he's managed to just clutch it to himself enough that the rebound was there, but it's gone down. Singdale bowls to Madsen, who defends to mid-off. It's not his most convincing defensive shot, but isn't particularly close to any fielder or even the bowler.
I like this action of Singdale. It's not round arm in the sense that it's away from his body, but it's a very full swing of the arm as it comes over.
Yeah, he really.
It's a full 360 degrees with a full arm.
He uses the whole sort of torque of his body to generate as much pace as he
There's
as
maybe
he
a
can
little
do.
bit of a sling to it.
Singdale bowls, clipped away past mid-wicket by Wayne Madsen. He'll take 2 here. I should think that's probably all he'll get, even though DeLange wasn't quite to the ball. You've always got to respect that arm. 2 runs are added, and the deficit now just 10 runs. Madsen to 55. Yeah, I think you looked at last season, Singdale's output, and he took 23 wickets. You felt he got unlucky so often. The number of inside edges that always seemed to miss the stumps, particularly towards the start of the season. So he's there and bowls, driven back to him for no run by Madsen. And he's still young, and there aren't many young bowlers around bowling as quickly as he is. He's been clocked quicker than DeLange, for example, routinely. He's got a different trajectory to DeLange. He doesn't tend to hit the pitch as much. He's a bit more skiddy than DeLange is. As Singdale bowls, and this is tucked away by Madsen to Akhtar at mid-wicket for no run.
Possibly as a result of that, the action, he's got a lower arm anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And as a result, doesn't hit the pitch with the same trajectory as De Lange, and therefore it skids rather than bounces.
Yeah.
But he looks slippery enough from here, just on a first proper view of him. I saw him a bit yesterday evening on the stream, but first time live, he looked sharp enough.
Singdale bowls, and Hudson tries to roll the wrists on that one because there's only a fielder at mid-on saving the single now on the entire onside, but he just brought him into play. There's a deep square and a long leg back there, and the mid-on, and those are the fielders on the onside. Yeah, you sort of feel if Gloucestershire are to really make big strides forward this season championship-wise, Singdale bowls, and this is push-driven out to extra cover where Dent does the fielding, and there's no run. 212 for 2, 10 runs behind only Derbyshire, 8 first innings wickets in hand. You feel that they probably need a good chunk of wickets from Singdale, because he is, and it may be less so in this attack because you've got Actor and you've got De Lange, but a lot of the time Singdale will be one of those point of difference bowlers, and he is important to, obviously everybody is, but he is important to Gloucestershire's success going forward long term, but you feel increasingly short term, especially taking that new ball. Matt Taylor bowling to Harry Kame, and there's a full ball which is driven into the ground and up towards mid-off, and there is no run. The score at Chelmsford, Essex appears to be running away with it against Surrey so far. They're 413 for 4. I don't think they've lost a wicket this morning. Jordan Cox made 100. Paul Walter a near 100. It's Matt Taylor bowls, and this is off the hip, nudged down to Singdale at fine leg. And they'll pick up another single, 213 for 2. So the deficit now into single figures. Matt Critchley, who has certainly found a home at Chelmsford, is 70 not out, and Michael Pepper has 47, so those two have stuck on another near century stand now there. And well, Surrey's attack looks a little toothless seemingly as forward goes Madsen to defend. Kemar Roach 2 for 70, but Jordan Clark 0 for 71. You don't see that very often. Matthew Fisher 1 for 85 in his Surrey debut. And Dan Lawrence has been called into action a fair bit against his former county. He's 1 for 74 in his 20th over. So Essex are certainly going to have some serious weight of runs to work with. There's a short extra cover in place as Taylor bowls driven away, and it's in the gap between that short extra cover, and it's going to go to the boundary as well. This is somewhat the way that things have been going, because Madsen didn't keep that down. They have catches in that area. He took a hand off the bat even as he was playing it, but it just flew into the gap. 217 for 2. Madsen has 59. And Gloucestershire must just be thinking, when's something going to go right? Because whether it's been their own doing or just in general, not much is really.
So Taylor bowls, and Madsen coming forward pushes into the covers, and there is no run. 217 for 2 then. Derbyshire trail by just 5 runs. It's for an hour and 23 minutes. And we've had 20.5 overs, so virtually 21 overs. And Derbyshire added 90 so far without loss in the morning. As Taylor bowls short and Madsen pulls off his hip down to long leg, where Singdale does the bowling, does the fielding rather. And there is one run to end the over. Taylor throws his cap away in frustration there onto the ground as he stomps off down to long leg. Clearly unhappy with his low, is very
So
upset
there we
about
go,
something.
Well, it's
Frustration, I think, building that dropped chance. In fact, 2 dropped chances this morning. Will not have eased his ire. Derbyshire 218 for 2, trail by 4.
It's a miserable thing having to look at your figures, and at the moment 0 for 55. He's bowled much better today. Most of that damage happened yesterday. Singdale is in, and this is whipped away out to mid-wicket where Actor fields. So far the pattern has been for Harry Kane to score about 20 runs and then be dropped one way or another by Ollie Price. So maybe when he gets into the 80s there'll be another opportunity. 22, 45 and 64. 3 numbers, 2 of them one-handed, and the most recent of them, however, almost too much into the breadbasket, if anything. Singdale bowls a rather harmless bouncer, and in fact I think it's been signalled a wide. Well,
as far as wastes of effort go, that's fairly high on the scale. He put an awful lot of effort into that bouncer.
Yeah, he did.
It probably didn't pitch halfway down and looped harmlessly over Madsen, who barely had to duck. In fact, had he not ducked, he would have still been harmlessly over his head.
Square leg umpire that wide signal came from. 219 for 2. Singdale bowls wide outside the off stump, is cut away, and that's going to be for, there is a fielder down at a more conventional deep third position now, but he can't get there, and that is Derbyshire into the lead. They have not lost a wicket this morning. They have a stand worth 129, and they are already into the clear.
Singdale has been very short and wide this morning, and he's really bowling to the wrong person in Madsen, who loves to roll the wrists on his cut. And has taken full advantage with a number of 4s to either side of the third man or the deep backward point, who's been posted throughout, and 1 uppercut for 6 as well.
Singdale to Madsen, and this is run down to deep third by Madsen, who then seemed to just realise that he was about to run down the middle of the pitch and then do a massive jump over off the danger area and
very
took
balletic.
one. It was quite painful, actually. I was sort of feeling my groin, as it were, watching that.
Shall we move on?
As Madsen adds another single. 65 to both Kame and Madsen. Faced almost the same number of deliveries as well. Singdale bowls and Kame repeats the dose with the guide down to deep third, and it was a no ball as well, so that's 3 more runs onto the score.
It's unravelling for Singdale at the moment here.
Yes.
Wides, no balls, and runs aplenty. He's already conceded 60, and he's only in his 8th over, so he's running at virtually 8 and over here.
I did see Ollie Price at second slip doing a few loosening exercises, and that's pretty much the only place that James Bracey hasn't gone yet, is to try a bit of spin. Singdale bowls back of a length, and back foot punch from Madsen won't beat extra cover this time. Marchant de Lange, with his usual sort of chief cheerleading job, now goes over to Singdale, and that's, you know, we say it a lot up here, but it is what you need. You need that senior fast bowler to talk to the junior fast bowler. He's still got 2 more balls left of possibly his spell to get through, and sometimes you just need that voice in your ear just to make sure that if it is the last 2 balls, they're the best 2 balls that you can deliver. Singdale is in. This is a stroke through extra cover from Madsen with consummate ease. It's just played to where the boundary gets a little bit longer, though, out at wide, long off. But they will scramble back for a 3rd run. So 230 for 2. You know, in isolation, I mean, it was a very nice shot, and he was never going to get out to it, but you'd rather be seeing that shot than the cut shots that we've seen far too often.
Must be wondering where to bowl at the moment, because short and wide is cut away, and if he pitches it a bit further up, he gets driven through the covers.
That same feeling to Caleb Jewell. It's just nowhere you can bowl. Singdale bowls and beats. Harry came clean on the outside edge. That's the length. It's that somewhere in between, isn't it? And it's around about the length that hits the top of off. That was outside the off stump, but that was not there to drive. And again, you can just get yourself into danger where I think when you start playing with that outside edge and dabbing it down to that sort of backward point 3rd man area, because you know you start getting into the mode of playing at everything. And that was a really good ball from Singdale and had life off the surface as well as being on the right line and length. But unfortunately, it's just a ball in isolation.
It was a rather casual stroke from Kane, really, because it wasn't there to drive. And it might have done something, as you say, off the pitch. Maybe off the seam and bounced a bit, but it wasn't really there to drive. And Kane maybe, just given the rate of run scoring, thinking that they can be scoring at a run a ball here, when judiciously he would have left it alone, having scored enough off the over there where there was a wide in there was no ball in there was a boundary for 4, there was a drive for 3, so they'd taken plenty off the over already without the need for an additional run or 2. Anyway, change of bowling as predicted by my colleague Ed Seaborn, and Ollie Price. Left arm spinner, right arm around the wicket. Is that correct?
Yeah, it does look as if he does this a lot in T20 especially, likes to bowl round the wicket, because I think he's imagining he's not going to get a great deal of turn here, and he seems to like to try and slide it past the outside edge and maybe bring the slip into play. Yeah, he'll vary it, but he does seem to like to bowl quite a lot from round the wicket.
My error, deceived by the fact he's coming around the wicket immediately as a right arm off spinner to a right-handed batsman. With 1 slip in place, that's Hammond, who maybe feels he's going to add to his talent by fielding at slip now, who knows? Maybe he knows something we don't. The interesting field, 2, 4, 5 on the leg side.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
It's just that sort of thing that looks untidy, isn't it? It's nobody's fault, but Ollie Price has bowled the ball to Matt Taylor, having dropped 2 catches off his bowling, and Matt Taylor hasn't caught the ball. I'm not saying there's anything going on there at all. If it weren't professional cricket, you might think there was, but I'm sure there isn't.
All right, Price is in and bowls the first ball, which does actually grip the pitch a little. Madsen has time to go back and push it out to deep square leg, where it is fielded by Marchand de Lange for 1 run. And interestingly, Price is going to come over the wicket to Kane. Slight adjustment of 1 or 2 fielders without altering the field particularly. And still 5 on the leg side. Kane pushes this first one round the corner to Singdale, and there is a run for Kane. He is now 67, Madsen 69. And indeed it is a ploy, because Price is around the wicket again to Madsen here, and he bowls, and Madsen comes forward, turns this into the squarer of the 2 mid-wickets. That is Graham Van Buren there at an orthodox mid-wicket, and there is one who's shorter, actually more of a wideish mid-on really, but on the drive. Price bowls again, and again that grips the pitch, but Madsen has time to turn it out to De Lange at deep square leg. One thing noticeable watching today is that the outfield is quite bumpy and uneven. In actual fact, that drive that went for 3 in the previous over would probably have gone for 4 had the outfield been flat. As the Price comes in and bowls that short of a length and pushed off the back foot out to deep point by Kane for another single. So Derbyshire picking Price off here at almost a run of ball. But it slowed it noticeably. The outfield noticeably slowed the ball up. As Price bowls, and Madsen again short of a length, has time to go back and give himself a bit of room and hit out to Actor out at deep cover or deep point, and another single. So I think there's 5 from that, and indeed there was. Derbyshire 235 for 2. Kane 68, Madsen 71. They lead by 13. The over 8 is still -1 somehow.
I think they probably will update that at lunch.
They don't do it on an ongoing basis.
Get a sort of a calculation done then. But yes, Ollie Price is going to have to bowl until lunch for it even to be probably back to -1.
Theoretically, they should get 32 overs in each session, shouldn't they? So if they bowl...
To bowl from the racecourse end, Zaman Akhtar.
But if they bowl 29 instead of the 32, it won't suddenly become -4, though. That's
no,
how I never quite worked this out, really.
rate per hour, so 29 should be sort of -1 plus a little bit, but they'll probably put -1. However, Derbyshire bowled, I think, 29 overs in the morning session yesterday, and it was level. Here comes Zaman Akhtar starting a new over, and Madsen gets a ball which is quite short and wide, but maybe just a bit more bounce that time. He isn't making the signal that he was expecting it not quite to bounce so much, because he cut underneath the ball as it hops over his bat and through to the keeper. But again, it's a ball that Madsen's probably going to hit for 4 many, many more times than he's going to find a way to get out to it. De Lange again having a word. As Akhtar bowls, this time it's gone more underneath the swishing cut shot of Madsen through to the keeper. Trying his best to keep Gloucestershire interested with this cut shot.
Not impressed by the variable bounce, Madsen here. It's off the stumps, I think we can say, but it doesn't make cutting the ball particularly any easier when they pitch in a very similar spot, and one goes over the bat and one underneath it.
Akhtar, second spell of the morning bowls. It's short and wide and has been just controlled with the cut shot this time by Madsen. There was no hint of swishing at that. That was just placing the bat there and angling it away and using the pace, and it speeds off to deep backward point for 4.
Well, neither over nor under the bat, but right off the middle to a wide third man position. In fact, the third man has now come round a few yards following that, but it's an element of guesswork down there really for the fielder as to what line he takes. In fact, the field's been adjusted now, and there'll be 2 men out and a gully as well.
Yeah.
So the second slip is now a gully. There's a third man and there's a deep point.
Well, he's actually now going to almost have to bowl short and wide with this field. As Akhtar bowls full and wide this time, it's driven firmly out to that deep point fielder, and they'll take 1. 240 for 2, lead of 18.
Slowly but surely, Gloucestershire going onto the defensive here as the field starts to spread.
The encouragement is still there, but there won't really be encouragement, inwardly as well as outwardly until something happens. That's a better delivery from Akhtar, and again it shows that there is still some carry in this surface as that gets through nicely to Bracey as Kane lets it go. But at the moment it's there are probably 2 boundary balls and over for quite a lot of Gloucestershire's output. Actor bowls, this is left again by Harry Kame, and that ends that over. 5 runs from it, 240 for 2, and still just the 1 wicket apiece for Tom Price and Marchant de Lange, both those taken yesterday evening. 146 run 3rd wicket partnership between Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen. There's almost not a great deal to recap really on the morning so far. If you've not been with us the whole way, there have been some chances for Gloucestershire, but nothing's gone their way in terms of a wicket.
No, the 2 drop catches, but otherwise Derbyshire have added 113 without alarm. And, more or less done as they've pleased, really. I mean, Ollie Price is going to have another go around the wicket to Madsen, a ball of full length driven through the covers, 4 runs. As Price floated that one up and gave Madsen just a little bit of room to drive through extra cover for 4. He's up to 80 now. He's overtaken Harry Kame. In fact, did it a little while ago. And he's just received 1 more delivery. Kame 106 deliveries. Madsen 107 now. Madsen has 80. Kame 68. The partnership has just reached 150. As Price will try again around the wicket and Bolton. This is a more leg side delivery. Again, it does just grip the pitch a little, and he's hit away to the man at that short mid-wicket position. It's Ben Charlesworth, and there is no run. Cross balls again, and ball of fuller length, which Madsen drives back down to the bowler.
He does like to try to give the ball a rip, Ollie Price. He's not somebody who is. I know he said he likes to slide it on past the edge from round the wicket, I guess is the thinking. But he is gonna try to get turn. You know, he's not sort of flat offy.
He bowls again, and again this tucks Madsen up as he tries to turn it square on the leg side, takes him on the thigh pad. There is no run. So the ball that just slides on without doing anything becomes a dangerous delivery if there is a bit of grip in the pitch and the batsman expects that to happen. Particularly if you can draw him, needs to draw him forward really with it. If he's on the back foot, he's got time to adjust, but he pitches that one up and that turns, and it's pushed into the leg side. They think briefly about a single, but Charlesworth is across quickly to do the fielding. So as he bowls now, if he pitches it up, and he gets that little bit of grip, Madsen plays the line with the bit of grip, and then if he just floats it on, he may find the outside edge. As Price bowls down the leg side and turned off his pass. And that took a bounce off the
Watched, sort of,
by,
anticipated.
Singdale.
Yeah.
It was. That could have been very nasty. We were just talking about the bumpy outfield, and that took a real hop, and if he'd not got his hands up, that could have done some damage. Did very well there to field that. There was no run, end of the over. Kame 68, Madsen 80, 244 for 2. Derbyshire, they lead by 22. A lot of 2s and 4s on the scoreboard at the moment.
There's been a lot of 2s and 4s scored
If you
in
believe,
general.
That's true. If you believe in all sorts of weird and wonderful things.
Ollie Price got through 201 overs and a ball last season. As Actor starts his next over to Kame, and that's let go. And I'm sure he will absolutely be relishing the opportunity to be more of a frontline spin option. I think in his mind, to be thinking, you know, the fact that Gloucestershire don't have a like-for-like replacement to Zafar Gohar in their squad means that those overs are going to have to come from somewhere. Actor bowls, and it's a slightly pokey shot from Kame that squeezes out towards backward square. They'll take a single. 245 for 2 has moved on already. Yes, it has. Came to 69. But you've got to find... Zafar played in 6 games, bowled 172.5 overs. So with the same group, you've got to find those 170 odd overs, even just looking at it from that point of view. Actor in bowls. This is played in the air, but in the gap between gully and cover, nowhere near a fielder really. And Gloucestershire will sort of put their hands up in the air and go, oh, I wasn't in control there, but there's such a large gap for him to hit it in that wasn't really in much danger. Single taken.
I think he knew what he was doing. It wasn't an outside edge, was it?
You wouldn't play that
placed it
shot
there.
if there were a fielder at backward point, for sure.
He placed it there, didn't he?
Lead of 24. Actor in once more. Full ball driven sweetly through extra cover. It's going towards that area that the ball is just holding up a little bit on, and again bobbling a bit as it goes towards the boundary. And Van Buren, despite a gunned throw in, can't prevent 3 more runs. 249 for 2. 1 shy of a batting point.
Well, they were rare enough for Derbyshire last year, batting points, so that would be very welcome. But the bigger picture, of course, is to make it really count and go on.
Actor bowls a full ball clipped through forward square leg. This may have enough on it to go to the boundary. It will do. Singdale may as well give that one up. And there is the 250 for Derbyshire, which means they've scored their 4th bonus point so far. And it really is all Derbyshire. 31 is the lead. And Gloucestershire only have, well, just under 15 minutes now for this not to be a wicketless session. Ball back in the hand of Zaman Akhtar, looking to do something about that. He bowls, and it's wide of off stump. Madsen watches that one go through behind the stumps. And Akhtar's through his 8th over total. I think from memory, I should have made a note of that, but I think is that his 5th of the morning. I think he bowled 3 last night. So 5 overs across 2 shorter spells. And well, Graham Van Buren's loosing at extra cover, so it may be that Gloucestershire are just going to try and rush through a couple of overs from this racecourse end with Ollie Price from the city end, and just try and bowl some overs until lunch and ease the workload for the afternoon session.
As he comes in and bowls to Kame, who guides us down backward a point. There's a long run round off the boundary for the fielder, and they will come back for 2 runs. It's Akhtar there. And to run around from a deep point position to field. 2 more accrue. 74 to Kame now. As you say, we've got, what, 13 minutes to lunch. Yeah. So Price gives the ball a flick in his hand and then comes in and bowls to Kame, who comes forward and just pushes into the leg side, and there is no run.
That'll test the back out. Graham Van Buren doing some rolling around on the floor.
Is it extra cover? Yeah.
He's obviously feeling a little better today.
As, Kame turns this one behind square on the leg side. Madsen wants the single, but Kame's not interested. And I think the discretion of Kame was probably the better decision there. It was, straight to Singdale. One slip in place as Price bowls short of a length in Kame rather content to prod it back to the bowler.
There's a bit of a danger with that one, isn't it? Kame come comes forward. Yeah, so
Yep.
oh well, at least I don't have to deal with that problem all year.
Get your tongue around it. As Price is in again and bowls, and came this time fully forward, pushing back to the bowler. One thing about Price bowling is he get through the overs quickly.
That's going to have to be. I'm not saying that he's not bowling for wickets. Of course he is, but particularly in the first innings, is going to be a lot of his role.
As he bowls again, came again, comes forward, pushing to the leg side. No run. The over is complete. I got through that in about 2 minutes, really. A couple of runs, but that was all. At the end of it, Derbyshire 255 for 2, came 74, Madsen 85. They lead by 33. Had 49 overs in the innings.
To bowl from the racecourse end, Graham Van Buren.
So Van Buren to have his first bowl of the season, and I mean Ollie Price in T20 is a much more attacking option. He's had a good wicket-taking record. In fact, even before his batting exploded last year, his bowling was, I think there was a while where he was Gloucestershire's leading wicket-taker the year before that, even ahead of the likes of Smith and Payne. Van Buren bowls his skiddy, slow left armers, and Madsen cuts the first ball straight to backward point for no run. And you can see even in the 3 overs he's bowled here, it's just that little bit of stop and grip that he can get, which can be so much more effective when batters are looking to try and hit you out the ground, as that's let go. But in red ball cricket, most of the time Kame and Madsen have been able to play him off the back foot, off the pitch, so that the grip that he's getting hasn't really troubled them. Van Buren will bowl a bit fuller. Madsen head over the ball defends.
It's probably been a bit too short. When he has floated it up, he's over pitched and been driven. So he's probably just trying to find that correct length. But, Van Buren, a very different bowler.
Van Buren is in, and Madsen around that front pad turns it to mid wicket for no run. And that's the thing. I suppose you can feel really good because you're getting turn, but if it's not turn that's going to lead to a wicket, then what do you do? Van Buren bowls, that is a little bit shorter, and there's a cut shot from Madsen, who doesn't get into that low position to still cut the ball, but maybe a bit of bounce there.
Van Buren bowler out of the back of his hand.
I'm sure he did.
Like a Chinaman.
Past the cut shot of Madsen, who reaches forward and steers that one to short extra. And do you know, that's probably one of the best overs of the morning from Graham Van Buren. His first over, it's a maiden. There have been many of those.
Well, it does kind of beg the question why he wasn't on before Price, really. A very different bowler to Price, and quite apart from the obvious left and right arm difference, but he's much shorter in his size is Van Buren, so a more skiddy bowler, as you're talking, probably quicker through the air as well. Hurries the batsman, but probably with the potential to turn it more. And as you say, he'll get the arm ball to skid on as well, as that missed cut rather showed. Anyway, for now, it's Ollie Price to continue from the city end, bowling to Kame, who pushes up to long on for a single.
She did have a slightly better rate of wicket taking last year, Van Buren, but I think sometimes his back and his shoulder does limit the number of red ball overs that he can bowl sometimes.
Again, he's short from Price and is forced out into the offside by Madsen, who proceeds to walk a single.
But I think that the club is still very much hoping that Ollie Price can develop more into that genuine red ball all-rounder, because he's more of a genuine white ball all-rounder, but as we've been saying, it's different.
He comes in and bowls, and short again, and cut away by Kame behind square. There's a chase on here for both fielders. One from...
Oh, no, they've left it to each other.
Left it to each other. As Actor came round from point, and Hammond all the way back from first slip, and they were converging on each other in the ball and the rope at the same time, and then at the last minute Actor ducked out, and Hammond thought Actor was going to pick it up, and in the end The ball dribbled over the rope for 4.
I don't blame
possibly
Hammond because he had Zaman
symptomatic.
Akhtar steaming at him.
Yeah,
It's
there
a,
was
it's
no,
a,
I don't think there was any call there.
no,
but it's
somebody had to stop it.
possibly symptomatic of Gloucestershire's morning, really. Anyway, Price is in again and bowls ball of full length, and Kane again pushes up to long on this time for 1. He will go to 80. Madsen has at 86. Derbyshire 262 for 2. They've plugged that gap now behind square, so they've brought another man over from the leg side. Now 5 on the offside. As Price bowls and Madsen sweeps for the first time this morning out to deep square leg. There is a single. It's fielded all the way out there by Singdale.
Haven't seen the famed reverse sweep yet
No,
from Madsen.
no, I'm not sure he get it out this morning. As Price bowls and Kane has time to push this into the leg side square. Just short again from Price, really. And Kane with plenty of time to turn his wrists on the ball and take the single. End of the over. Kane has 81, Madsen 87, Derbyshire 264 for 2. Lead by 42 with 8 wickets in hand.
And that's another thing that will make you more effective in white ball cricket than in red ball cricket. If your natural length is that just back of a length, and he's tall as well as Price, and if you're not bowling the slot length, then the batter's got to do a lot of creating themselves. Van Buren bowls, that's a touch short that time, and Kane rocks onto the back foot and drives it out to deep cover for 1.
Van Buren remind me of Michael Yardy.
Well, it's funny you should say that.
Because Yardy's on the ground.
He is on the ground,
He's
yeah.
on the ground, isn't he? But he does remind me. He's a similar stature.
Van Buren bowls, goes past the, I think, inside edge of Madsen there. He looked totally nonplussed by that delivery, whatever it did. It seemed as if it maybe bounced a bit again. Went through to James Bracey. As this is just steered out into the covers this time for no run. It's sort of a similar shot to what he was thinking about, but in 2 minds with the previous ball. Yeah, it wasn't quite inside edge, but he just played it really late, and almost it was in the gloves by the time he got the shot out. Previous one, that one does just spit and turn and goes into Bracey's mitts again. But if you're Jack Morley, you're liking this. Definitely looks as if there's going to be something to work with. And really, aside from that first spell of DeLange, perhaps, this is suddenly looking like about the most consistent threat that we've had this morning, as Madsen pushes it back to Van Buren, who also, in general in his career, has been more of a white ball option than a red ball one. Van Buren bowls, late cut, that's really nicely played by Madsen. He does have some pace to use, does Graham Van Buren, and there he just used it perfectly. A little late dab past the backward point fielder, and Madsen wins the race to the 90s. He's on to 91. Derbyshire 269 for 2, a lead of 47. They've added 142 runs in this morning without losing a wicket.
That was a gorgeous stroke from Madsen, all touch and wrist, just using the pace. There was a little bit of width from Van Buren, and he just used it and guided it between the slip and the backward point, and away for 4 runs down to the old Lund Pavilion.
The one option Gloucestershire haven't used this morning is Ben Charlesworth, and we were told that he would be bowling more this season, but they haven't given him a go yet.
So Price in to start what may be the last over before lunch here. It's only 2 minutes to go, so quite possibly. I should imagine Gloucester would be glad to get off for lunch, really, so don't be surprised if there's a touch of time wasting to make sure this is it. That first ball was played by Kane to mid-wicket, no run. As Price comes in again and bowls, and this time Kane will get a single as he turns it round the corner. And De Lange is onto it. Can't prevent the single. Came to 83. I suspect 4 balls before lunch. Still 12:58.
Yeah.
I don't quite know what. I presume they go by the clock that's on the scoreboard.
Yes, I think nowadays there's probably not much difference between the timepieces that they use.
As Price bowls a flatter, quicker delivery, but it's again just short of the length, and Madsen has time to force it through mid-wicket for one. Singdale at deep square leg position comes off the boundary and does the fielding.
You do have to agree the official timepiece before you start, don't you?
I think they do, yes. So they all know what whether they're working to the umpire's watches or the clock on the ground or whatever. As a Price ball has a better delivery, fuller of length, just outside the off stump. Kane defends. Again, no run.
As you say, neither fielding side nor batting side is particularly interested in there being another over.
They're not. Neither. You're right. Both sides. There's an LBW appeal there, and he's gone. That will be the last ball before lunch, and Price has broken through. Came LBW as he tried to play defensively from the crease, and Price has broken through right on the stroke of lunch. There is 1 ball remaining in the over, but that will be it for this morning's session, and Derbyshire just failed to get through to lunch without losing a wicket. Came 83, 124 balls, the partnership worth 177. But as I say, disappointment for Derbyshire as Kane goes right on the stroke of lunch, and at last a glimmer of hope for Gloucester with that wicket taken by Ollie Price. Nevertheless, it's been Derbyshire's morning as they have added 144 runs for the loss of that 1 wicket, and they are very much in the box seat as the players troop off to our left for their lunch. And we will be back in 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Ed.
Yep.
Thank you very much. It's been a very enjoyable morning, certainly from a Derbyshire point of view. And we will catch you at 20 to 2. for 3. So that was the addition of 144 runs in the morning session for the loss of 1 wicket, that of Harry Kame, who fell to the last ball before the break for 83. He and Wayne Madsen, who is still there on 92, had added 177 for the 3rd wicket before that wicket fell. So Derbyshire in a strong position here, lead by 49 with 7 wickets in hand. The new batsman at the crease will be Brooke Guest, and he will face what is effectively the last ball of Ollie Price's over to start the afternoon session. And we will be underway very shortly. Alongside me, Ed Seymour from BBC Radio Bristol. We'll be chatting to him as well very, very shortly. But let's get this 1 ball out of the way first as Price comes in to complete his over. It's short, turned into the leg side by Guest, and he is away with a single straight away. Fielded out there by Singdale, and that is the end of Ollie Price's over, which lasted rather longer than he might have presumed at 2 minutes to 1.
Yeah, he's not getting through his overs quickly at all, is he? It's just taken 42 minutes
not
over
going to
that
do
over.
anything for the over rate if he bowls them all at that rate. But a successful over for Price with that LBW wicket of Kame just before lunch. So Derbyshire 272 for 3, then lead by exactly 50. Madsen has 92. He's faced 129 balls thus far for that, and Brooke Guest has that single. Ed, welcome back.
Thank you. And
Did you lunch well?
Yes, we've lunched quite well. I managed to find the pepper in there,
well
all in one go. So
Tremendous.
it's an interesting experience. But no.
Don't sneeze.
Yes, well.
Text 81333.
And Madsen looking just to settle back in. It must be even over lunch sort of in the 90s. It can't feel quite as comfortable as if you're even in the 80s. If you just had a few runs fewer, I don't know. I'm sure it won't bother him very much. But here comes De Lange bowling to Guest, and this is played into the onside and defence for no run.
I suppose you would say that he's had plenty of experience at it, so
quite.
it shouldn't bother him. But nevertheless, there may have been the odd little tinge as you get closer to the 100, but don't make it before the break.
He did also pass 16,000 first-class runs just before the lunch interval.
That's a fascinating stat, but not as interesting as Hammond's fielding last season, I'm afraid.
Depends whether it was a nice round number as well. De Lange bowls a bumper, it's swaying out of the way. That one is Brooke Guest. I didn't actually get a chance to really see the replay of Harry Kame's LBW. It looked like it had turned a fair bit, but it was an odd one because I don't think he was walking off, but it almost looked as if he was walking.
It seemed as though he accepted the decision. Well, he had to accept this decision, absolutely. But almost as though he thought it was out himself.
He didn't look back at all, did he? Either in anger or otherwise.
And he got caught on the crease.
De Lange bowls driving is Brooke Guest, and Chris Dent's pretty much just got to put the body on the line and see which part of it hit. I'm not sure it was the middle of the hand, but he stopped it anyway.
Just as a quick word of warning for you, we've resolved the technical gremlins that we had with our second line here, but it does mean that when I do my feeds into Radio Derby, we'll have to do it through here, so that's why you get the feed in your headphones. The first one's about just after 2 o'clock.
Here is De Lange bowling. Oh, that's a beauty. And has it caught the inside edge? It has. The umpire raises the finger, so Marchant De Lange gets some lift off a full length. I don't know if Brooke Guest was just disappointed to have got out or whether he felt he didn't hit it, but there was a bit of an inclination of the head upwards. Nothing sort of descent-wise, but just wondering whether he felt that he did hit it. But either way, it's a dismissal for James Bracey with the catch behind, squeezed around about somewhere between inside edge and pad. And De Lange, who has been the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers here, 2 for 20, even before that second wicket, now does have a second wicket, and James Bracey had 59.
Whether you're cooking your tea,
Yeah,
Cowdrey might not
disappointment
play
more
on
than-
It hasn't
two
felt.
wickets in 6 balls, something like that.
Yes, yeah, two in 6. It hasn't felt quick in a way because, of course, we've had the 40-minute break.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
Gloucestershire were hoping for the bang bang, as they like to say, and they got it, but just with the lunch break in between. Rees is the new batter, so a left-hander and Langer bowls him an absolute jaffer first up. That is really not the ball that you want to be getting. It was on a good length again. He would have felt he had to play at it. There was good pace, good carry, but it has gone safely in the end through to the wicketkeeper. DeLanger was wheeling off towards mid-wicket, as he likes to do, thinking that he was in business, but he wasn't. 272 for 4.
Well, good start to the afternoon session for Gloucestershire then. DeLanger picking up that second wicket of the day and then bowling an absolute perler to Rees first up that bounced and left him. And actually Rees was never really in danger of getting an edge to it. It was too good a delivery. But once again, we saw this earlier on with DeLanger and last night, is that if he bends his back, he gets life out of this pitch. And he's getting more bounce than anybody else at a good pace as well. Derbyshire, from their point of view, just need to dig in here and make sure that these 2 quick wickets don't become a slide. They've got an opportunity from their own point of view to really press on, but they need to back time to do so. Tom Price is going to open from the City end in this afternoon session, bowling to Wayne Madsen. 2 slips in place. He comes in and bowls, and Madsen plays him nicely off his pads to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by who's out there? Chris Dent.
Yeah.
And there is no run.
No ball from Tom Price. That's the first that he's bowled in this innings. He's prone to the odd no ball or two.
Missed that call from the umpire. Price comes in again. And Madsen plays a similar stroke, this time to the left of Dent, and they'll have to run through for the single, as Dent fielded very well with his left hand sliding across the ground and through at the striker's end. And Rees, he was ambling for a moment, had to quicken up. To be sure of being home, the throw was slightly inaccurate, and in the end there was no trouble, but just for a moment, Dent had Lewis Rees in his sights there.
He gets to the ball so quickly, and we were talking about this yesterday, even just with more routine pieces of fielding. He goes into the slide and he throws it. I mean, his release time from slide to throw is about the best I've seen.
Price into the left-handed Rees, bowls, and Rees comes forward and just pushes this into the covers. There is no run, fielded there by Charlesworth. It's rather baseball-esque. You'll see it a lot in baseball where they slide and throw at the same time.
Infield dirt.
Yes, yeah.
To use. So I was up probably a little bit later than I should have been last night watching my team, but that's Fletch and I's discussion point. Probably bored people silly about our respective baseball teams.
Oh, so you watched the Red Sox last night, did you?
The Giants.
Oh, the Giants. Oh, okay, fair enough. As Tom Price bowls to Rees again, and again he just prods this out on the leg side, offside defensively. There is no run, because I have this thing about that. I like baseball. I think it's my favourite American sport.
Yes.
And I am able to watch it because I have a subscription to a certain channel that shows a game every evening. Last night was the Red Sox and the St. Louis Cardinals, and a high-scoring game as well. I think it finished 12-8. But I enjoy the nuance of the game of baseball, I think.
I think I like the stats as well. I'm sorry, but I do.
As Tom Price bowls to Rees, who comes forward immaculately and plays this into the offside again for no run.
But no, without wishing to bore people too much, my team won their home opener last night by a final score of 11 to... Well, actually, technically it wasn't because the other one didn't score, so it's 10 to 9 in 11 innings.
Oh, so it was
It was an epic. But anyway, I'm all sharp today.
excellent. As Price is in bowls, and Rees, we're going to run down to third man. In fact, we'll get more than one because there isn't a third man. He just opened the face and guided it down there. And there's a chase back for Ollie Price, and they'll come back for 2. So Rees is now underway, and Derbyshire's score ticks up to 277.
I mean, you would think in this situation, we'll see, but you would think even though there's the wobble of 2 wickets, the fact that you've still got Rees...
What's that? Oh, wait.
With Miles Hammond. I'm not sure it's his jumper. Maybe he's asked for one to come out because the breeze has just picked up here at the county ground. Anyway, ready to continue.
DeLange over the wicket to Rees. Bowls a lifting delivery outside the off stump, but Rees doesn't have to play a shot at it. Apologies if you are listening/watching to us on the stream and are getting some of the Radio Derby feed through. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. We've not got it at the moment, but you might just hear a little bit of it in and out again. Here comes DeLange bowls off. That's another wonderful delivery, which has been bowled on around about the line of sort of middle stump and then angling across the left-hander and then just carrying through really beautifully through to James Bracey. And DeLange has really, I mean, even compared actually with his first spell this morning so far, just seems to have kicked it up another notch. 2 slips in a gully. DeLange in over the wicket bowls, and Rees with a drive that goes square out on the offside. Chris Dent is down to do the fielding and not getting up especially quickly either. He's in the wars in the field a little bit, Chris Dent, having to do quite a lot of the fielding on those practice pitch ends. I mean, you think this is only game 1. The pitch ends are going to be rather tricky come back end of the season, I think, everywhere around the country. DeLange bowls edged and taken at second slip. DeLange's got a third. And Rees goes for 3, so it is 3 quick ones for Gloucestershire, and there will be no more relieved a man than Ollie Price, who claims the catch, because he's had a bit of a difficult time of it at second slip. But that one, because DeLange is getting such good carry, I guess Price knows that he can step back a little bit, so he had plenty of time to watch that and decide how he wanted to take that catch. Saw it well and pouched it, and De Lange has 3 for 20. Rees gone for 3. Derbyshire still lead by 56 runs with 5 wickets in hand, but Gloucestershire at last are getting something going.
It was a bit of an airy stroke from Rees, who rather wafted his bat outside the off stump without getting in line and found the edge, but it went at some speed to the slip, who took it hands up in front of his chest. A good catch given the travails of earlier this morning when 2 catches went down, but a 3rd wicket now for Gloucester in quick succession, and Derbyshire's position of dominance just before lunch now starting to waver. They do still lead by 51.
Yeah,
by 56 rather. But at one stage it was 49 with 8 wickets in hand. It's now 56 with 5. And Gloucestershire finding a way back into the match.
I suppose just that value of getting the 1 on the stroke of lunch as well. Just it wasn't quite buying a wicket, because it was a genuine wicket. It wasn't as though the ball was sort of slapped straight to a fielder, bit of luck or something like that. But just at least having broken that partnership, to be able to come back out after lunch and say, okay, at least we've finally got a new batter to bowl at here.
Yep.
That could do a side something, and also just the fact that De Lange has been outstanding so far in his 10.4 overs, and is still pretty fresh into this spell. So for now, it'll be Anuj Dal who will have to counter the pacey South African. There is 2 slips and a sort of a 4th slip, and then there's a leg gully, and that ball has gone down in front of Akhtar, who's fielding at that leg gully, and it did come off glove as well. So Anuj Dal is off the mark, but he was just playing that sort of delivery that could bring that leg gully into play, and okay, it went short of him, but De Lange's already got some encouragement even just from that.
It took a very awkward bounce as well, just in front of the fielder, flew down to the long leg.
What you want, even though some of the pace was taken off it. De Lange bowls. This is off thigh pad from Madsen as it loops out into the onside. They will scramble through for a leg bye, but nothing is particularly comfortable, even for the well-set Madsen against De Lange especially. Derbyshire 280 for 5. The over rate is -2 now, so again, you got to watch it a little bit, because if for example this is Gloucestershire's only bowling innings, then they've got no time to do anything about the over rate, and then later on in the match there might be a situation where Derbyshire are just chasing some runs, and you're not just going to want to bowl spin at both ends when there's a chance of winning a match, for example, and then you risk that going up or down, as it were, even further. So it feels as though it's getting to the point where pretty close to now that over rate might actually be a bit of a concern.
For now, Price is going to continue. The City end, bowling to Madsen, with just 1 wide slip in place. And Madsen, misdrives really off the bottom edge past the leg stump, and will get a rather fortuitous single as Bracey chases back down towards the rope, and then turns and throws at the stumps. And Dahl had turned, thinking there might be 2 there, but was sent back by Madsen.
It was quite a late scream of no, but it was in time enough.
Madsen turned looking for the second as well, but it was never there. So the field changes around for the new man, Anuj Dal, second slip back in. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. There's a mid-wicket as well as a square leg and a mid-on, and then somebody out of our view down at a long leg. It's Prices into Dahl and bowls, and Dahl goes back into his crease, then comes forward, pushing positively into the offside, but not past Hammond. And there is no run. Sun is out here at the county ground, a very pleasant looking afternoon, although there is a breeze.
It's definitely stiffer than it was yesterday.
It is, and I suspect it might be stiffer than this morning because Hammond asked for a jumper, having come out after lunch, immediately called for one. So it might be stiffer, as you say, as Price is in, bowls to Dahl, outside the off stump, shoulders, arms. And it's through to Bracey. We didn't see too much shouldering of arms this morning.
In fact, in general, we've seen a huge amount. Caleb Jewell barely left a ball.
Well, no.
Why bother when everything's coming out of the middle?
Yeah. I don't know if he batted like Ben Duckett or not yesterday.
I did mention at one
just
point
never
that
leaves anything. That's quite remarkable, really.
Fletcher, I think, expressed almost the expression of surprise at one point that a ball was left, and you're thinking, well, it's not quite Duckett, is it?
No.
But it was slightly Duckett-esque.
As Price bowls outside the off stump, and again, Dahl is happy to allow that to pass through to Bracey. Two slips in place, that's Charlesworth and Ollie Price. There's a backward point, an extra cover, and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket slightly closer than the forward square leg. In fact, they can't touch hands, but they're sort of covering a similar line there, those two, and a long leg as well. As Price is in again and bowls, and Dahl this time comes forward and pushes into the offside. Hammond fields. 281 for 5, then Derbyshire lead by 59. Madsen at 94. You talked about Madsen's numbers. I don't know, we'll come back to it a bit later on, actually. Commentators curse on these things. I know it's a load of nonsense, but...
Well, people get upset, don't they? That's the problem. I don't believe in it whatsoever.
And even less so
with
that
you.
he's not going to hear anything I was going to say. So
Especially
possibly affecting.
well, players' relatives, they get upset about this sort of thing sometimes.
Don't mention it.
I don't want to get on the wrong side of the parents, especially.
As Price is in to Dahl, that's him on the pad. There's a big appeal for LBW, and he's gone, and that did look out. Might have kept a bit low, but Anuj Dahl has got to walk, and Gloucestershire have struck again. So 3 wickets in this post-lunch session to add to the one immediately before, and Derbyshire, from position of prosperity, are now on the crumble. 281 for 6. Madsen has 94, but Dahl, the latest man to go. LBW to Tom Price for 1. Derbyshire lead by 59.
I was thinking his 1 for 50 wasn't exactly flattering for Tom Price. I think he's bowled a lot better than that. He certainly created enough chances, but he will keep probing away, hammering away at that full length, and that seemed to nip back, and as you say, keep low on Anuj Dahl, and well, that wasn't an appeal, that was a celebration, very much so. It was a not a how's that was a yeah.
It did look out, I'm afraid. Well, from a Derbyshire point of view, I'm afraid. Obviously, from a Gloucestershire point of view, well received. And much, I guess, now will hinge around Madsen and how he can shepherd the rest of this order to obviously as big a total as possible. But what might have been possible and over before lunch suddenly seems much less so.
Oh, this is the on-air production meeting time. Are you expecting this 2 o'clock?
Should be just after 2. I was
Right.
expecting one, yeah.
Probably for the best if you
Okay, so take the commentary?
do this over then, so
Okay.
I'm not suddenly. I mean, you just never know when they're going to come to you. You might get about 10 seconds worth of cue, or even less. So I'll let you take over.
Yep. De Lange will continue from the racecourse end of the ground to Madsen. He comes in bowls, and that takes Madsen on the thigh pad off an inside edge, I think, and pops out on the offside. And all of a sudden, there's a spring in the step of the Gloucestershire fielders, and there's a lot more noise out there, and everybody seems a bit more jovial with life. Whereas it had gone flat in the minutes leading up to the lunch interval until that wicket was taken. And Gloucestershire perhaps sends away back into this game as he bowls. Now that's short, that's nasty, and comes off the shoulder of Madsen's bat, and will actually go.
Championship season got underway.
Two for 6 now. Wayne Madsen has 95 to his name. He's just been joined at the crease by different game.
It certainly is a different game when, I mean, particularly a different game when DeLange's bowling. We said at one point on the first morning, very early on, when Ben Charlesworth had about 20 off 12 balls, and nobody else had scored anything, that Charlesworth looked like he was batting on a different pitch.
As DeLange bowls short, and actually signalled wide it was that short. And Anderson ducked underneath it as well. So one more will accrue to the total.
And I think Tom Price has bowled pretty well, but DeLange, he does seem to be bowling on a different pitch. You sort of transplant this to the Wanderers, and you wouldn't. I would say you wouldn't know the difference, but given the way that the ball is just flying through and what he's extracting out of the surface, it really is just amazing.
DeLange is in again and bowls, and that takes Anderson on the thigh pad as well, and just drops down in front of the short leg, who is Chris Dent.
I mean, I would say this spell, I think I mentioned it possibly yesterday. I can't remember whether it was on air or off air. You do so much talking, you forget where it was. But the spell that Marchant DeLange bowled at Northampton versus Karen Nair on the final day when Gloucestershire were pushing for wickets, Northamptonshire still had an outside chance of winning the game. But the spell that DeLange bowled to Karen Nair there, I mean, that really was test quality, and I think this spell is not far off that.
And he's in again now, bowls to Anderson, who this time gets bat on and pushes into the offside. It's fielded by Singh Dale. Again, there is no run. They've certainly come out with renewed purpose since lunchtime, Gloucestershire. And that ball in the previous over, sorry, was it in this over or previous? I lost track now. I think it was the previous one. That spat and took the shoulder of Madsen's bat was a particularly nasty delivery. Madsen was very fortunate that it didn't go to hand. It flew over the slips down to a fine third man, but could have gone anywhere, and actually could have quite easily have hit him, really. As DeLange comes in and bowls, and that's flipped very fine. There's a leg, going to get 4 for it. There's a leg slip in place, and the ball actually went between him and the wicket keeper as Anderson flicked off his pads, but it was in the air, and a little fortunate to get away with it, but get away with it he did. And he is now off the mark. He has 4. Madsen still 95. And Derbyshire 287 for 6.
And that's not probably the delivery that you have the leg slip in place for, but it would have, I mean, it was slightly fortunate, but it would have also been quite a fortunate wicket if it had gone to the leg slip. But then at the same time, you know, you've got that fielder in there.
That's the reason he's there, yeah.
Yeah, I suspect he's probably more in there for the shorter ball that goes round the corner than the fuller one. But even so, if it happens to to produce the wicket bowling that line, and you can still bring some modes of dismissal into play there, but just not quite falling that time. Madsen on 95, facing up to Tom Price, who has grabbed a wicket since lunch as well. This is push driven up to mid-off for no run. So it was really two bowlers that did, well, the entirety of the damage for Derbyshire in terms of the wickets in the first innings. Ollie Price has grabbed that one, but in this innings it is Tom Price and DeLange who've taken 5 out of the 6, albeit I'm sure Matt Taylor will be still seething somewhere that he should have had one by now, but still, those two, as Price bowls, tries a Yorker, and a flamingo shot from Madsen sends it out to mid-wicket for no run. In terms of the consistency and the real feeling that, I used the term earlier, there is a real bowling partnership there, pressure being kept on from both ends. It has been when Tom Price and Marchant DeLange are bowling in tandem. And so from a Gloucestershire perspective, whilst this lasts, and they've got those two bowling, and they've got those two with a clatter of wickets falling, they just want to keep going, keep taking another one. It's a short, wide ball, and to be honest, it almost looked as though they wanted to get Madsen off strike, but they're not going to do that because, oh, there's a direct hit from the outfield, which I think fairly clearly Madsen was home, but that just made it slightly interesting because you weren't expecting that. That was a terrific bit of fielding, I think, from Hammond. And
who else?
Well, it had to be, didn't it? But it's a slightly strange bit of cricket. It was cut to Dent at cover, who then parried it out to point. They alertly came back for a second. Hammond off the boundary with a direct hit, but not quite in time. 97 for Madsen. You probably better do this, seeing as you're the home commentator.
As Price comes in and bowls, and Madsen will get another single, this time off a thick outside edge down to third man, where Van Buren does the fielding.
And inevitably, that's what happens.
He goes to 98. 290 for 6.
I love 4-day cricket. There's even with wickets falling, there's just a sort of a rhythm that you get into, and then all of a sudden you've got a ball being deflected and a direct hit from the outfield, and it can feel more like a one-day game. But yeah, certainly plenty happening out there when there wasn't really much happening this morning, other than mostly Derbyshire runs scoring. 2 slips for Tom Price to Anderson, who takes a step down the pitch and has come across his stumps there and turned it out to mid-wicket with, well, just as much bat as he hoped for, but certainly going to interest a bowler when you're walking across your stumps like that, especially early on in your innings. And we have seen a ball just seemingly keep a bit low to get rid of Anuj Dal from Tom Price.
I think I'll come back to him in a minute.
Last ball of this over. Thudding that bat into the ground is Anderson, edged and caught. It's Tom Price. Caught Ollie Price. They combine to get rid of Anderson. It is 7 down now, Derbyshire. Just full enough to induce the drive, but it was really not particularly close to a drive ball. And Ollie Price with a relatively straightforward catch at second slip. He's now got 2 catches since the lunch break, and Derbyshire, either side of lunch, have lost now.
5
for 19, yeah. So 3 each for Tom Price and Marchant DeLange, 3 for 53 and 3 for 27 respectively, and they have just been combining nicely. there's just, I don't know whether there's just that extra bit of, I don't know, you're always thinking you've got to be on your mettle with every ball that De Lange sends down, because he's sending it down at pace and really making you jump about. Is there just a little relaxation that causes Anderson to go walking down the pitch and then clipping that one away and then going for a flash outside the off stump? Is there just that little bit of relaxation with Tom Price? Whether that's what has made this bowling partnership good, but anyway, it's produced another wicket.
It was a bit of a flimsy stroke, really, rather like Rees poking outside the off stump. It's similar with Anderson. And poking his bat at it, and the edge was well taken at the second slip by Tom Price. So, Ollie Price. Sorry.
I really didn't impress Nick Webb by saying "Price, Price, baby." One of the first times that happened. If you know Nick Webb, you can imagine the look of thunder I received across the commentary box. So I haven't repeated that again until now.
Just have, yes.
Formidable figure of Zach Chappell at the non-striker's end.
So he can hold a bat. As first delivery is pushed into the leg side by Madsen, who will now go to 99. Off strike for a moment. It's De Lange bowling from the racecourse end of the ground.
4 matches on loan, Zach Chappell, for Gloucestershire back in the 2022 season. I think they were rather hoping to sign Zach Chappell when he was available, but Derbyshire rather closer to his. I think really enjoyed his time in Bristol, and certainly still well liked by supporters down there, but didn't particularly want to move that far down. I think he, ties up here, and Derbyshire made a lot more sense from a geography point of view, and he's certainly enjoyed his time here as well, so it's worked out well for him.
He's become a mainstay of the side in a very short space of time. He faced up for his first ball from De Lange now, and he drives nicely into the offside, and will get at least 1. They may come back for 2. Indeed, they will. There's plenty of time as Singdale does the fielding. Interesting field for Chappell. There are 2 slips in place. There's a leg slip, a short leg as well. And also, there's a third man, backward point, extra cover. A wide mid-on, stretching towards mid-wicket as bowls, and Chappell securely behind this, pushes up and then decides late to have a quick single, then he'll have to hurry. Oh. And Singdale, who came across from that extra cover position, essayed a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that would have been close had he hit. I suspect he might have been just home, but they were late taking off for the single, and might easily have paid the price there.
Yes.
As it was, Chappell advances by 1-3, and Derbyshire 294 for 7.
Easiest to tell from the replay, but I think they had it. Singdale is a good fielder. He's quick, but possibly to a Dent or a Hammond, that would have been a suicidal single.
Well, it's interesting because Van Buren at the wide mid-on was actually closer to the ball than Singdale. Anyway, Madsen on 99 faces De Lange and drive to Singdale at extra cover. There is no run.
I think it was it just after lunch? I talked about the possibility of Gloucestershire, the incredible impossibility of them keeping this lead down in double digits.
Double digits, yeah, well.
Still a chance.
Very much so now. The lead is 72. As De Lange is into Madsen, and Madsen gets right in behind this and plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. So the character of the game has turned really since that wicket just before lunch. And that just goes to show the importance of not losing a wicket just before lunch, because it just upsets the rhythm of the innings. With the break as well and a new man at the crease immediately after. And Derbyshire haven't really recovered from that. As DeLange is in and bowls, and Madsen again defends at the crease, really, just pushing up to Singdale. At extra cover, end of the over. And Derbyshire 294 for 7, Madsen 99, Chappell has 3, the lead is 72.
Yeah, and it's funny, you didn't really think too much of it at the time when the wicket fell at the end of the session. I mean, yeah, okay, it didn't really even put much of a dampener on what had been another fantastic session for Derbyshire.
There was a disappointment to lose a wicket, having gone through virtually the whole session relatively untroubled. But you still thought they'd have taken that at the start of play, and they had everything to look forward to in the afternoon session with 7 wickets in hand and the lead of whatever it was, 46 or something.
And you're still thinking from what you've seen, well, there's probably a fair chance that we're going to get another partnership, and Gloucestershire's heads had dropped, but here we are. Tom Price bowling to Zach Chappell, and Chappell punches this one on the bounce back to Tom Price.
I do wonder whether the effect of the heavy roller has worn off, because obviously that was on before the start of the day for its regulation 7 minutes or 7.5 minutes or whatever it was. Whatever they're allowed, which would have had a deadening effect from 11 o'clock. And I wonder whether that's just the effect of that has worn off, because we have seen some variable bounce and one particularly nasty delivery from DeLange.
Tom Price runs in and bowls, and Chappell just guides this one down into the gully region. There's a race on towards the boundary for DeLange, who's mid-spell. He does terrifically well down into the tumble. And is it DeLange? No, it's not. It's not DeLange at all. It's Joe Phillips. How could I mistake anybody for Marshawn DeLange? I did think that was a little bit unlike DeLange, the dive. Phillips is on as a substitute again. He's actually as tall lad as Joe Phillips, isn't he? I mean,
He is tall. Yeah.
Again, pretty much everybody has to be in this Gloucestershire side. It's 3 runs to Zach Chappell and 297 for 7.
Just a rearrangement of the field for Madsen. In fact, there's nobody saving a single on the leg side now. As, in fact, yes, the deep square legs come back in. But Price bowls to Madsen, who chops this down to third man and will reach 100. What a lovely innings from Wayne Madsen, who came in yesterday evening, had to fight through to the close of play, but has batted through without a chance being given to another first-class century for Derbyshire. Terrific innings. He's held it together. Him and Harry came earlier in the day. Wayne has reached 100 runs, 144 deliveries, an excellent innings from the Derbyshire captain.
Price running into sorry, which one we're going back to now? Yeah. Price to Chappell, and this is defended up to mid-on for no run. So first class 100, number 40 for Wayne Madsen. That is quite the tally.
So what I was going to say earlier, before I stopped because I didn't want to put the mockers on it, was when you mentioned the number of half centuries he had, was how many had he converted into hundreds.
Mm-hmm. So that's now 40 hundreds and 88 50s. And in fact, as Price bowls to Chappell, this is clipped away through backward square. They'll take 1. That should be it. As Singdale comes in from long leg. 299 for 7. In fact, 40 first class hundreds, 8 list A hundreds, and 2 T20 hundreds. So I make that his 50th professional 100.
Well, that's a terrific effort. Terrific effort from Wayne Madsen, who's been here for about 15 years now, something like that, and really made Derbyshire his home, both in a cricketing and a family sense. And he's been a stalwart of the side for that period of time.
Tom Price bowls. Madsen gets a little bit squared up by that one as it goes out to Joe Phillips at cover. There is no run. 299 for 7. We were at lunch just briefly chatting about Madsen's record, and he does he does like batting against Gloucestershire, but it's one of those where, and I'll bring up the exact numbers at least before this game, but it feels as though he tends to either score 100 against Gloucestershire or it's a low one, because his average is fantastic, but then his whole first-class average is fantastic. He's averaging, well, let's round it up to 41 in first-class cricket. I think this was last year, so it'll have gone up, but I think he was averaging about 48 against Gloucestershire. So, you know, above his career average, but he's had some massive scores against Gloucestershire, including a double 100 down at Bristol quite a long time ago now. I've certainly well before my time doing this, so it shows you his longevity.
We have a change of bowling at the racecourse, and Ajit Singh Dale is into bowl to Chappell. He comes forward and blocks determinedly up to mid-off. There is no run. So well on to Wayne Madsen, 50 centuries for Derbyshire over a career that's lasted certainly a decade and a half and more. As Singdale is in again and bowls ball full length, and Chappell essays a very flamboyant drive at this and hits thin air as Bracey takes the ball. There is no run.
The challenge, even 7 down, is can Gloucestershire keep that same pressure on now that De Lange is not in the attack and spearheading things? That delivery gives you some hope from Singdale, because that's what he wants to be doing.
As he comes in and bowls short bouncer to Chappell. Not a bad one, a bit leg side-ish, but Chappell had to get underneath it. It wasn't a wide, which indicates that it was rather better directed than one or two of his previous efforts. Well, Singdale will be looking for something out of this innings, because thus far he's bowled a little over 8 overs for 65. He's been going at 8 and over and not looked like taken a wicket. Generally short and wide, particularly to Madsen, who made the most of his opportunities as he bowls again. And Chappell again, very extravagantly, steps away from this and attempts to hammer it. There's almost like a 50th over of a one-day game stroke at the end of the innings as he tried to hammer it over extra cover. It was a remarkable stroke. And he got nothing for his troubles either, as he mistimed it into the covers.
So this is why you shouldn't remember statistics from 2 years ago. His average coming into this was 42.5, so it was actually a little bit, was closer to his career average. That's his average against Gloucestershire, and that's his 6th 100 against Gloucestershire.
Singdale bowls, and there's another extravagant drive from Chappell, and again hits thin air. It's an interesting over this.
It looks as if he's out to enjoy himself, that Chappell.
He does, without too much of a productive nature so far. He seems to have tired of blocking very quickly. He's only faced 11 balls. And he's hit thin air more often than he's hit the ball, I think. Anyway, Singdale will be thinking this is his moment. Just get it in the right spot as he comes in and bowls. And Chappell this time flicks in the air and will get runs through mid-wicket. In fact, he might even get 4. It's slowing up, is it? Just going to get to the rope, just beats the man going out there trying to do the fielding. And Chappell picks up 4 for his troubles. He'll go to 11. Madsen 100, Derbyshire 300 up. A second batting point for them. 303-4-7. Derbyshire lead by 81. If you had 50p to put on this lead, do you reckon it'll get over 100 or not? 19 runs to go.
I think it will get there, yeah.
It possibly depends on Madsen still being there, would be my view.
I think Chappell will
Chappell
get a
can
few
bat.
more out
He
the
can
middle.
score
Yeah.
runs. There was a game, I think, I'm sure it was Chappell, and I think Ross Whiteley won a one-day game at Northampton last year, where they put on a remarkable amount for the 10th wicket, I think, a 9th wicket, something like that, about 80. Maybe, but probably more than that. Derbyshire looked completely dead and buried in that game, and Chappell and Whiteley pulled it round.
I think I might even... That does ring
Might
a
have been
bell. I think I might
it
even have been
more,
watching
120 or something like that. But they were completely out of the
Obviously
game.
with Radders and Fletcher's commentary sing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Matt Taylor back into the attack from the City end. He's coming in left arm round, and Madsen is forward and pushing this one up to mid-on. So Taylor doing this as he often will do if he thinks he's more likely to be getting reverse swing than conventional. So he'll come round the wicket and use that angle to try and accentuate the in swing to the left, to the right-handed batter. Almost didn't confuse myself there. Ollie Price is the solitary slip. Sort of first and a half slip. It's mostly a field for containment. Matt Taylor bowls a short ball. It's pulled round the corner by Madsen, and Ajit Singh Dale, you can never really quite trust the outfield, even if the ball seems to be mostly along the floor down there, but he sprawled and stopped it, and a single is taken. 304 for 7.
Well, you half ought to be wearing a mouth guard, to be honest.
Yes. Quite. And it's just, you know, it's, I think it's just something that's going to happen everywhere. Even the test grounds are going to struggle with the outfields this summer if we continue with the dry weather.
You can see the drainage lines on the outfield here.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's been put in this winter or it's the old ones that are there, but they're just more noticeable because we've had so little rain that the grass hasn't grown.
Matt Taylor round the wicket, bowls and passes the edge of Chappell with one that just lifts and maybe holds its line on Chappell as well, as he's expecting the ball to be coming into him. And it goes past the edge. So 3 wickets apiece for Tom Price and Marchant de Lange, 1 for Ollie Price. It was 271 for 3 at lunch, with Ollie Price having broken that gigantic partnership of 177 between Kame and Madsen. It lasted the morning as Matt Taylor bowls to Chappell. There's no run as he defends into the offside. Kane trapped LBW for 83 to what turned out to be the last ball before lunch. There was still 1 ball left in the over. Since then, Brooke Guest with a catch behind off a typically searching delivery from Marchant de Lange. Guest went for 1. Rees with an edge to second slip for 3. And then Tom Price claiming his second and third wickets. Dahl LBW for 1. And Anderson flashing at 1, caught second slip for 4. With Chappell now defending once more to Matt Taylor, so he's come a little bit more circumspect to Matt Taylor. He seemed to want to get after Singh Dale, but maybe he's a bit more happy just to sit there with... I mean, Taylor's not slow, don't get me wrong, but maybe just that slightly lesser pace, and you're just thinking...
Sure, in action on day 2 of the...
And into the onside, there is no run. So the stand at the far end, rather less populated since lunch. There was a reasonable number in there beforehand, and there's some in there now, but not as many as there had been previously. I'm presuming they've not all gone home, so they've either migrated to another part of the ground or they're still having lunch somewhere. I don't know. Singdale comes in and bowls again, and Madsen drives up to mid-on, but again there's no run. That's Van Buren doing the fielding there.
There's a lot of people in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, it's basking in the sunshine. There's a new stand being built away to our left, but it's not yet open. Which adds some more seating capacity to the ground. The capacity of the ground is, I'll come back to it in a minute, as Singdale comes in and bowls, and Madsen again defends this time. Into the offside, there is no run. The capacity of the ground, I think, is registered as 4,999, which must have something to do with fire regulations.
Yes, I was going to say, I know why that is.
But there aren't nearly 5,000 seats in the ground, although that additional stand will add some more. So it'll be interesting to know how many people are expected to stand when they turn up, if they get a capacity crowd. As Singdale is in and bowls, and Madsen comes forward and just fiddles this away on the offside, really, for a single out behind square on the offside. And he will go to 102, score 307 for 7.
It's a little bit like the first Cheltenham Festival post-COVID, where they got it categorised as something like an outdoor event rather than, say, something like a sporting event, which meant that they could have more people come into the Cheltenham Festival. Because I mean, effectively, it is a field.
Oh yeah, it's a huge field.
So
yeah.
I guess they were allowed to do that, but they're just these things you have to go through.
Singdale bowls to Chappell, who shoulders arms to this one and allows it to pass through. Yeah, but of course at Cheltenham there's a huge crowd. They all congregate in the same place, really, don't they? They're at that top end of the course where the finishing line is. But I guess if they say that's the whole area of the course, I don't know how they do it, really. Talking of horse racing, Grand National at 4 o'clock today at Aintree.
Oh gosh, is that today? I didn't even realise.
Yep. As Singdale comes in and bowls, and Chappell was a very wishy-washy stroke at that, and was fortunate not to get a nick through to Bracey. He survives. He has 13. Madsen has 102. Derbyshire 307 for 7. Lead by 85. The bonus points, Derbyshire have 5 to date, and Gloucestershire have 2.
Just looking actually to see whether Chappell and Singdale played in the same game during that loan spell. They played in one game together, so I mean, obviously time overlapped on the staff. I don't think they would have overlapped in white ball cricket, so it must just be that one game. Here's Matt Taylor into Madsen, and this is tucked away towards backward square. Should just be the single, and will be, as Hammond comes off the boundary. One more run, 103 to Madsen, but I'd say he was certainly a very popular figure amongst his teammates, Zach Chappell, and I know Fletch likes to point out the Martin Anderson with 2 S's every time, but I think Zach Chappell was Zach Chappell with 1 P to start with, because they didn't get his name right on the back of his shirt.
Oh, really?
Here comes Taylor and bowls, and striking Chappell on the pad. Thought briefly about a leg bye, but it was a wise decision not to go through. Ball going down the leg side, still wasn't really much of an appeal.
I didn't get Singdale's name right on the scorecard either.
Ajit Singdale, yes.
Yeah.
It's great. I'm not going to be able to see Ajit at all without thinking of him as S-I-N-G. Dale. Dear.
When I saw it, I thought that doesn't look right, but I
No.
had to check it on his shirt. I assume his shirt's right and the scorecard's wrong.
It really didn't look right. Here comes Taylor and bowls, and Chappell opts into line and defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. Marchant de Long Zaman Akdor. What else can we have? No. Just looking over at the Derbyshire side, I suppose you could misspell Chappell's name another way. Anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting that I wasn't aware of that they'd only put one P in his.
Yes,
his
he was
name.
Zach
Does it spell it
Chappell
wrong?
on his back for Gloucestershire for a while. I think they got him one that.
Oh, it's
his
on his
name.
Gloucestershire
Oh,
shirt.
yes,
Oh,
sorry,
yes,
yes.
it-
It was when he was on loan at Gloucestershire. This is pushed
Yes.
up to mid-on for no run by
It wouldn't be at
Chappell.
Derbyshire.
No, because I think in his blast games that he played for Gloucestershire, which he was really impressive in, it was the first time I'd really seen Chappell bowl much in T20 cricket. He actually did have one game. I think it was only the one T20 match on loan for Gloucestershire, and I want to say it was in something like the 2018 season even. So he was quite young. I didn't know too much about him. Taylor bowls. This is driven aerially and dismissively between extra cover and mid-off for 4 by Chappell. It bounds away over the rope for 4. And he certainly didn't hold back there. He was trying a few of those shots against Singh Dale. And that's the first one that he's really trying to get both sets of teeth into. And he certainly whacked that away. 312 for 7.
Gave it the full flourish of the bat, didn't he, there, and hit through the line. Just a bit of width.
Interesting. Ben Charlesworth appears to be loosening up at first slip. And this looks more than just a casual stretching of the arms. Matt Taylor is in. Oh, that looks as if it has stayed down, whether that's just the way that Chappell's played it or not, because he hopped onto the back foot and then tried to roll the wrists on it, but that looked very strange. Maybe it's just because Chappell is that tall, but it did seem as if the ball might have stayed down on him. Anyway, there's no run, so it comes off maybe a combination of bat and pad. Can I have another look at that, because maybe it was just, yeah, I don't know. It was odd because he looked like he almost felt that he was going to get hit in the chest by it, and then it wasn't actually that short. Maybe he just decided that Taylor was going to bowl him a bouncer. I'm not sure what went on there. Anyway, lead is 90 at the end of that over.
Singh Dale will continue, still searching for his first wicket as he comes in and bowls, and Madsen again fiddles this away on the offside for a single. A vacant area at point and just behind there as the man is out on the rope, and they trot through very gently. Interestingly, De Lange was the first to congratulate Madsen on his 100.
He would have
fellow
been.
South Africans, of course. Give him a little fist bump, as is the modern idiom. No such gentlemanly thing as a handshake.
So I'd better not give you a fist bump at the end of the day then.
No. As Singh Dale comes in and with an awful lot of effort fires one down the leg side that Bracey tumbles away and does well to collect, preventing 4 byes. Bent his back there, did Singh Dale, but misdirected at the same time. There was no run.
So 23 runs this partnership. After a flurry of wickets, the first real steadying, and again it's coincided. I think Singh Dale has bowled much better in this spell, but it has coincided with De Lange being out of the attack again.
Singh Dale comes in and bowls, and Chappell is stoically forward, pushing to extra cover. There's no one. He's an uncomplicated batsman, is Zach Chappell. Not to say that it's unorthodox, but he doesn't embellish any stroke with anything more than is necessary to be effective.
Yeah, he bats like a tall, fast bowler, but he's not a bowler.
He's not
He's
not a
definitely
rabbit.
a bowler who bats. Yeah,
That's right. Yeah, but he stands tall at the crease and he moves his feet as much or as little as he has to effect his stroke. And he waits now as Chappell comes in and doesn't bowl. Interesting. Went all the way through with his action, didn't let go of the ball. He's complaining about the footholds, I think.
It was
Just
almost as
feel
good
it.
as Griff's magic trick at lunch. Did you see that?
I didn't see the trick. No, I heard him regaling you with tales of the
At the PA.
of the
yes.
PA at Derbyshire over many years, which are very amusing.
Most
but I missed
most
his
of which I
magic
can't repeat, but for obvious reasons. But no, his now you see it, now you don't magic trick.
No, I didn't see that,
Oh,
no.
oh, it's magnificent.
No. Singdale comes in and bowls, and Chappell, again with that minimum of effort, pushes forcefully back up the pitch, but Singdale fields on his follow through. And
Just
there is no run.
Balls up a hand, gets a bit of cloth and stuffs it down into the hand. You say the magic word, and then it's gone,
Really
just like that. Fantastic.
remarkable. He's a man of many talents. He has written a very nice book on the history of county cricket at Chesterfield. As Singdale comes in and bowls a bouncer again with a huge amount of effort. It's almost as though he bowled that with a tennis ball. Pitched it so short and it looped so gently through to Bracey. It's a wonder it even reached him, really. And Chappell just stood there and looked at it disdainfully.
It was just quite funny 'cause
and
he-
wondered what on earth he was trying to do.
For a moment, he sort of briefly flinched, thinking this could be coming at me at a pace. And then it was, oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's what's happening. It sort of
it was,
almost had time to just gently incline his head round as the ball passed him.
Anyway, he's going to have another go now. Singdale, as he comes in and bowls, that's a ball of better length, just short of a length. And Chappell, this time it's time to fend it away into the offside, where they will take a single. That will complete the over for Singdale. He has now bowled 11 overs and has rather unpromising figures of 0 for 72. Well, he's got it down below 7 and over now. Still would like a wicket in the column to give it some respectability. Chappell has 18 anyway. He's gone along quite nicely. Madsen, 104, has been rather becalmed since he got to his 100. Derbyshire 314 for 7, now lead by 92. I will say, having watched Singdale, I do like his action. I do like his little sort of whippy, slingy action, but I do get the feeling he's wasting an awful lot of effort trying to bowl bouncers because they're neither effective or well directed.
I think, and I'm always wary of doing this because I'm no coach, and also who on earth am I to tell anybody or point out anything in terms of bowling? But I think probably as his career goes on, I'll put it this way, as Taylor bowls to Zach Chappell, he plops a defensive shot out into the covers. I think as Singdale's career goes on, his bouncer will get better. I think because he's got the pace to work with, I think, but as we've said, it's very skiddy pace. So I think when he bowls his bumper, it does so often seem to pitch quite short and balloon like that. But I think he will, as Taylor bowls. This is clipped backward of square by Chappell for a couple of runs. Singdale himself will be called into action from long leg. Chappell moves up to 20, 316 for 7. You say it's been Chappell who's been doing the bulk of the scoring. He's had more strike in the partnership as well, but I suppose that's natural given the fact that Gloucestershire want to be bowling at him. But at the moment, Chappell is defying them, 20 from 30. But yeah, I think he's still young, he's still developing, and I think the bouncer is probably something that as it develops, Taylor bowls and Chappell's beaten. He withdrew the bat from it, but I think the ball was a bit closer to the bat than Chappell made out from his withdrawal of it as it passes through to the keeper.
I think I would suggest that given he's bowled 11 over 72, he cuts the bounce around and concentrates on trying to hit the top of off stump.
Well, I think yesterday his problem was he was just that bit short. It was more like thigh length, and Jewel in particular was just punching those through the offside consistently. Taylor is in, and Chappell will open the face and guide it towards backward point. But you as a bowler who can get it above 90 miles an hour, and that's been shown from, you know, official ECB speed guns, not even those unofficial ones on some of the feeds that you see. But, you know, one of your primary weapons is going to beat your bouncer. You know, if you're going to trouble people, as Taylor is in, and this has been driven straight back and just to the onside of the stumps and for 4 by Zach Chappell. It's another one of those, just as you put it, sort of uncomplicated shots that Chappell plays, and it sort of makes a clatter off his bat and speeds away. Nobody had a chance to get to that one. 4 more runs, 320 for 7, the lead up to 98.
Just as we were mentioning earlier, he plays these shots with these strokes with a minimum of effort, and that was a prime example, really. Derbyshire's lead 98, so indeed 3 figures beckons.
Whilst Madson's still there, that just gives Chappell a bit of licence as well. Taylor bowls, and this is fended off awkwardly by Chappell into the onside, but there's no short leg, so it's not in a huge amount of danger, and Taylor still remains wicketless himself, 0 for 69, Derbyshire 320 for 7. The partnership reaches 30 and just continues to, okay, Derbyshire would have been pretty aggrieved, I think, if you'd have said that they would be in this position, well, let's not even just say at lunch, maybe just an over before lunch, but it just takes this partnership extending a bit. The lead gets over 100, and then you have the psychological factor of that as well, not just in the field, but then coming out to bat, and you know, where it felt like it could just slip away from Derbyshire. There isn't quite that feeling so much with this partnership, and still with Madsen there, the possibility to add plenty more.
Singdale has another go on his edge to slip, and he's dropped, and Madsen has a life, and Singdale's misery continues. It's a straightforward chance really to slip. It's Charlesworth there, and it was straight in and straight out. It wasn't a difficult by first slip standards, it was not a difficult chance.
I'm
it was
afraid
about
that's
waist high.
Ollie Price again.
That's Ollie Price. Sorry.
Because with the one slip, they've gone with Price there, Charlesworth at mid wicket. So
yeah, apologies.
yeah,
Price. That's the third one he's put down then, and it was straight in and straight out. And Madsen has a life at 104 as Singdale comes in and bowls again, and he plays and misses at that one this time. And all of a sudden, Singdale has found the spot.
Yep, that's the spot that DeLanger was bowling on.
Yeah. And, interesting go, but Tom Price at the far end. Kane was dropped off his very first ball this morning when he bowled over the wicket, but very quickly resorted to bowling around the wicket to the right-handers and has persisted with that ever since. And I'm not sure that it's the right thing to be doing, really. I think the different angle from a left armer over the wicket. Madsen just plays this one down behind point. Sorry, I lost my train of thought momentarily there for 1. We'll go to 105, 321 for 7. Sorry, we're talking about Taylor there, not
yeah,
Price. They go around the wicket, and I think that loses this element of the angle.
Normally, I would agree, but having watched a lot of Taylor, some of his best spells for Gloucestershire have been from round the wicket.
Right.
Because he does get that, the angle and then the reverse to the right-handers.
As Singdale bowls to Chappell, who defends into the offside, there is no run. I think it would be worth going back to doing it, though, given that he's still wicketless. And having a go. Anyway, that's for another time. At the moment, Derbyshire lead by 99, 321 for 7.
I've popped a second slip in now for Chappell as
Chappell,
well, so
they
they've
have
gone back to thinking about Nick's carrying to the slips again. Taking the mid-wicket out.
As Singdale comes in again and bowls. And Chappell again forward, blocking into the offside, and there is no run. Not a cloud in the sky now at the county ground at Derbyshire, gloriously blue, and a hint of haze in the distance over the city perhaps. But otherwise a very pleasant afternoon, and the temperature on the rise. And expected to get up to about 15 or 16 degrees today, which is very pleasant for the beginning of April, and in marked contrast to 12 months ago when we were underwater, basically. As Singdale bowls a ball of full length, and Chappell comes forward half driving, rather stopped his stroke. Up to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. A fruitless one for the unfortunate Singdale, who had Wayne Madsen dropped at slip by Ollie Price. He's bowled 12 overs for 73 now, Singdale, so he's coming down. It's just a sliver over 6 and over, his economy rate. So small compensations from where he was.
It is
earlier on in
unusual
the
for him
day.
to be that expensive, because it's one of the things that you really noticed about him when he first came on. He can bowl that quickly, but he's pretty accurate. I mean, you look at his economy rates over the last couple of years. I mean, in 2023, he had an economy rate of under 3.5, which these days is pretty decent, especially when you're bowling at that pace. Here's Matt Taylor continuing. This is edged and through a vacant second-ish, third-ish slip. I think second might have got a hand on it if there'd been one, but there isn't, and it's gone wide of Ollie Price at first slip and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, that will not improve Taylor's mood much, which has not been great all day. And, oh dear. I think I'd give him a wide berth when we get back into the changing room.
Yes, I don't think somehow, even if Matt Taylor completes the 3-wicket haul here, I don't think I'm going to be talking to him at the end of the day.
Let him sit in a corner on his own and stew.
Gosh, that was a very strange shot from Madsen as well. Taylor bowls to him. This is driven back towards him. He was never going to let go of that. The throw towards Madsen was faked, and there's a little bit of a discussion now, I think, about the ball, possibly. Yeah, De Lange was the one showing it to. Well, it seems as if he was pointing the direction of Van Buren, actually, who's down at deep third, rather than Bracey, who's
showed it to
captain.
Bracey, who's the captain.
Well, I think
shall we ask the umpires about the ball, I think is what he's saying. So.
He showed it to Van Buren, whether it was almost like a sort of a reflex reaction from when Van Buren was captain, saying, should I show it? But they have seemingly not only shown it to the umpires, but also successfully got it changed. I don't think that the ball has really not been doing a great deal. I think it's been doing enough. The chances have been created, but they haven't been taken.
I suspect what might have happened is when that edge for 4 from Madsen came down, it made a right clatter underneath, and I wonder where that scarred
Yeah,
it.
could have done. But either way, you're not going to change a ball for no reason. You know, there's got to be something that's not feeling right in the hand. So if it's obviously that out of shape, then get it changed. But it was another edge, albeit one that, I mean, again, you could say, yeah, maybe Madsen wouldn't have played with quite that much freedom if there'd been a second slip in place, but they are finding the edges of the bats, but scant consolation given the fact that this partnership has taken Derbyshire to a lead of over 100. And albeit it has been a really good session so far for Gloucestershire. There's got to be that nagging thought at the back of your mind that it could be that much better, and especially with Madsen being the latest to receive a reprieve, with Brown and Morley to come and then Chappell at the other end. It has a different feel to Brown and Morley with Madsen at the other end, even though it has, as we've been saying, been Chappell who's done the bulk of the scoring in this partnership. So the changed ball is
I don't know if you can
in
find this,
hand.
but he must have faced the majority of the strike as well, has he?
Yes, I think, if I do the maths right, Chappell has faced 37 and Madsen has faced 19 in this
2 to 1.
partnership.
Yeah.
So Matt Taylor, first ball with this changed ball to Madsen, who plays that into the ground to the onside for no run. So the ball in the first innings lasted for 61 overs before being changed. This one's 68.2, so I mean, actually, comparatively speaking, that's a little bit longer than some, but of course it's early season and the squares aren't quite as abrasive as they will be later on in the season. It's been nice not to have to talk about ball changes too much. Taylor bowls and Madsen is just nudging towards point and thinking about a single, but deciding against it as Charlesworth gets to the ball.
I just think that unless the ball is unusable, they should just get on with it. Shouldn't be allowed to change it. That's my personal opinion.
They're changing the balls for due now in the IPL. To change the ball at any point in the second innings, regardless of whether there's any due about, you can change it. Taylor in, and Madsen plays this close to his body. I think he was looking for the gap in the gully, but it goes more towards points. Again,
Well, we shan't get into the debate about whether IPL is cricket or not.
Oh, so you wouldn't like to know the score in the IPL? Then? I thought perhaps you might not like to know the score in the IPL. It's double-header day today with double the fun.
Twice the misery.
In comes Taylor, bowls a full ball, it's driven aerially up and over short extra cover position and away to the boundary. So Madsen finishes that over off with a 4 and has moved his score to 113, the lead up to 107.
Taking a chance in the air there through extra cover with Zaman Akhtar, because he's a tall chap. You're going to hit it over him, you've got to hit it a fair way in the air. And either side as well, because he's got some reach.
Yes, quite. I almost get the impression from the way that Madsen's batting now, I don't know whether this is right or not, but I almost get the impression he's batting really quite freely in terms of his footwork. I mean, it's not particularly orthodox, some of what he's doing, but some of the way that he's batting indicates to me that he thinks that a lead of 100 is a pretty good lead already. That's just the feeling I'm getting from what he's doing. And, you know, he's been out there on that pitch more than anybody else now.
As Singdale comes in and tries again, and Chappell drives back down the pitch, but Singdale fields off his own bowling.
And, you know, that might be
No run.
quite within your rights to think that's a really obvious thing to say. Like a lead of 100 is always valuable, but sometimes you just get the feeling a lead of 100 and then a side in a third innings flattening pitch. Okay, it's important, but it could be overcome. Madsen's giving me the impression that he thinks, actually, okay, if I score some runs, I'll score some more, but, you know.
Singdale bowls, and Chappell will get a run down to third man off almost the back of the bat there, as he turned his wrists on it and found the edge. He'll take a single. 2 slips are in place for Chappell, reduced to 1 for Madsen. And there are 1, 2, 3 boundary riders for him. Not quite as defensive as it might be, but very much in damage limitation mode at the moment for Gloucestershire. As Singdale comes in again, and the ball's short down the leg side. Madsen ducks underneath it. without any issue. Van Buren at mid-on offering some encouragement.
What is Martian Delanga doing?
Martian
He's doing like a crocodile clap at mid-off to somebody.
Some performing seal.
Yes.
I think he was mimicking Van Buren, really. Anyway, Singdale has ball in hand. And he comes in and bowls, and Madsen turns off his pads towards square leg. There's a man out there 2/3 of the way out. It's Actor who does the fielding, and they take one more. Madsen goes to 116. Oh, no, it's gone back to 113. It was at 115 a minute ago.
This is 114 on that board.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
we're all over the place. Who knows where we're at? Yep, 114, that's it. Yep. 331 for 7. He's in, edged and dropped again by Price at second slip. That's 4 that have gone down now. He's having an absolute mare. For his own sake, the captain really needs to take him out of there. He's dropped 4 catches this morning, Price. There was a run there for Chappell as well. It was a bit of an airy drive. Off the edge and a regulation chance to second slip. And Price palmed it round the post, really.
You sort of, so you sort of worry a little bit. You just hope it doesn't carry through to his batting as well, because he might well be batting before, well, certainly before the day's out, you'd have thought.
He comes in and edged, and this time it's edged between wicketkeeper and first slip for 4. Singdale having absolutely no luck whatsoever here. He bowled poorly earlier on, but he's created 3 chances in very quick succession there. 2 chances have gone to hand and gone down, and the third one, Madsen, who was on 114, has edged it between the wicketkeeper and the wide-standing slip. So he is another Gloucestershire bowler who will trudge off to the boundary, thoroughly disgruntled with life. Madsen, meanwhile, has 118 to his name. Derbyshire 336 for 7. Chappell 26. And this partnership, after that early flurry of wickets post-lunch, has now realised 46. I guess when the luck's not with you, the luck's not with you.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
But it's eerily reminiscent of Derbyshire's first game last year, where they dropped chance. I think they dropped 15 chances in the game. Absolutely nothing stuck. Whereas first innings this time round, everything was held, really, other than a very difficult chance in the gully. And it's Gloucester who've had butterfingers, and not Ollie Price in particular. Yeah. 4 chances to go down in a day.
I think you have to say, looking at the replay of the one that went between keeper and first slip, and for the benefit of those who can't see especially, I mean, it would have been sharp for Bracey. He may have had to go one-handed, but nobody else was going to get there other than Bracey, so
it was a genuine first slips chance had there been a first slip in place, but Price has stood at a wide first slip and a half, really. He didn't react. It was probably too quick for Bracey, and as a result,
well, we've got Ollie Price bowling now, so perhaps Bracey has thought, well, you know, let's try and get him some confidence back by throwing him the ball. Plus, of course, there's the over 8 possibly to think about. Matt Taylor out of the attack, and Ollie Price, first ball played back to him. As he moves in for his second to Chappell, and Chappell turns this one to leg. It's fielded by Van Buren at mid-wicket. So, well, there were 2 one-handed chances which are not in the same bracket, but it has been 3 drops, and then that one that nobody went for the next ball, as this has worked to square leg for no run. And yeah, it's been an unhappy time for Gloucestershire for the most part, with the bat, ball and in the field now, really. Tom Price and Marchant Delanga 3 wickets apiece, but now they're watching as Zach Chappell reverse sweeps Ollie Price for 4. And this is time, if you're Derbyshire, to rub salt in the wound. It's also time for the 50 partnership between Chappell and Madsen. Chappell has 30 of those 50. And if you could ever play an uncomplicated reverse sweep, I think Zach Chappell just played one. Again, minimum of effort, but I suppose not quite technically maximum amount of execution. He's going to go for 6, but that's quite some effort to do. He wasn't looking to hit it for 6 anyway, so. Ollie Price bowls, down the pitch comes Chappell and then just checks his shot, knocks it down to long on, who is back on the boundary and takes a single. The long on, a deep mid-off, so the halfway house fielder, deep cover, deep mid-wicket. Actually, those fielders staying there for Madsen. The reverse sweep is a possibility. As Price bowls, reverse sweep, and he's bowled him. So that should give Ollie Price some confidence. And Wayne Madsen's down on his haunches, and it's not very often that you see him miss that shot. It was really tempted by Price and by Gloucestershire as well. And Ollie Price has beaten him with a ball that was full and straight. And he's got his 2nd wicket, 2 for 28. But that ends another fine knock from one of county cricket's finest, Wayne Madsen. His 40th first-class 100, 118 from 166 balls. And, well, might he get yet another deserved ovation from this crowd at Derby. 341 for 8.
Indeed, standing away on the stand to the left as he walks back to the changing rooms. Terrific effort from Wayne Madsen, and a shame that it ended in the way it did, particularly as he just had a life and thought might have gone on further, but nevertheless held this innings together as the captain. 118, how valuable will that prove to be in the overall context of this game? We shall see. He's gone for 118, and the Derbyshire lead, coincidentally, is 119. So without that, it would be just a single. And probably without that would not even be positive. Terrific effort from Madsen. Batted really well, battled it through yesterday evening, then played with increasing authority throughout the morning session, and even whilst there was a flurry of wickets post-lunch, always appeared to be in control. Just that one life at 114 in the over previously, I think, and then finally succumbing to his first attempted reverse sweep. I don't know whether he didn't want to be outdone by Zach Chappell.
Maybe.
And thought, anything you can do, I can do better, because if that's what he was thinking, it didn't transpire.
Yeah, well, Zach Chappell has got that over Madsen, I'm sure. If he's that kind, he'll be pointing that out at the end of the day.
I guess he will. Shall I show you how to play the reverse sweep, Captain? Anyway, that was the end of the over. And Ollie Price, for all his travails, has picked up 2 wickets now for 28.
Yes, so for all that's gone on, he's taken 2 catches and taken 2 wickets.
He has, yes.
It's been a busy time.
As Singdale continues and bowls to Chappell, who drives nicely, and will probably get 4 as De Lange dives and fails to stop the ball at a wide mid-off. He was, to be fair, running to his left and tumbled to try and field it. The ball evaded his hands and went away for 4. So Chappell now up to 35. The lead 123. And Jack Morley is the new man at the crease, non-striker's end at the moment. 2 slips still in place as Singdale comes in and bowls, and Chappell just defends out on the offside. Oh, ball takes a nasty hop off one of those already used pitch ends. Almost causes an issue for the fielder there at a point. But there is no one. So Morley coming in ahead of Pat Brown, which is not altogether unsurprising. Not that I would wish to cast doubt on Pat Brown's batting abilities. Singdale comes in, his dark hair flopping and bowls, and Chappell standing tall defends. to DeLanger at mid-off. There is no run. Breeze definitely picking up over the afternoon. Look at the flags that are waving away in the distance, out of the ground, and there's a car showroom in the distance with these tall flags that we tend to have these days. And there, a fair old belting from the wind at the moment. It might be more than the breeze, to be honest. As Singdale bowls short. That was a better directed bounce. And Chappell had to get right up on his toes to defend that. Away into the offside. Again, there's no run.
I think that is probably the blueprint, sorry, if I can get that word out, for Singdale. Because I think it is very hard with the action that he's got, which is, you know, shouldn't be changed because it should be an asset. But I don't know that the headhunter's really going to be his best back of a length ball. I think he's going to be better off targeting the ribs than the head.
As he comes in again and bowls ball of good length at Chappell, stands tall and drives up to DeLanger at mid-off. There is no run. Well, with a slightly slingy action, it's very difficult to, if you drop your shoulder to try and pitch the ball short, very difficult to actually control the direction of it, which is possibly why it keeps flying down the leg side. And I think he'd be better off on, despite the fact it's this slingy type of action, standing tall, really. As he comes in and bowls, that's a good ball on a good length, and Chappell can do no more than defend into the offside. And Dent does the fielding to complete the over. Derbyshire 345 for 8, then lead by 123. Chappell 35, Morley yet to score. Madsen the last man to go for 118. I guess Derbyshire's next target is 350 for another batting point. And then see where the remainder of the innings takes them, really.
Yep. So as again, just looking at what could be, those two chances off of two different batters. I mean, Singdale could have had both Madsen and Chappell out, two for 80. I know it's not something that you sort of walk back feeling too excited about, but it's a heck of a lot different from 0 for 80, and
well, exactly,
you know,
yes.
it puts a different spin on things. Ollie Price to continue. He's got a left-hander in Morley to bowl at and face his first ball. There's Hammond at slip. There's Ben Charlesworth at leg slip. Short extra cover and a short mid-wicket as Price bowls to Morley, and this is tapped defensively into the offside. Mid-off and mid-on, understandably, have come in. There's a fielder at backward point, a deep backward point and a deep backward square, so two fielders on the boundary still. Ollie Price into Morley, who's forward defending. Jack Morley has a first-class batting average of 3.4, which is getting there. 51 first-class runs, but 28 of them came in the same innings, interestingly. Ollie Price into Morley, who is forward and defending that one away. The one thing that those averages can never tell you, though, is how many balls they're actually out there for. Because if you're scoring 3 off, say, 25, 30 balls, then you're out there for some time.
Context is everything.
Yeah. And it's the runs that are being scored at the other end whilst you're there. That's a perfectly legitimate job for somebody down the order. Price in again, and Morley happy to prop onto the front foot and keep it out again.
And at the moment, he's 3.4 runs below his first-class average. So one good blow would improve it.
In goes Price and bowls, and Morley has had that one squirt off towards mid-off. I thought initially he was looking to play that onto the leg side, but
not quite sure how he
anyway,
got the ball there, really. But
no, me neither, especially with Morley's back to us. Anyway, it's no run, and Ollie Price could complete a maiden over here as he bowls to Morley, drags the length back a bit, Morley onto the back foot, and is happy just to survive and leave the run scoring up to Zach Chappell, which is perfectly within what Derbyshire would want him to do, I suspect, given the score of 345 for 8, lead 1-2-3. Easy as that, and we still have 14 overs remaining until tea.
Oh, at this rate, we're not going to have tea much before 4:15. We're in for a late evening here. The lights came on yesterday, didn't they?
It did rather bizarrely. We got through the overs.
Singdale sets off and then stops because DeLanger at mid-off was tying his bootlace. But he's in again now, and he bowls, and Chappell drives, lovely drive up to DeLanger, who gets his body behind it but can't field it cleanly, and the ball ricochets away, and they'll come back for 2. Hit him on the thigh. Feeling that DeLanger might just have turned his head away from that at the important moment, fearing an awkward bounce.
Yes, exactly.
And indeed, that's what he ended up with.
I think it's going to improve Singdale's mood, but DeLanger nonetheless
Do you know what,
gives him a pep talk anyway.
The way things are going, there need to be quite a number of individual places in the changing room. There's Singdale bowls, and this one turned off his hip this time by Chappell down to long leg at 4-1. Yeah, so there'll be a number of people wanting to sit on their own in that Gloucestershire changing room whenever they get the opportunity. And there might be one or two who will be forced to sit on their own as well, because nobody wants to talk to them.
I've not seen much of Zaman Akhtar, really. He's only bowled 8 overs. He's still out there at backward point as well.
And he bowled okay this morning. I did 8 overs for 51, but I think he bowled okay this morning, really. I think he was expensive last night, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was cut a lot in his first spell by Madsen especially.
Yeah. As the left-handed Morley pokes a bat at a wide one from Singdale. And, there were only 2 possible outcomes to that. One was that he'd miss the ball, which he did, and the other one was that he'd nick it to the wicket-keeper with the slips. It was certainly not a stroke of authority.
That was I don't want to get particularly near this type of shot.
Very much.
Who can blame him?
I'm staying well out of the line of this. Anyway, he didn't get a nick, so he's got to face another one. As Dell comes in and plays charitably, I'd say. He played inside the line of that delivery, and give him the benefit of the doubt. But he doesn't look very comfortable. Singdale must be thinking, "I'll just get one in the right spot here, and at least I'll have a wicket to my name."
It's the problem, isn't it? Because so often when you're bowling to a 10 and 11 that's not really getting in line, Jack White at Northamptonshire, who's now moved to Yorkshire, is one of the great ones of this. Stays leg side of every ball, but you just bowl one at the stumps and he blocks it.
He comes in and bowls, and again, I'd say that Morley played inside the line of that, being charitable. Through to Bracey. It is, isn't it? It'll be one of those where you get a nick and it'll go over the slip or
well, the way it's gone, yeah.
Bounce awkwardly in front of Price and he'll misfield it and it'll go for 4 or something. Frustrating times for the bowlers.
They've stuck Hammond into 3rd slip.
They have. Unsurprisingly, they've put another one in there.
Yeah, it's the right move. I mean, if he gets an edge, it may well be a thick one.
Well, you've got to think that the ball, if he hits it, it's not going anywhere other than in the slip cordon. As he waits now for Singdale to come in and bowl. That's short. Oh, that's a nasty one. And
you called it.
And he's gloved it over the slips for 4. It was a nasty short delivery, and Morley didn't really know anything about it. But he got glove on it, or the shoulder of his bat, one or the other, and he went over the first and second slip for 4 runs. So Morley has 4 and has improved his first-class average. So he'll be feeling positive about himself. Chappell has 38, and Derbyshire 350 is up as well. So another bonus point for them. They now have 6. So an awful lot happened in that one delivery, and it didn't improve. One thing it didn't do is improve the mood of Singdale, who briefly had dropped to below 6 runs and over, but has now just crept above it with that boundary. He's got his hands on his hips at backward square leg-ish, or short fine leg, whatever you want to call it.
The heart can only go out, really. I mean, you're thinking, now he's thinking I could have 3 for 90. Here's Ollie Price bowling, and this is played back to the bowler by Chappell, who, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see whether Chappell, having watched that over of Singdale to Morley, thinks I'd better just have a whack at a few here. Price bowls, there he goes down the pitch, he's smashed it away over mid-wicket, and that has gone plenty far enough, and it's gone, I think, in the end in front of the committee rooms there, and it's gone for 6. Chappell 44.
Tremendous blow. Nothing too cultured about it, but he hit it a long way. I'm not sure if it hit the roof and came back, or it just landed in front of the pavilion. You'll lose sight of it.
Yeah, it's lost it because it's so dark
in the roof
yeah.
of the old Lund Pavilion. But either way, it's a tremendous blow out there. It's a big hit.
You can see a few tiles that must have been damaged over
the years.
but
Yes.
I don't know that any were done there.
I don't think I didn't hear it hit.
358 for 8. Ollie Price bowls, and Chappell plays this time on a couple of bounces back to the bowler. So one more of those, and Chappell will have a milestone of his own to be celebrating. 358 for 8. Lead up to 136. Ollie Price bowls, and this is clubbed down to long off by Chappell, who was playing a sort of straight pull smash thing. And he picks up 1. But not a bad outcome, really. Give Morley 2 balls of the spinner, and then it'll be Chappell to face whoever Gloucestershire put on. He must be so sorry for Singdale. You can't take him off, really, until he gets a wicket. Price is in, and Morley tries to force this one away off the back foot and clunks it to extra cover for no run. He was looking for the gap there. I guess they might not have taken the single. We'll never know. We might know this ball. Price is in, and a defence from Morley to play that one towards mid-wicket. So the 6 plus the 1 from the over, 359 for 8. Ollie Price 2 for 35 from 8 overs. And he, I'd guess, unless he's getting absolutely carted, he might as well just keep going from that City end, and if Gloucestershire need the second new ball, which is available in 5 overs, then they could take that. De Lange's previous spell was relatively short, so I wondered about just throwing the ball to him for another, maybe couple of overs, and say, just go on, just finish this off.
Singdale tries again to Chappell. Flicked off his pads down to long leg. They'll take a single. There's no element here of Chappell shielding Morley from the strike.
He was loosening, as De Lange just
Well,
after that.
Well, I can imagine why.
But Singdale's probably coming to the end of a spell anyway. But
I can see. I should imagine De Lange is sniffing out a couple of
Well,
cheap wickets
on
here.
a 3-for with 10 and 11 out there.
If we've seen Morley up against Singdale already, imagine what it'd be like against De Lange. They'd stop the fight if it was a boxing match. Singdale is in now, bowls a ball of full length, and Morley, well, I don't quite know how he described that. I guess he tried to guide it down to third man, but
Fish.
it evaded his bat.
He went fishing
It was
and didn't catch anything.
interesting. Not sure we see many of these strokes in Bradman's The Art of Cricket or the MCC coaching manual. But it's entertaining nonetheless.
For everybody apart from Singdale.
Exactly. Even the fielders will be exasperated,
At this
maybe
point.
chuckling, as Singdale bowls a short one and Morley somehow gets out of the way of it. You really do feel that a full straight one here would clean him up, don't you, really? Just bowl really full at the stumps.
He hasn't tried a Yorker yet.
No, exactly. He's trying trying to get him out in an orthodox manner, and that's probably not what's required.
Because he just may not be able to get
He's
a
not
bat on it.
capable
Yeah.
of hitting it, unless it's involuntary.
De Lange might be more of the 1-2 punch type.
Well, you would
method.
imagine, as he comes in and bowls a ball of full length, it's actually driven into the covers and he'll take a single. In fact, they'll get more. As it's not a misfield, but it avoided the field. In fact, they'll come back for 3. Indeed.
That's the perfect. Well,
And that
actually,
was,
having said that, was the 4th ball of the over, but still.
Yeah, 3 runs for Morley, who's first-class average. Must be racing along now. He's got 7 to his name. He's more than doubled it.
Jumping
in
up
this
towards
innings.
4.
Shocking. Yeah. Derbyshire 365 for 8, Morley 7, Chappell 46. He is on strike as Singdale comes in and bowls, and Chappell flicks him off his legs again, down to long leg for another single. And Matt Taylor down there, who throws it in rather wearily.
I think, was that 3 also a no ball?
Oh, I didn't
Might
see
have
that
missed
again.
that, but I think the scoreboard seems to have gone up by more than I'm expecting. So
Oh, right, okay.
I also thought that was the 4th ball of the over, and it turned out that one was. So I haven't yet seen confirmation because
So we've missed a no ball
laptop hasn't
somewhere down the
updated,
line,
but
yeah, okay.
I think the 3 must have been a no ball as well.
To add insult to injury. Anyway, he's coming round the wicket now, and again, Morley flashes at him, really. Right on bowler around the wicket to a left-handed batsman who then took a step away and tried to carve it away somewhere. Well, it would have been behind point on the offside. It couldn't have gone anywhere else. Full and straight has got to be the answer. I'm sure Morley's enjoying himself. Or maybe. As a he drives and misses past the outside edge again. And that's the end of another frustrating over for Singdale. He's now bowled 16 overs for 98. And he trudges us off wearily to his position, and he's signalling
A sub, yeah.
for a sub-fielder. I don't know whether he's just going off for a break or is retiring permanently injured or heartbroken. I suspect that's the end of his spell anyway, because it has to be fairly lengthy. I don't know how many overs it was, but he's bowled a few in that spell. I should imagine De Lange will come back at this end, won't he? And I can't imagine Morley getting in line to him. 366 for 8. Anyway, Derbyshire lead by 144, and that is healthy.
Ollie Price into Chappell, down the pitch, clubbing this one high up into the air. I don't think anybody's really too interested in chasing it because it's gone into the balcony. And that is 50 for Zach Chappell from just 60 deliveries. And he's added a second 6 to 5 fours. And this has been valuable as well, given the clatter of wickets that preceded it and the uncertainty whilst Chappell was at the crease as to whether Derbyshire would get a 3-figure lead. Well, he's taken them to 150 and he's still going.
Yep, a very valuable innings.
372 for 8, Ollie Price into Chappell, who plays this one off the back foot through the leg side. It's into a gap. There should be pretty comfortable 2 available here as Singdale has to track back from the short fine leg position. 374 for 8.
Having fought back around that lunch and after lunch session, Gloucestershire will be frustrated in the field now that this lead has extended as far as it has.
Yeah, the 50 partnership as coming down the pitch, and that I'm afraid is going to go down as another drop, but it was smashed by Chappell back at Ollie Price, who has it ricochet off his hands and goes up to a straight mid-off for 1.
Have a look at the replay.
Oh, you think that was a bump ball?
It might have been a bump ball. That. Yeah. Oh, it
Chappell-
certainly was a hard hit shot.
Chappell gave Price a bit of a pat on the back there, was one of the only reasons why I think that was on the full. I think Chappell was being a sort of a, well, He's trying to be nice, but I don't think Ollie Price wants any of that at the moment. Price bowls a quicker delivery, and Morley's on the back foot playing to leg.
For all Morley's idiosyncrasies, he's now faced 18 deliveries and helped to add 34 with Chappell, so it's been a valuable innings.
Yeah, 34 for the 9th wicket now. Still Brown to come. Morley slog sweeps, and he's connected very nicely with this. And it's gone all the way. He's in it for 6. That's a big boundary he's just cleared. In fact, it's probably bigger than the boundary that Chappell's been clearing. So that is quite some blow from Jack Morley over mid-wicket. And he's on to 13.
Slog sweep. No man out there. There is a man out at deep backward square leg, but nowhere near where that ball went, out towards the scoreboard.
How many sixes has he got in his first-class career? That's his second 6 in his career. He had 2 4s and 1 6 coming into this innings. Ollie Price to Morley, who is, with exaggerated fashion, just crouching down and defending this one because it's the last ball of the over. So gives, we're assuming, will be Marchant de Lange to Zach Chappell. Although perhaps not, because de Lange is running towards Ollie Price, and it is Zaman Akhtar, in fact, who has removed Sweater. And so Akhtar will get the chance to try and finish off this innings, and this really has turned into the sort of lead that you would really ascribe the word commanding to, if not potentially with hindsight match winning, because without these, what, 90 odd, must be close to 100 runs. What was the score when Madsen was out? 341, and then 290 when Anderson went. So it's, yes, basically 100 runs that's been added by Chappell and Madsen, and now Chappell and Morley, and that just makes all the difference and almost makes you forget about the collapse that happened before, really.
So, change of bowling, as expected, really. Singdale is out of the attack, but rather than de Lange, it's Akhtar in to bowl to Chappell. Start of a new spell. Immediately on target, and Chappell just stands tall and pushes up to Van Buren at mid-on, and there is no run. So this partnership is 40. Morley has 13 of them. That first-class average shooting up now, maybe above 4.
It's currently 4.27.
Wow, and it's only going north.
If he finishes not out, that'd be helpful.
Ooh. As Akhtar comes in and bowls, and again Chappell has to stand up tall and play this away into the leg side, and again there is no run. So do we think that that was a caught and bowled chance?
I looked at it once
Price?
more, and I thought that it was.
Yeah.
Again, the wind isn't making it the easiest with the cameras blowing about a bit, but I think it was.
As Akhtar comes in and bowls short, and again Chappell has to go up on his. Oh, there's some confusion there about whether to take a single, but they do, and Morley in the end is home in time. And there was some hesitation there before they agreed to run. Chappell adds one more to his total. He has 57 now, 382 for 8. Oh, so poor Ollie Price got a full house then. Full house of dropped chances. Field just changing around for the left-hander here. Interestingly, there's a deep square leg gone out. I'm not quite sure how they think the ball's going to get out there. To Hammond. We'll find out in a moment as Akhtar comes in and bowls a ball of full length on the stumps, and Morley comes forward and defends it with a rather large gap between bat and pad. But he hit it, which is the main thing.
Sort of what I mean, really. You know,
Yes.
as
I know
you
exactly
can
what you mean,
beat them 15
So
times outside the
frustrating.
off stump, but as soon as you bowl a straight one, they're
block it.
just
Yeah.
in that position to play keep away.
Yeah. And you think, how can you have hit that? Anyway, he's going to have another go here. As he comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Morley, bowls, and Morley flashes away outside the off stump, and this time connects and hits it away for 4 behind square. As we've been suggesting, that's the only place it might go, but nevertheless, he evaded the field and picks up 4 more. He's now up to 17. I think that might have been in the air as well, past the man at backward point. And they all count.
So I think, does that mean
It's definitely
Morley
up in the air.
has now matched his boundary total from his entire first-class career? I say entire, I mean, it's 18 innings, but still.
As he comes forward to this next one, plays a better looking forward defensive stroke up to mid-on, where De Lange fields end of the over. And another productive one for Derbyshire. Morley 17, Chappell 57, 386 for 8. Derbyshire lead by 164. 164 is the lead, and that is significant, one would have to think.
Well, it's going to take, well, what's it going to take? It's going to take at least until, what, 41 overs, but it depends how many overs there are left this evening, but it's going to take until tomorrow to even just get into a lead for Gloucestershire, well into tomorrow. So
If you go at 4 and over,
Yeah.
that's 40 overs, isn't it? You go at 5 and over, it's more than 30, 35 overs.
it's going to be into tomorrow sometime if Gloucestershire were to get into a lead, and then it shows you what the task ahead of them is. Matt Taylor's back into the attack, and this is obliterated out of sight from Chappell in uncomplicated fashion. He has swatted the ball, and it has gone between extra cover and mid-off, although I thought he was going to play a pull shot. He's just bludgeoned it for 4. 390 for 8. And so he had a vendetta against the actual ball itself, that shot.
Well, I wonder if they'll be asking to change the shape of that one as well.
Did that shape? It's not got too long to go, possibly, but it's actually like a straight cut if we're going to ascribe any sort of classical description to it, but that might rather lose the
It's gone back over
the
the wicket
value
now.
of it. He has as well. Taylor into Chappell, bowled him. The look says it all. So Chappell goes for 61, and Matt Taylor at last has a wicket. Chappell looking to on drive, and the ball goes between bat and pad, and Matt Taylor has a scalp. Well batted Zach Chappell. That's been an innings that may, as we look back on the game, have put the final nail in Gloucestershire's coffin. 61 for him. We'll see, but it may be that those runs that he has added could still yet prove to be the difference. Even if it's not mathematically at the end of the game, the psychological effect that it might have had as well is not to be underestimated. So Pat Brown will come out to join Morley, but Chappell, he should be running out to bowl relatively soon, you would think, with a spring in his step, having just scored a really valuable 61 from, I think, 67 deliveries.
Invaluable innings, really, from Chappell there, who we know can bat. And first of all, helped Madsen to his 100, shepherded him through and added runs with him. And then once Madsen had gone, took the lead with Morley, who, to be fair to him, for all that we have jested about his ability, has hung around and scored 17. But Chappell's 61 has been invaluable to Derbyshire and taken them to within a smidgen, really, of an unlikely, what looked unlikely, half an hour after lunch, 4th batting point. That partnership was worth 51. No, not quite 51, because that was Madsen, the last one. I think it's 44, actually.
390 for 9. Matt Taylor into Pat Brown, who jabs the defensive shot up to mid-off. Still 10 more runs to go to get to another batting point. So if you're on bonus point watch, then He's sitting nervously in your seat.
Well, every point's important, and I think that ought to be the first target, and say, well, it doesn't quite matter how long it takes us to get there. From a Derbyshire point of view.
2 slips short mid-wicket in pretty close on the onside as Taylor's in round the wicket to Brown, who drives, and eventually they do decide they can take a single as it's past dented extra cover and wide enough of mid-off. So Pat Brown is underway, 391 for 9. 9 more runs to go. A new ball does become available in 1.2 overs, but we'll see whether Gloucester should take it or not. An argument, I suppose, to say, might as well just keep going with this ball, really. Should be able to break this partnership, whichever ball you've got in hand, and harder ball, etc. We'll see what they decide, maybe. Taylor to Morley, who has been caught behind. That's the end of the innings. It was another one of those wafty pushes at the ball, but this time Singdale must be chuntering somewhere. He does get the outside edge through to James Bracey, and Jack Morley is the last to go. Derbyshire all out for 391, a lead worth 169. Morley 17. That last wicket, Matt Taylor ends with 2 for 82. And for Gloucestershire, at least, their ordeal in the field is over, but very likely in a matter of 10 minutes or so, the next ordeal might just be beginning, because they've got a mountain to climb, and then, having done that, they have to score an awful lot more to set Derbyshire something that might be competitive, because there is still so much time left in the game that the draw, even if Gloucestershire bat extremely well, the draw is pretty unlikely, with still 40 overs. Well, actually it'll be 38, I suppose, after they take the 2 off, but even so, there's still so much time left in the day's play, and then 2 more days after that, which in some ways maybe it makes Gloucestershire's thinking possibly a bit clearer, in that they can just go out and score, but without having to think about just pure survival. But yeah, tough task. It's been a display in the field from Gloucestershire that, I mean, there's been still some positives. Tom Price and Marchant de Lange, particularly 3 for 58 for Tom Price, 3 for 31 from Marchant de Lange. I'm sure, despite his unfortunate day in the field, Ollie Price, sorry, has got 2 for 50, so that should give him some confidence bowling-wise moving forward. But Gloucestershire haven't been accurate enough in general with the ball. De Lange showed them the way to go, and then you have to take your chances in the field, and Gloucestershire haven't done that, and who knows, this lead could still have been close to that 100 mark were it not for those dropped catches.
Well, the damage done there with those last, well, the 8th and 9th wickets particularly, adding 51 and 49, 100 runs collectively, and again taking the game away from Gloucestershire, rather, when it just looked as though they got themselves back in the fight. The final wicket, of course, didn't last very long, but by then the damage had been done, and I think that's due in no small part, firstly, to Madson's excellent 100, and then to Chappell's attacking innings of 61. And Morley, to be fair to him, helping him out without ever looking in, but scored 17 and hung around while Chappell was blazing away, and added a few of his own. So very much to date, Derbyshire's day and Derbyshire's match, and Gloucestershire have got an uphill task ahead of them. Firstly, to get themselves back into this game, and then see if they can get themselves into a position where they might threaten even the win, but that's a long way ahead at the moment. We're barely halfway through, certainly not 2/3 of the way through the second day here, so there's 2 1/3 days to go in this game, and Derbyshire with a very handy lead of 169 must be feeling fairly bullish.
I'm just noticing, by the way, that the scoreboard says 40 overs remaining now, so I'm wondering whether, and I think they can do this, whether they've decided that they are going to take tea now.
They might do, actually, yes.
I'm trying to sort of make a little tea drinking motion to the scorers next to us. Perhaps if I poke my head
Perhaps
round
go and ask
the
the question
door
and,
and
I'll
go
just
and find out.
Keep going. The bowling figures for Gloucestershire don't particularly make pretty reading, although Tom Price finished with 3 for 58 from his 14 overs, and probably the pick was Marchant de Lange with 3 for 31 from his 13. But poor old Ajit Singh Dale, 16 overs for 98. Taylor just under 15.5 overs, 2 for 82.
It is tea.
It is tea. There we are. So we'll have a break for 20 minutes. Derbyshire lead by 169, and we will see you at resumption, which will be, I guess, just before 4:10. I'm going to stay online because I need to do an update into Radio Derby shortly, and Ed will catch up with you in due course.
They might be able to defend, as if the news weren't bad enough for Gloucestershire. Their over rate at the end of that innings was, brace yourself, -5. As Zach Chappell runs in over the wicket to bowl to Chris Dent, who was beaten first ball by a very lively delivery from Chappell, which has angled across him and beaten him clean through to the wicket keeper. Which does leave the rather terrifying possibility for Gloucestershire that if they cannot overhaul this deficit and force Derbyshire to bat again, they will come away from this match -2. In goes Zach Chappell to bowl over the wicket to Dent, who turns this one out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Wondering whether there's just a small thing that, I mean, if you're Derbyshire, you almost might have rather have had what would have been a brief burst at Gloucestershire before tea and then come out after tea with the 32 over session rather than having to do 40 overs in one go, but we'll see. May not make any difference. Chappell into Dent. Dent guides this one out to backward point, and there is no run. Goes without saying, but vital for Gloucestershire to get off to a good start second time around. They had, for quite a while, made a bit of a habit of scoring higher in second innings than in first innings. That trend was reversed rather last year as Chappell bowls. There's an inside edge there. It loops up into the onside, but well short of mid-wicket. Had there been a short mid-wicket in place, then that could have been an early breakthrough. But Chappell getting some bounce, and that's probably going to be a thing to watch as this wears on. This pitch doesn't really seem to be flattening out, and when bowlers have got it in the right area, it has looked as though there's been some variable bounce. Chappell over the wicket, Dent struck on the pad. There was an immediate incline of the head from Chris Watts, though, to say not out. Sounded very much like ball thumping into pad, but wondering whether, with Chappell bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Dent, just possibly may have pitched outside leg. Again, we're not at the perfect angle to make much of a judgment on LBWs, but from the off angle, that was the feeling. Chappell in and a full ball. Dent is forward to keep that one out. So the opening partnership, as is Dent and Charlesworth. A reminder, if you went with us yesterday for the opening day, Cameron Bancroft, Gloucestershire's newly appointed red ball skipper, will be back for round 2, and no doubt taking up a position at the top of the order.
To bowl from the City End, Lewis Rees.
For now, it's Messrs Dent and Charlesworth, and no surprise whatsoever that the man who took 6 wickets in the first innings and took the new ball will also do the same for the City End. Lewis Rees with his left arm seamers, and I did think it was a little bit early to be running in. He was just doing a practice run. So 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Zach Chappell down a fine leg. It's a pretty orthodox field set by captain and centurion Wayne Madsen. He's positioned at second slip. In fact, 2 slips in a gully. Now they've just decided to change it as there's a short ball from Rees, which Charlesworth tries to pull away, and that's probably going to be the danger of the cross-batted shot. Even Madsen, prolific Madsen in his 118, struggled at times with the variable bounce out of the middle of the pitch. So this will be a bit of a test in terms of playing those cross-batted shots. Charlesworth swinging over the top of it. Rees into bowl, and Charlesworth leaves alone through to the wicketkeeper. Sort of imagine that this time around, having seen I don't think the pitch has changed massively, but I've got a feeling that Zach Chappell might be the man this second innings, as more of a hunch than anything. But it's Rees for now, looking to add to his 6 in the match. There's been edged, genuine edge, and it's gone between the 2 slips and the gully, and they had 3 slips in the first incarnation of this field and changed it last minute to 2 in a gully. That would have been 0 for 1 if there had been 3 slips. Well, assuming the catch was taken, of course, but there was a chance of it being 0 for 1. As it is, Charlesworth gets underway with a boundary, and a mighty fortuitous one. It's 4 without loss. Dave Jepson alongside myself, Ed Seaborn.
Well, there must be a reason why they only have the 2, but you would have thought with the lead they've got.
Particularly at the start. Rees bowls, Charlesworth plays a rather tentative shot off the back foot that goes out into the onside. To start with, he was looking at a back foot drive, and that's sort of the shot he's rehearsing.
With the lead they've got, with a new ball, and with a fairly disgruntled Gloucestershire coming out with a deficit of 169, optimum time to attack and make early inroads, really.
Extra cover and mid-wicket. Rees bowls to Charlesworth, who on drives pleasantly enough, but straight to mid-on for no run.
To my way of thinking, the extra cover is unnecessary here. That's a defensive move, and they've got a man at backward point. They could move him in front, and the extra cover becomes the extra slip. And who knows, Gloucestershire might be a wicket down now.
Yep, I think I'm with you, really, given that Derbyshire are so far on top, and I know it's horse bolting, but especially seeing that edge go there. Rees bowls, and there's a tight leave from Ben Charlesworth as Rees has his hands clasped behind his head. But that completes over number 2 with 1 scoring shot so far and no authority about it. The deficit 165. And this is going to be a serious battle for Gloucestershire.
Well, there's a long way to go, isn't there? Because there's still 2 full days and 38 or 40 overs from the start of the innings today. As Chappell comes in and bowls. First ball to Dent of this new over, and played away behind square on the offside. There is no run. There are 3 slips in place for Chappell. No third man. There's a backward point who's on the line of gully, really. It's gone away behind square. Then there is the cover point and the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and the long leg. As Chappell is in and bowls and Dent. Right behind this, just drops it down in front of him on the pitch. And there is no run.
What I was sort of alluding to when we started is that what Gloucestershire have got to try to do, and I mentioned, you almost, if you're Derbyshire, would you not rather have had whatever it was, I forget, 6 overs, I think it was, then tea and then 32. What they've got to try and do is turn this into a long evening for Derbyshire, but that's the way to go.
Chappell bowls and Dent drives, and that defeats the man at extra cover. I'm not sure it'll go for 4. There's a chase on, and it'll be picked up just inside the boundary by Pat Brown, who returns to Brooke Guest, and they're through for 2 runs. Just took an awkward bounce there in front of the man at extra cover. I can't quite see who it is at the minute. We'll find out. And evaded his grasp.
Looks like Anderson.
Anderson, yeah. Chappell, of course, bowling from the racecourse end with his dander up after that innings of 61. Comes in now and bowls and Dent right behind this, solidly defending into the offside. And it's picked up by Brown at mid-off. Again, no run. So one way or the other, it's going to be a long session of 40 overs, but I very much take your point that if they can get through with as minimal damage as long, it will feel a lot longer session than if Derbyshire make inroads.
Especially as it because of Gloucestershire's doing it, it's rather later in the day than it might be.
Chapel bowls to Dent, who turns this ball into the leg side mid-wicket, and it's fielded there by Jack Morley. And there is no run. Yes, I mean, we counted at least 5 that went down, didn't we, I think?
And also, I don't know if you heard, but the over rate is -5.
Right, well, that
Gloucestershire
doesn't
after
surprise me
innings.
because it was slow. It slowed down noticeably after lunch as Chapel comes in and bowls ball at full length, driven down the pitch. There'll be runs here as there's a chase on. Don't think it will go to the boundary. There's a slide, and it does indeed. It beats Harry Kame as he slid and tried to knock it back with his left hand, but couldn't succeed in doing so. It's the first time I've seen Kame without a helmet or a cap on. He's got a very sharp haircut. His mother must have a very flat basin.
I'm sure he's paid an awful lot of money for that haircut. I think it's part of the deal now, and especially we're not quite at full-on TV time of the year, but they always know they're on camera.
Oh, right, okay.
You know, I don't know.
As you'll be aware from having known me for very briefly, fashion is not something that I really take much notice of.
Here comes Rees and bowls to Charlesworth. No comment. This is played up to mid-on for no run. Well, I'm certainly nobody to talk myself in that regard. I mean, this is... Dave Fletcher yesterday described these sunglasses I've got on as cool, but what he doesn't realise is they're just exactly the same as my regular glasses, just on a 2-for-1 deal. So that shows you how fashionable I am. You can't even have a pair of cool shades.
No. Well,
Because they're doing the job, and we're going to need them soon. As Rees bowls to Charlesworth, who plays defensively to the onside of the pitch. Rees fields.
well,
You're just about escaping
I've altered
the sun over there. But
my view because the sun was coming in through the window right into where I was, and was also affecting me looking at the laptop and the scorecard. So I've just shifted away into the shade again. But it's coming your way, isn't it?
it is.
So
It's probably not going to be too much avoiding it later on. But
you've got nowhere to
never
go,
mind.
I'm afraid.
Never mind. I'd rather have it than not. In goes Rees. Past the umpire, bowls, and this is defended to short extra by Charlesworth off the front foot.
He's very tall, Charlesworth, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Well, they are one of the tallest sides out there. And,
Right.
and Dom Goodman, who is not playing in this game, would be probably the tallest in this 11. But then, of course, we're going to have Cameron Green coming soon. So
yeah, he's no
there's another
shorty, is he?
man mountain coming Gloucestershire's way for round 3. Rees runs in and he bowls and he beats Ben Charlesworth. Looked as if it was one of those deliveries that had done just the right amount, but apparently not, because Charlesworth, I think to his credit, he didn't really follow the ball too much. It was just that good a ball that it beat him.
I don't think he's not as tall as Will Jefferson, I don't think.
No.
Charlesworth, but
Was
nevertheless,
he 6'11" or something?
6'9" or
6'9".
whatever it was. He was very tall. He was built for a basketball player, really.
Gloucestershire had Bo Webster last year as well. As this is cut by Charlesworth into the ground and stopped at extra cover. Charlesworth just gives it a look of pure annoyance that he didn't get it past the fielder, so remains on 4. I can't remember if Webster was... I think Webster was taller even than Goodman. I think Webster was 6'7". I'm holding the microphone just almost sort of vertically above my head to interview Webster last year. I imagine it's going to be fairly similar with Cameron Green. Rees is in, and this is played towards mid-on in defence by Charlesworth, and an over that did not produce any runs. A maiden, in fact. 2 overs, 1 for 4. 2 overs, 0 for 4 with a maiden, sorry. And it's 10 without loss. Gloucestershire, 4 overs gone. 6 to Dent, 4 to Charlesworth. 159 runs. Gloucestershire must erase.
Well, regardless of how tall he is, the bat looks very small in Charlesworth's hands. Almost like he's using a size 6 or something, really. I mean, he must have a long handle on that. As Chappell starts a new over, he comes in to Dent, who defends one that keeps low on him, and he ends up digging it out, really, with the bottom of the bat, and actually ends up on one knee.
I think this is why I feel Chappell might be, if not the chief danger, certainly one of them, because I feel like the variable bounce as this goes on might be more the thing that is particularly tricky for Gloucestershire. And with that height, that's going to be very hard.
Yeah, he's tall and he stands up tall when he bowls as well. And Dent plays this one into the leg side, not without some discomfort as he was hurried into the stroke. But there is no run. 10 without loss, then Dent has 6, Charlesworth 4. The deficit at the start of the innings, 169. So it is now 159. Chappell, bald-headed, comes in and bowls outside the off-stump. Dent, watching the line carefully, shoulders, arms, and allows it to pass through to Brooke Guest.
The breeze has just maybe died down a fraction. I can't imagine it's made too much difference to spectators, but I'm not noticing quite as much swaying about as before. And the trees to the right.
Chappell turns and comes in again and bowls, and Dent again well forward, covering everything up, plays it into the leg side where Morley does the fielding. The flags over on that car showroom are still fluttering merrily away, which suggests that there's a fairly significant breeze over there. No flags on the old pavilion here now. They used to put on either side of the pavilion the county flags, which gave you an indication as Chappell bowls and beats the outside edge of Dent, although he may have played inside the line of it. But they at least gave you an indication of the strength of the breeze and general direction, even if down on the pitch itself it would swirl a bit. But without those flags, we don't really got an indication on the ground of what we need is a windsock. Well, we are a bit close to Castle Donington Airport. As Chappell comes in and bowls again outside the off stump, and again Dent shows good judgment in leaving that outside the off stump.
I have seen a helicopter land on the outfield at Bristol.
Oh, have you?
That's something that can happen here. Yes,
emergency?
Yeah, it was the air ambulance.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire supporters will remember because it was in recent memory, but yeah, it was at the end of 2021, and yeah, I hope obviously it doesn't happen
I hope
again.
we don't see one. Yeah, obviously, yeah.
But it was quite a sight, and just especially at the end of the season, dusty September. It was quite a hot September day as well, and just
Spectators.
all the dusts. It was somebody in a nearby street.
Oh, really? Right. And that, yeah.
Reese bowls to Charlesworth. This is flicked away, and the square leg umpire has to duck as it goes over his head and over to the square leg boundary. So Charlesworth picks up his second 4, but with rather more authority than the first. 14 without loss, because it is so narrow around.
It is around Neville Road, yeah.
The ground, and you've got a bit of a one-way system, but also if Gloucester Road is snarled up, it really does make it hard to get to. I think in the end, thankfully, I guess the paramedics or something must have been able to see to the person on site as Reese is in and Charlesworth plays defensively to mid-on, because nobody was airlifted or anything. It was just, thankfully, a landing and a taking off. But it was rather dramatic because he did about 3 circles in front of us, and you thought, is this really going to happen? And
Were the players still on the field?
Yeah, they had to run off as soon as it became clear on its second pass that was what it was going to do. It's not really a sort of a banner you can put behind the helicopter to say we're about to land here.
No, that's true.
It's Reese bowls to Charles, who stands tall and plays it to mid-on for no run.
I've got a tannoy warning, rather as Dave Griffin was alluding to earlier on. So can the players please remove themselves from the field? Anyway, I was going back to the ground at Bristol. I remember the first time I went, it was a devil to find actually. It is tucked away amongst the residential area of Old Bristol.
Until the floodlights were put in, as Reese bowls, and that's carved away by Charlesworth through cover. And I don't know whether there was a bit of a hand on that to slow it down. I think there might have been, because it stopped actually a little way inside the boundary, a couple of yards or so, and they've only been able to pick up 2. I thought that was hit rather harder than that, so there must have been a hand on it.
Again, maybe a bit of a hand.
Unless
also
it was
the outfield is very bobbly, and that's slowing down the pace of it, because when it left the bat, it looked for all the world as though it was going to be 4.
Not sure whether Anderson got a hand on that or not, but in any case, it is 2 runs, 16 for no wicket.
3 slips in place now.
Change that surreptitiously as Charlesworth is
because
defending into the covers.
Didn't do it straight away to admit the mistake.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Nobody quite likes to do it immediately.
Yeah, but the 3rd slip's in place now.
Stable door business.
Although they've taken the gully that was in there and moved him to 3rd slip rather than the man at extra cover.
But no, I mean, now you really can see the ground at Bristol for, over quite a large area, because it is up on a hill, but you just wouldn't know it, if the floodlights weren't there. Yeah. This is driven by Charlesworth straight enough and past mid-on. There's a fairly forlorn chase from mid-off. It was always a teaser, but Charlesworth does play that on drive so well. We saw 1 in the first innings, but that one was up there as well. He moves on to 14.
Pretty sure
20 without loss.
Pretty sure the first time I went to Neville Road, the flats hadn't been built at the far end. I seem to. Was the commentary box at the far
end? It was, yes.
Yes, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was when I went later. It was in the pavilion, or an adjunct to the pavilion, somewhere in that building at the other end of the ground. But yeah, to start with, it was up in the far corner, as I remember it, and where the flats are was where you parked, I think.
It's changed a fair bit.
It's Chappell bowls to Dent, who comes forward and defends, just taking his bottom hand off the bat as it bounces a bit on him. There's no run. And there's been talk about them moving out of there, really, and finding sort of an out-of-city site that is more accessible.
Yeah, I think it's been a sort of a tentatively explored thing for a little while, but I don't think there's been really much movement, to be honest.
Chappell bowls and Dent again, well forward, just defends to Anderson at cover. There's no run.
Certainly hasn't been any direct update from...
No, and clubs have moved grounds over the years. Clubs do, don't they? Obviously, new one built at Durham, but Hampshire notably moved out from their city centre site at Northlands Road to a purpose-built one on the edge of the city as a very full ball from Chappell, and driven back down the ground by Dent for 4. A very nice push drive. And Dent looking very compact here as the opening batsman. And played a very nice drive there. He's gone to 10, scored 24 without loss. Charlesworth has 14. And Dent thus far looking the more secure of the 2 opening pair.
Yeah, there's plenty of other ground chat around the country. Middlesex with their situation at Lords, which is very much not ideal for Middlesex. And then Worcestershire with their flooding situation, although thankfully this winter's been a little different. Or spring.
As Chappell into Dent outside the off stump, and Dent again showing good judgment, allows it through to Brooke Guest.
And then the other thing that Surrey and Lancashire in particular have been talking about, and I think are in process of, in Lancashire's case especially, thinking about a second ground for all the cricket that needs to be played. So, yep, plenty of change afoot.
Chappell bowls and Dent is bowled. He's bowled, having looking so secure. I've called him out there, and he might have got an inside edge onto that one. But the net result is that his stumps are disturbed and Dent is out, bowled by Zach Chappell for 10. Gloucestershire lose their first wicket, 24 for 1. They still trail by 145. Interesting to have a look at that, but I think there might have been an inside edge on that one.
Yeah, I got the impression there wasn't. Just looking at the replay, and he left it alone, but
really?
that wasn't what happened.
No, that
that
must
was
have been the ball before, I
previous
think.
Ball.
Yeah, must have been the ball before.
Yeah, might have squeezed off a bit of an inside
Side
edge,
edge.
maybe onto pad as well, even,
yeah.
and onto the stumps. But either way, it was really nice bowling from Chappell, and yeah, I think there's some inside edge. It's actually quite hard to tell, but I think there must have been.
I think I was looking at the height of it, and it may have been a bit of low bounce in it. I suspect if it kept a bit low. Here we go. In bowls. Oh yeah, that's clearly taken the inside edge because it was actually outside the off stump and it's come back and hit the leg.
You can see why Dent felt he had to play
it. Yes, because it was a good line.
Yeah.
He just played with his bat fractionally away from his pad, and the ball found a way through to disturb the stumps. And that's a useful breakthrough for Derbyshire because Dent had looked secure at that end. In fact, he'd played everything at that end, I think. I don't think he faced Rees.
No, I'm trying to think. I don't think there has been a change of strike. Has there?
No, I think Dent played Chappell entirely. Anyway, Chappell, who's had a good day so far, continues with the first wicket here. And Derbyshire well on top at the moment. Gloucestershire 145 adrift, 9 wickets remaining, and still 2 1/3 days to go. It's a long way back from here for them.
Right. Ollie Price out at number 3.
Not had the best of days as Chappell comes in and bowls to him, and that hits him on the pad, does it? No, just going down the leg side, and is going away for 4 as well. It is leg byes. Just shading down the leg side. And, 4 runs accrue to the score, 28 for 1 at the end of the over, but Price yet to get off the mark. Charlesworth has 14 at the deficit, 141.
Yeah, it was going a long way down, but Price is
Came across his stumps, didn't he?
Yeah, and his attempt to clip it away, it wasn't really a particularly full-blooded shot. I mean, it was enough, obviously, for the leg byes to be called, but it wasn't a shot that looked as if it really felt it was going to make contact with the ball at any point. But anyway, it's 4 runs one way or another. And at this point, that's what matters for Gloucestershire. Rees into Charlesworth, who is turning this one down to fine leg, and that, I think, is the first change of strike of the innings.
Pretty sure it is, yeah.
29 for 1, 15 to Charlesworth. So the early breakthrough, and I don't know, Chappell may well have had a 5th over, but they were just getting towards that end of the first couple of bowlers.
So
and then,
start to think about making a change. Well, that will have revitalised him for another over or 2, I'm sure. And whatever the captain thinks he can get something out of him, I'm sure he will. He might not need to have 2 spells tonight as well, Chappell, really. Might just say, we'll have one long spell, and that'll do it for today.
Rees to Ollie Price as this delivery passes the outside edge of Ollie Price, who has yet to lay bat on ball and is going to be seriously tested here with the wicket down already. 140 run deficit, and he's just taking his guard again. Just maybe almost as much of a mental reset as actually changing something, although perhaps he's moved across a little bit. Rees is in and bowls, and there's a forward defence from Ollie Price. So it heads out to mid-off.
Interestingly, they've got 3 slips in there, but there's a gap between the 2nd and the 3rd. And
Yeah,
it's
a strange sized gap, isn't it?
Why they would want to do that, I do not know, because you can almost see what's going to happen, can't you?
It's
Why-
almost not wide enough that you've decided really to put the gully in there, and then it's not narrow enough that it's clearly 3 slips. Reece bowls to Price, who's forward, tapping this one back to the bowler. It's almost not even first, second, and fourth. It's first, second, and third and a
Third and a
half.
half, yeah. It's very strange to have somebody there. 'Cause you can't actually say for definite that is where it's going to go. And there's nothing worse than it going between 2 fielders.
Well, that's always the thing. I was never even a medium bowler of rubbish as Reece bowls is driven by Price straight to mid-off. But I remember hearing, for example, Ian Botham on the TV saying, it was almost one of his mantras: don't leave gaps in the slips.
No, well, I fully understand
And
it.
it's some fast bowlers clearly abide by that, and some are happy for gaps in the slips. But to me, that would be the most annoying thing ever. I'd rather it go wide of everybody, and that's just okay. But that's the number of catches you decided to put in. Reece bowls to Price. Price is well forward.
Well, you are just
correct
guessing
defending.
because you cannot judge where an edge is going to go. You just don't know that. And it was proved in the Derbyshire innings where Madsen edged between slip and the wicket keeper because the slip was stood at 1.5, wasn't he, really? And neither of them went for it. But if it stood at orthodox slip, it was straight into his midriff. So I just don't get it, really.
Well, it's also, it seems as if it does change quite a bit depending on, any particular given day as well, in terms of, especially that situation when you've got one slip. Sometimes they do decide to have the narrow one, then sometimes it's almost like a second, then it's 1.5. I don't know. It's one of those things.
So there's 3 orthodox slips there now for Chappell bowling. To the new man. Oh, there's a big appeal for a catch behind, not given, and it looked like pad anyway to me.
LBW is the only
Charlesworth
thing that could have been
survives the
entertained.
appeal, but to be honest, I don't think it was. He hit it. It didn't look as though he'd hit it.
Yeah, pitching outside and possibly high as well as far as LBW. In fact, I don't think they really were going up for that anyway. They were sort of hoping they might just sneak a court behind just because of the noise.
Yeah. Chappell in again. Bowls, and that's more solid stroke from Charlesworth up to mid-off. And there is no run.
That loss of Dent as well, and you're saying he's not really looked in a massive amount of trouble until that point, but that was rather like how it was at the start of the first innings as well.
Right.
Pretty much any time, wasn't it? There was never really a massive cascade. A couple of quick ones, but any time there looked like there was a pattern establishing.
Chappell bowls and Charlesworth drives without timing it at all. And in fact, of a thick inside edge, it comes back to the bowler.
Any time there was a rhythm established, the wicket would fall.
Yeah. To his credit, Chappell then picked the ball up off his own bowling and took it back to his mark without throwing it to somebody else, as they normally tend to do. He just wants to get on with it. I think he realises this is his day, and he wants to get on with it. So he comes in and bowls, and Charlesworth will get runs, and he might get forward out of third man there. He's just opened the face of the bat and guided it in the gap between third slip and the backward point. And he will go to 19, 33 for 1. Ollie Price yet to score. The wicket down, that of Chris Dent, who was bowled by Chappell for 10. Next update on Radio Derby is about roughly 5 o'clock. I say roughly because it said it'd be 5 o'clock or just after, rather as the 10 to 4 was at 5 past. Chappell comes in and bowls, and that's carved away for 4 more by Charlesworth, just standing tall and throwing the bat at the ball, really. There was no risk of a catch. He hit it down, hit it behind point, but to the left of the fielder there. And away it went. 4, lengthy chase to go and retrieve that and get it back. No, virtually no spectators over on that side of the ground now to help him with that, so he's had to go all the way and pick it up.
There's about what? There's 5 or 6 people huddled at one end of the stand, and then one person sitting completely on their own in the middle of it.
Yeah, Billy No
in the
Mates.
shade.
Bizarrely, you know, the chap who insisted on sitting right at the back of the stand in the stairwell on the far end as Chappell comes in and bowls to Charlesworth, who defends back to him, has moved one seat to his right.
Perhaps it's to do with the gaps in the slips. Maybe he's he's deciding to
maybe
make
he's
a point
filling
up
the
there.
gap. Maybe, but he's moved one seat to his right. He's still got his leg space.
Very important.
Absolutely.
I just that one person in the middle of the I've forgotten. It's got a sponsor's name, doesn't it?
The demolition
That
stand.
is the demolition stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I didn't want to say demolition stand and then have it not be correct because that seems like you're
Demolition
casting
stand, no.
aspersions.
No, it does say it on the badge. It's the East Midlands demolition stand, as it says at the moment.
Yes.
That's
So
and they do call it that, even though there are other sponsors around.
I just find it quite funny because he's sitting right in the teeth of the wind,
Yeah.
completely on his own in the shade. Anyway, here's Rees bowling a no ball to Price, which is blocked out into the offside. So 39 for 1, I think will shortly be the score. It is. Rees, I think he bowled a couple of no balls in the first innings, but by and large, the discipline in terms of extras was fantastic. They ended up with 11 extras. It's not a bad total for 70 overs. 5 leg byes amongst those. Rees bowls to Price, and that's let go behind the stumps. Gloucestershire 25 extras conceded, including 12 no balls and a couple of wides. I think I must have missed this, but they have now gone to the sensible international regulation of having the ball that goes over the head be a wide, because last year in domestic cricket alone, English domestic cricket, it was a no ball still.
Right.
So they must have changed that, and I've missed it over the winter. Rees bowls to Price, who's forward, and jammed that into the ground back to Rees.
What was the significance of the... I guess if it's a wide, it counts as one of the 2 in the over, or whatever the regulation is these days.
Yeah, the
Rather than no ball. Is it still 2 runs?
the no ball is 2 and the wide's 1, so it's
So it was only one
it's
run
actually,
rather than 2?
So it's actually gone down by a run bowling it over the head, but
classed
it
as
still
a
counts
wide.
as one as one of the bounces for the over. Rees into Price across his stumps, looking to drive. He doesn't middle it, and a sprawling stop has made it. Cover by Anderson stops him even from getting off the mark. But anyway, it's... Well, I don't know. I'm sure that the people to the right of us in the score box would be particularly concerned about it, but I'm not sure that too many people are that concerned. Although, I mean, some fast bowlers. I mean, actually, I remember I was on commentary a couple of years back with Kyle Abbott at Hampshire. He was doing a T20 for BBC Solent, and you know, he just couldn't understand it. Why is it a no ball? Rees bowls round the wicket now to Price, who opens the face of the bat and gets off the mark. Should pick up a couple here, despite the speed of Anuj Dal from backward point. Still come back very comfortably for that 2. Gloucestershire to 41 for 1. Deficit to 128. But Ollie Price, having had a pretty tricky start with his first couple of deliveries.
The scoring rate's still
Just,
above 4 and over. Yeah, it's been a quick scoring game.
Yeah, and Charlesworth has got off to a similar start to what he did in the first innings when he had a 20 odd with a runner ball. Price works this one to the onside, fielded it forward square leg for no run. Just the early nerves at least seem to have been settled a bit by Ollie Price, and Gloucestershire. Well, this partnership has worked wonders for Gloucestershire in white ball cricket, especially with many recent memorable examples. It needs to do a similar sort of rescue job for Gloucestershire in this situation. Rees bowls round the wicket to Price, who's forward and playing a straight and firm forward defence back to the bowler. So Rees is through 5 overs for 19 and 10 overs gone. Gloucestershire 41 for 1. And as you say, the progress run rate wise, absolutely no problem at all. But you feel, what, 30 overs left. They can't afford to be even really 4 or 5 down at the end of the day, or that really does spell pretty close to doom, you would think.
What you will say is that if they carry on at this rate, they'll be even Stevens. As Chappell starts a new over and bowls to Charlesworth, who stands even taller than he is tall. Just plays it down into the backward point region, where there is no run. Andrew Dahl is doing the fielding there.
We're gradually sort of moving further and further away from each other as the day goes
Well,
on.
it's the sun coming round, isn't it?
Personal, of course.
As Chappell comes in and bowls, and Charlesworth just allows that to pass through to the wicket keeper. I guess the crowd has thinned out probably since tea. There's still a healthy number away on our left-hand side in front of the new pavilion, but certainly the crowd in the temporary permanent stand at the far end is a lot thinner than it was this morning. As Chappell is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Charlesworth has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
There do seem to be a few people making their way round the boundary, whether that's for exits or not, but still.
Well, you can never
it
tell
was-
how many people are actually at a county match, because you can't just count the number of people who are sat visibly watching the game, because at any one time there are people nomadically wandering or having something to eat as Chappell bowls and Charlesworth defends, or in a bar somewhere. So you never know what number of people are actually at a county championship match.
Put it this way, there's certainly more people here than there were on this ground this time last year.
Yes, that's true. There were more ducks on this ground this time last year, I
That
think.
was incredible. I remember day one of that game, just walking to the ground first look.
Chappell bowls, and that goes through. Charlesworth's defensive stroke beats the outside edge through to Guest.
Or non-game, and you know, you just took one look at the first patch of outfield that you saw, and that was,
Was it abandoned without a ball being bowled?
Yeah, so it wasn't, but there weren't lakes. So the previous year, Gloucestershire had a game here where some of the most torrential rain I've ever seen, and the ground staff somehow managed to clear it up for a start at something like 12 o'clock the next day in that fixture.
Chappell bowls on his hip, and Charlesworth turns down to long leg. They'll take one, but that's all they'll get. There's a good piece of fielding down there. And throw comes in. End of the over, 42, maybe 43 for 1. Will it flick over? Where are we? 42 for 1. Charlesworth 24. Ollie Price has 2. Deficit 127.
So that previous year, in terms of actual standing water, is up there with some of the most water I've seen on a cricket ground, probably narrowly beaten by Cardiff last year. But in terms of the abandonment, and it rained a bit during the 4 days. It wasn't completely dry, but it was just, you stepped on the outfield and it was just squelchy sogginess, and it just wasn't going anywhere. And yet, apparently the regulation now is that they cannot call the game off, even if it's obvious that there's not going to be any cricket. They can't call it off until, I think it's even the final day. I think to keep coming
really?
back. But on most days, Gloucestershire, who was staying outside of Derby, it didn't come in. Right, Anuj Dal is into the attack. He bowls a delivery way down the leg side that has, got a bit of bat on it. Charlesworth just flicked it past the dive of Brooke Guest, who really had no chance of catching that up to the stumps. You can get a huge amount of bat on that, though, Charlesworth, but it's runs to the total and 46 for 1.
It was a wild delivery down the side, didn't it? In fact, Charlesworth did well to get...
Yes, for a moment I thought, have I just seen that tip off the keeper's gloves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guest had no chance with it, really.
And probably Brooke Guest is thanking Charlesworth for saving him some
Well,
buys there, because no
absolutely.
doubt would have gone down as buys, even though it was way down there.
Stood up to the stumps. It was an awful delivery to try and field as a wicket keeper.
2 slips in a gully for Dahl as Charlesworth covers up in defence. 4 wickets in the first innings for Anuj Dahl, including the man at the non-strikers end. Rees got the first 2, both openers, and then Dahl claimed the next 4. And then Rees with 4 to finish. Zach Chappell has already got his name into the wickets column this innings. Anuj Dahl into Charlesworth, who is forward and tapping the ball to point. Just having a quick rundown of what's happening in the other games in Division 2, if I can just about peer at my laptop. Northamptonshire has started a run chase at Wantage Road. Kent bowled out for 171 in their second innings. Northamptonshire require 255 more runs to win at 5 without loss in their second innings, so they would require the highest score of the match to win that game. That could be an interesting chase. Dahl bowls, Charlesworth leaves, tight to off stump, and smartly taken by Guest behind the stumps. Lancashire have just gone ahead of Middlesex at 262 for 4. At Lords, Middlesex made 260. And former Gloucestershire player Marcus Harris is 79 not out. He's batting at 4 for Lancashire. Interesting. Not sure I've ever seen him bat at 4, but he did say actually when he joined Gloucestershire, and of course he was under Dale Benkenstein, who's now coach at Lancashire. It's Dahl bowls, and that's left on length by Charlesworth through to the wicket-keeper. He did say he didn't care whatsoever where he batted, because Gloucestershire had, still had the likes of Charlesworth and Dent, etc. And he didn't really care whether he opened or batted at 3, but Lancashire seemed to have deployed him at 4. Leicestershire 322 for 7 in reply to Glamorgan's 229, so that's a lead of 93 at Cardiff. With Lewis Hill, oh dear, that's a bit unfortunate, run out 96. Dahl in and defended to the onside of straight by Charlesworth, so just the 4 runs off the loosener from Dahl in that over. And Gloucestershire 46 for 1. In Division 1, get to in a moment, with the glare and my laptop playing up. Sussex 528 all out in the end. And gosh, Warwickshire 136 for 1 in reply. That might not be the most thrilling game at Edgbaston, we'll see. Somerset 515 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 154 all out. Ouch.
Sorry, what was that? I was on half listening. But...
Tom Banton is 274 not out at Taunton, with James Rue having made 152.
How many is Somerset?
And Somerset are 515 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 154.
That's hard work, isn't it, that?
It is, and it's also a statement from Somerset.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire, Nottinghamshire
no,
196 for 2 in reply to Durham's 378. And Surrey 54 for 1 in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared.
As Anderson starts a new spell, taking over from Zach Chappell, who bowled 6 overs for 19 with the 1 wicket. And Anderson replacing him into the attack from the racecourse end of the ground. My first look at Anderson, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And, moderate run, really, not too far. He bowls and he's chopped away for 4 down to third man off the bottom of the bat. Certainly sounded like the bottom of the bat. It was a poor.
Did well to reach it again. Another one.
And he's tall enough. Is Ollie Price. He's not as tall as Charlesworth, but he's tall enough. But he did well to get anything on that. Really, it was a a rank, slow, wide, long hop. And Price dispatched it down to third man for 4. So 50, the 50 up for Gloucestershire, 54-1. And the deficit now 119.
Is that some half-hearted attempt at a Martin Anderson chant?
As Anderson comes in and bowls, and that's a better delivery. Brings Price forward, defending into the offside. Well, I did hear that an over or two ago, some people trying to chant at a county championship match at 4:45 on a Saturday. What on earth is going
I
on?
don't know. It sounded a bit like that, but I could hear a sort of vague moaning noise from the distance, which I wondered whether that was what it was.
Anyway, chanting or not, Anderson is in again. Bowls outside the off stump. That's a better line. Price is able to leave it. He's gradually finding his radar here. Is Anderson.
I must admit, I've not seen a great deal of Anderson in 4-day cricket.
I'm not sure how much he's really played. He's been on Middlesex's books until, well, he came on loan at the end of last year, but been on Middlesex's books, but I don't think he's played a huge amount as he comes in and bowls the ball a very full length, driven back down the pitch by Price, but fielded off his own bowling.
I have to say, when I've tended to see Anderson, it's been more in T20 cricket, which his bowling hasn't always been massively suited to, but he certainly showed some ball striking ability in the T20 at Cheltenham last year.
He comes in again, bowls, and that's driven up the ground to Zach Chappell. Sorry, to Lewis Rees, and there is no run. End of the over then from Anderson. One poor delivery dispatched for 4, but the rest of it was tidy enough. And Gloucestershire have reached 50-1. There's a crowd of people there who are dressed in white, so I wonder if it's a stag party.
Oh gosh, yes, you do get those. There was one from one of the local clubs. I think it might have been Froster last year, which
I think it is. It's one of those stag parties. They've got these face masks on, haven't they, of somebody, some people, not sure who.
Anuj Dal starts his second over, and Charlesworth has blasted this one straight back past him for 4. It was a little over-pitched from Dal, but Charlesworth treated that one with absolute contempt. And that's another boundary to him. He's on to 32, 54 for 1. He has been in good touch in the pre-season, and he looked in pretty good touch in the first innings until he went for a drive at a ball that just wasn't quite there and nicked off. So as long as the ball's there, he can drive with abandon, but yeah, just needs to be careful about that one that Dahl just now still tempts him with, possibly, but isn't quite so full. Oh dear, as the ball whacked into something as ball appears to be being presented to the umpire. Bit of a committee meeting. How many people does it take to determine if a ball's in shape?
I don't know. There's 3 of them trying to tell the umpire that it needs changing, and
here
still
we go
haven't
again.
decided.
Back for another go.
Still haven't decided.
The square leg umpire's not interested whatsoever. He's not. He's barely even moved. He's looking at his notebook.
Yeah, see,
Thinking maybe, oh no, he's going to be called into action. I don't think he really wanted to walk over there. I think he was quite happy standing at square leg.
All wastes time in the day.
We've got 26.5 overs remaining.
And they're going to change it by the look of it.
So we finished yesterday about 20 to 7. I think we'll be possibly a little bit later than that this evening, but as long as the skies are still clear, which they have been almost entirely clear most of the day, we shouldn't be in any sort of bother. So there is genuinely not a cloud in the sky, at least not that we can see, as the ball is taken away, dispatched. It is no more. And the briefcase comes out again, How many overs is that? 13.1. I must admit, I was quite surprised we got into the 60s with the balls in the first innings. And, well, the Derbyshire player now sitting on the floor, legs outstretched, leaning back, and I would say basking in the sunshine, but he's probably not, given what wind there might be. And oh, we've got a ball. We're satisfied with this one. The problem is when you change it once this early, it almost inevitably is going to get changed again, because I suspect either it will have been a ball that was used in the nets, or it might even be a ball from last year where we were changing them a fair bit. So, yes.
Presumably, once a ball has been changed out, it can't become one of those to be changed back in.
No,
again,
I suppose
can it?
unless
for
it's
some reason it's not fit.
Yes, unless it just happened to be a chase or something that was that number of overs long. As Dahl bowls to Charlesworth, who lets that go. But no, most of the balls come from the nets, don't they? And they bowl a certain number of deliveries with it and then note down roughly what they think. I don't know exactly how scientific it is. Might be a bit more.
It can only be a ball of similar quality because no two balls are exactly the same, and it depends what a ball that's had 40 minutes of being lashed around the ground.
Yes. Dahl bowls and Charlesworth leaves through to the keeper.
Will be completely different to a ball that's had 40 overs of blocking back and leaving. So
range hitting practice.
Yeah, I mean the whole. So no two balls are exactly the same. So they just have to pick something that looks in similar condition, whether it's that number of overs old or not.
Cricket is a game of so many random variables anyway.
Yeah.
Pitch, weather, wind, whatever. At some point you just got to have a ball and get on with it. Short ball, Charlesworth crunches a pull shot. I don't think it was that close to mid-wicket really. And it speeds away for 4, and it's going to be a long chase for Rees out to the boundary again.
It was along the ground as well, so it was a pull drive, really. It's not a full-blooded pull shot with a horizontal bat. You just smote it, really.
Yeah, he does.
I don't wish to sound uncharitable with the stroke because there was nothing wrong with it, really, but it wasn't a pull and it wasn't an on-drive. It was something between the two, really.
Yeah, he does have the ability to do this, Charlesworth, and it's amazing when you think he was such an incredibly correct player when he first came on the scene, and he still has that technical ability. As this is squeezed away towards gully, they'll take a single, and a good piece of fielding at backward point. Pat Brown there, just to keep it to 1. 37 to Charlesworth, 59 for 1 with a single, but ever since the advent of Ben Charlesworth, the T20 player, he's brought out these sorts of pickup shots into the leg side off whatever length you like, and he hits them so far. This is on the bounce from Ollie Price with a cultured outer part of the bat to Lloyd in the gully to think about bowling the ball towards the stumps, but held on to it, and it is 59 for 1. Dahl 2 overs for 13. And Gloucestershire still 110 behind. Too far off the first, perhaps psychological mark of getting it down into double figures. I don't think that really affects very much of what's going on out in the middle, but well, who knows, maybe they are taking it in tens or something. It just depends what they're doing. But in any case, runs important. But
so I'm not sure who
still got to stay together.
That is an extra cover because they've got number 12 on the back.
It's Nyren Donald.
There you go, 12th man. So I'm not sure Brown's on the field, is he? Anyway, Anderson coming around the wicket to the left-hander. He's in and bowls on about middle stump and played back down the pitch by Charlesworth. And, there is no run. Shadows just beginning to lengthen here at the county ground. The one from the floodlight to our right-hand side in the distance has reached Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper, as Anderson tries again down the leg side, and that's a good take by Guest, that, because that was a ropey delivery, really.
He's done well to save 4 more byes there.
Would have been a very wide, leg side wide in a one-day game.
Yeah, he's come close to conceding byes, has Guest, but he still has yet to concede any in the match.
He's a good
Done
wicket keeper. He is a good wicket keeper, Guest.
despite some of the deliveries that have been sent down his way.
Right. As Anderson comes in and bowls, and that's a better delivery. Forces Charlesworth into a defensive stroke coming forward.
James Bracey only conceded 4 byes, and that was on an absolutely impossible delivery from Marchant de Lange yesterday evening.
Yep.
That went sort of 2 stumps outside off, and then suddenly at great pace decided to wobble sideways on him. Had absolutely no chance.
As this is pitched up by Anderson and will be driven for 4 by Charlesworth. The chase there for, I think it's Rees. But he gives it up fairly quickly, and Charlesworth goes to 41. Well, how much Derbyshire must be ruined not having that 3rd slip in the 2nd over now, because it's cost them 41 so far. On the assumption that the catch would have been taken, of course. Anyway, what is Gloucestershire 63-4-1. As Anderson comes in and bowls, and this takes Charlesworth on the hip, and will be a leg bye. Signalled by umpire Watts there.
It has been a decent start to the partnership, but you look and actually Ollie Price on 6 and actually
40.
yeah, and he's had less of the strike than Charlesworth as well, so he may not be feeling as in as
Nope.
you know, just because Charlesworth is in the 40s.
Well, interesting. He's just
well.
retaken his guard there as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, Anderson on his way is in and bowls well wide of the off stump, and Price has nothing to do with it. That is the end of the over. Gloucestershire 64-1, trail by 105. Price 6, Charlesworth 41. And there are still 25 overs remaining in the day.
Still just can't believe, 5th of April. I'm shielding my eyes from the sun and sitting here in a t-shirt.
Yes.
I know it's not the case for everybody out there, but even so, just to have this start to the season, at least we're not, just the number of days. Well, at any point in the season, as Dahl bowls, or Charlesworth is a little over-ambitious with that drive and skews it out to mid-wicket. That's the sort of delivery and shot that I was alluding to when Charlesworth smacked that one straight back past Anuj Dahl. You've just got to be so careful with the one that isn't quite there for the drive. But, think back to game 1 2 years ago. I think we were on and off 7 times on day 1 at Northampton. Dahl bowls short ball. Charlesworth climbs into that one. 1 bounce, 2 bounce over the rope, 4. It's seldom an area that Charlesworth misses out on these days. Picking that ball up into the leg side. 68 for 1. Charlesworth to 45. And it would take a serious error of judgment for Charlesworth to hit that, straight up in the air or something.
Dahl is not quick enough to bowl that short. I don't think I'm not suggesting that he did it deliberately, but he dragged it down. And Charlesworth, given how tall he is and with the long reach that he has, was able to just pick it up, really, hit it, swat it really.
It's got such a natural swing off that sort of length. Dahl to Charlesworth, who leaves outside the off stump. As Dahl goes back to more the sort of line and length that saw him pick up the forfeit in the first innings. Still think, I mean, you think actually even back to just the 2 overs that Graham van Buren bowled and got 2 to turn and bounce past Madsen's edge.
Yep.
Jack Morley may be a serious factor in this remaining 24 overs after this, as Dahl bowls wide of off and Charlesworth again doesn't have to play. But once again...
Well, interesting, we don't think Pat Brown's on the field. No, he's actually, he is. He's at cover, so there's somebody, unless he's back on and has Donald gone back off now, and we just didn't see that switch.
Yeah,
but I think he was
mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think he was definitely off the field for a short period of time, but we've not seen him yet.
Might be getting the bowling boots on.
No, maybe.
Dahl round the wicket to Charlesworth, and again, doesn't have to play.
I was interested that he's been on an England Lions tour over the winter, but it's not yet been used as one of the 4 bowlers.
Well, that's also interesting to do with Akhtar as well. I don't know whether there's been some edict from above, but we didn't see as much of Zaman Akhtar as others. Akhtar getting through 9 overs compared to, say, Singhdale's 16. And Akhtar also was with the Lions in the winter. Dahl bowls, Charlesworth stands tall and punches towards mid-on, and I suppose you're sort of there as the batter hoping that it takes some sort of nasty bounce, which actually it did, but the fielder was able to stop it. It's not much fun out there, especially with the low sun potentially being a factor at other times. Not the easiest fielding, even routine. Balls along the floor. 68 for 1. Gloucestershire's deficit 101. This partnership worth 44 now.
Captain Madsen, just having a conversation with Anderson. I don't know the answer to this, but why has Anderson got 2 S's in his name?
He's got a Swedish father, I believe.
It is a Scandinavian
Yeah,
thing, is it?
I think it's a Swedish father.
Yeah.
Andersson.
Anyway, Anderson is in and bowls. And, Price up on his toes just guides it down into that fine gully position. There's no run.
Yes, the RS becomes a sh in Swedish, if anyone's interested, which then.
Oh, does it really?
Yes.
Andersson.
Andersson.
Oh, right. As Andersson is in and bowls. Oh, I'll tell Fletcher this.
He'll love it.
He's been getting it wrong.
He'll be. Oh no, he'll be just happy still to call him Anderson with 2 S's every time.
Maybe I'm not doing any of that Scandinavian rubbish. I'm from Lancashire.
Well, we did decide that this was the home for Scandinavian cricket.
Well, it is, given that
Yes.
one of our most famous alumni was Earl Mortensen,
Right.
the Great Dane, as Anderson bowls, and that's driven through mid-wicket. That was a nice stroke from Price, and that will go for 4. There's Reese there chasing it back, but he's really only going to fetch it. And Price into double figures. He has 10, 72 for 1. After that early wicket and the possible chance for Charlesworth, these two have batted quite serenely since. And are making this pitch look pretty flat.
Yeah, as I say, the issue has been going on. It was in the first innings, so that pattern has got to change with this partnership.
Anderson will try again. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and Price leaves it alone. It's 97, the deficit now below 100 following that boundary.
Small mercies for Gloucestershire.
Well, tick off these markers
Yeah,
one
you've got to
by
start
one.
somewhere and then continue for a while.
as Undershon bowls. I like that.
do this all the time now.
Undershon. I think, yeah, I quite like that. Undershon. Now that you've told me that,
It's very Sean Connery.
I'm going to pick up everybody who calls him Undersun. Actually,
That wasn't my intention of mentioning it, so I apologise to
I
everyone.
apologise to everybody who's now going to be pulled up by me for mispronouncing Martin Undershon.
Oh, we've got some more chanting.
As he comes in and bowls outside the off stump well wide, and Price has nothing to do with it. It's definitely it's an ambitious stag party for the 5th of April to be coming to watch county cricket
Good effort,
in
isn't
the
it?
whites. Yeah, and at the moment being ambitious enough to see it through to the close as well. And
Well, perhaps they've got some serious plans afterwards.
Well, I was going to say, if you're on a stag do, I can think of some warmer places I would rather be.
I hope they're not going to the establishment that I've planned to go to this
Oh,
evening.
really? Are you going to allow that in public? It's 72 for 1, by the way, at the end of that.
No, I don't think I'd better advertise my presence. There might be too much of a crowd.
Well,
no, obviously not.
Maybe.
There's never a crowd where I'm concerned.
Is it a real ale establishment?
It is,
Well,
yes.
that's what you
I
want.
Should only attend such a place.
Is it within the city boundary?
It is, yes.
Oh, right, well, that narrows it down a bit.
Here comes Anuj Dal, 2 slips in the gully, bowling to Charlesworth, who once again watchfully allows it to go through behind the stumps, taken by Guest up to the stumps. Yes, it's not too far from here.
No, that narrows it even further. Well, actually, it doesn't particularly, because the best real ale pubs are all on this side of the city.
Well, there was one.
Depending on what sort of evening you plan, I could give you a very decent route.
Okay. Well, you might perhaps engage in that after the day's play. As Charlesworth has turned this into the onside wide of mid-on. They will take a single, as there's only that mid-on fielder saving the single. In fact, on the onside now, they've given Dahl some protection out at deep mid-wicket, as well as the long leg, but Charlesworth gets off strike, 46 to him. I think another retaking of the guard from Ollie Price, because I think it's probably been a little while since he's been on strike at this end. Dahl into Price, and that one doesn't bounce very much, but it's also too wide of off stump to be of any threat to Ollie Price, I should add, because it's probably of a threat to Brooke Guest's fingertips. That's just probably another one of those stingers that just adds up at the end of a season.
Kept low on him, didn't it? Got a glove on it, but didn't take it cleanly.
Dahl certainly rattling through his overs, not wasting any time at the end of his mark, as Price knocks that one on the head, as he likes to do. He does play that sort of balanced but not really front or back footed defensive shot with that really shallow bat angle. And going back to the first innings, he was out caught off Dahl's bowling at second slip and sort of looked back and couldn't believe that it had carried, because he played with such a shallow bat and soft hands, as this is again tapped defensively by Price for no run, as it's picked up by David Lloyd, who's penguin waddling at the moment. Sort of sharp contrast to me sitting here shielding my eyes from the sun in a t-shirt. We've got David Lloyd, who's stuck his hands in his pockets and is walking like it's not the warmest out there. Dahl in, and Price again not particularly interested in doing anything other than keeping Dahl out. 4 overs for 18. Dahl's figures the deficit 96, Gloucestershire 73 for 1. And there are still 22 overs remaining today. A fair old chunk.
Well, we're not going to go off for bad light.
No.
Well, not unless they really slow the over rate down. I think we're here till 7 o'clock, aren't we?
Well, fortunately, it's the good thing about away games is that I don't really have anywhere else to be anyway. Well, other than, as I've mentioned, the pub, but that's obviously not important at all.
Absolutely not.
Not.
As Undershon bowls. And, Charlesworth defends pitch to. It is Zach Chappell at mid-off. Oh, I swapped over. Him and Reese keeps and Kane swapping over mid-off
Perhaps
and
this is
mid-on.
some sort of way of buying a wicket,
I don't know.
trying to, you know, disturb the batter by seeing a different figure in front of it.
Yeah. There's Anderson bowls and forced into the offside without any power by Charlesworth. There was no run. There's a fair bit of noise out on the field being picked up on the effects microphone as the Derbyshire players attempt to gee each other up and keep going.
Come on here, lads. That well-known cricketing cry.
Yeah. I'll give you one guess who that was. As Anderson is in again. Past the umpire, bowls, and that takes the thigh pad of Charlesworth. He got a bit tucked up. He never looked entirely comfortable playing that.
Didn't look entirely comfortable after playing it either.
No, but it was thigh pad rather than anything.
Yes.
Anything else. Might have just bounced on him a bit. Well, lone gentleman at the top of the stand at the far end is now gone as Anderson bowls and Charlesworth just comes forward defending again. No run.
The man in the middle of the demolition stand is still toughing it out,
Stoic.
ready for the next expedition to
Well,
Jan Mayen or somewhere.
It's spent so long in the shade in that stand, he might have frozen to his seat. As Anderson is in again around the wicket, bowls and Charlesworth drives through the covers. That'll be 4. And Kane doesn't even bother attempting to chase that with any vigour. He just accepts that he's fetching that back. And Charlesworth goes to 50 in 60 deliveries. And he's leading the fight back here for Gloucestershire, who now trail by 92. 77-4-1.
Not a massive celebration from Charlesworth. He did raise his bat in the direction of the pavilion, but he doesn't look like a man that's particularly wanting to acknowledge much that he's got to 50.
Anderson in again, bowls and Charlesworth forward, defending, end of the over, 4 runs from it. And
Ben Charlesworth 50 came from 60 balls and contained 11 fours.
11 fours, I think Jane just had to add that up for a moment then.
She was almost surprised to see that it was that many.
I haven't added this up. Yeah, 11 fours in his 50 there for Charlesworth, for Ben Charlesworth.
Which equals a substantial percentage of runs in boundaries.
It's 88.
Yes, substantial. 77 for 1, and Charlesworth has 50 of them as well. It still continues to be Charlesworth doing the scoring, but it's working at the moment.
Partnership worth 53, of which Price has 10. Might have been 1 or 2 extras in there as well, but the bulk of it scored by Charlesworth.
Anuj Dahl continues, Price in line and keeping it out. That's been mostly how Ollie Price has been playing. I suppose he's just waiting for the rank delivery. Charlesworth has been confident enough just to go searching a little bit more. He did also have a couple of those shorter balls from Dahl that he pumped away to the boundary, but even that drive to reach 50 was, I don't think it was a rank half volley at all. Oh, Dahl starts and stops. For once, maybe almost too quick. Madson's still doing a bit of pointing, and I think Ollie Price has got something in his eye now.
What time's last order, is it?
I think it's any cat and mouse. It's a good thing there's no table been reserved. In comes Dahl, bowls on leg stump. It's flicked by Price down towards long leg. They're thinking about 2, but I don't think they will entertain that thought for too long. And Ollie Price to 11, so he's got off strike a couple of balls into the over. 78 for 1. How long a spell might you want Morley to have at the back end of of the day because
Well,
I think they should give him a go.
I thought they'd give him a lengthy spell. Really. I think it would be worthwhile doing. Because they can always take him back out of the attack if it doesn't work.
Dahl into Charlesworth, who squares up and defends back up the pitch.
And there's nothing happening at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, we know we're having this discussion and maybe a wicket falls, but it would be a wicket, not exactly completely out of the blue, but it's been quite a while since.
They haven't looked troubled, have they, these two, really? Pitch is not misbehaving.
Still one ball to get it right for Dahl as Charlesworth taps that one gently down into the ground and Guest has to come out behind the stumps to field. Do still have that fielder at a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. And well, it's more of a, but definitely very much a long leg. It's quite a wide long leg. Dahl in, a short ball, shovel pull shot from Charlesworth. It'll be a few bounces out to that fielder at deep mid-wicket, so it proves a decent decision to have put that fielder out on the boundary. 79 for 1. Charlesworth up to 51. And as far as the spell of Dahl, we'll see. This is the last ball of his 5th over now, and Price, excuse me, again plays such a gentle defensive shot that the ball barely rolls a foot away from him, but just watches it come to a stop. And Brooke Guest tidies up, so 5 overs for 20. And in a little bit of a contrast, that spell of Dahl, assuming it is over, but we'll have one more. I don't know. He looks like a man that maybe thinks that was his last over, but considering that was
we're going to see Pat Brown,
the chief threat in the first innings, they've got through 10 overs of Rees and Dahl for 39, which I think is pretty close to the amount of runs that they conceded between them almost in the first innings, where it felt that way. Just couldn't really get anything going against them, Gloucestershire.
So our first sight of Pat Brown in this second innings, the 5th bowler to be used by Derbyshire. And, he will bowl over the wicket with 2 slips and a finish gully to Ben Charlesworth. He comes in now to the crease and bowls, a bouncer straight up. Statement of intent.
I think he did that in the first innings as well. Bowled a bouncer first
Maybe
ball.
it was just his loosener then. But anyway, it was a useful enough bouncer that Charlesworth, tall as he is, managed to duck under.
And a mature decision as well to do that, given that he knows he's strong on the short ball, but also there's 2 fielders
There are
lurking
2
in the
men
deep.
out, yeah, and the top edge, as we saw with
Jewel
in the
first
innings
innings,
for Derbyshire, can lead to downfall. Anyway, here comes Brown again, in up to the crease and bowls ball better length, and Charlesworth just drops square on the offside. They'll take a run because the backward point is actually a deep backward point. And, there's a very gentle single there for Charlesworth to move to 52, 80 for 1. Field switching over for the right-handed Price. If anything, is Price taller than Charlesworth?
I think Charlesworth is a little bit taller than him.
Is he?
But
maybe it's just
it's
that
not.
He's maybe a little
There's
bit
not
more
much in it, I don't think.
ganglier, really, a bit thinner. As Brown comes into Price anyway and bowls, and he'll get a couple of runs. In fact, he might still get 4 because he guided it down into the gully where there was a misfield by David Lloyd, and it might have done him some damage, that. And it bounced away and ran all the way down to a very fine 3rd man for 4 runs.
It's just nasty, isn't it?
It's the bounce off the
could go anywhere.
Bounce off the outfield. It was an awkward one, but it bounced twice. Once off the bat just down into the ground, and then on a second after the hop, a second time, just in front of him. And it was very awkward to try and take.
He's in close, and then, you know, just, I mean, even the fact that it still went for 4, even though they got quite a lot on it, shows you how quickly it was travelling, yeah.
Some pace in it. Anyway, Brown in and out and bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-on. They'll take a quick single. Kane comes in and throws at the stumps, and Lloyd, who's not really been in the game much at all, has to do some backing up.
Just what you want, isn't
So
it?
it is, just after you've taken a nasty one and...
winged in throw to back up.
Yeah. Safely through for the single anyway, 85 for 1. And Gloucestershire making good inroads into this deficit. They've now halved it. I think, as was proven with the Derbyshire innings, that if you get one, then more than one may follow. So there's still a lot of work to be done. As Brown is in again and bowls, and Charles with plenty of time to just stand up and push into the onside. Whereas that Chappell will amble in from mid-on and pick the ball up.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if even Madsen said that he didn't feel as if it was, you know, it wasn't an amazing 100 for him, in that, you know, there was always the odd one which could maybe bounce a bit more or not bounce. You know, it's he didn't give away a chance or anything getting to 100, but it wasn't easy.
As Brown bowls and Charlesworth defends. End of the over, a tidy enough one from Brown. Although there were 6 runs from it, 4 off an unfortunate misfield, really. Gloucestershire at the end of it, 85 for 1, trailed by 84.
And he had some bowling to tuck into at times, which made it easier. But I think, I mean, you know, you think back to particularly those DeLange spells, and then those, you know, especially the spell towards the back end of yesterday and the one this morning to get through. There were those 2 periods particularly that were tough for him.
Well, we're calling this well at the moment, because Morley is into the attack.
Well, the number 6.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if he gets any turn, and if so, if there's any pace and devilment with it. But the change in pace and the different action might be enough to induce a false stroke or a wicket. Just something else different for the batsmen to think about while they're out there.
Yeah, and I think he's got more to attack with than first innings. In bowl March, only 4 overs, but kept it tight. 4 overs for just 4 runs. But I think there's a little bit of bounce out there for him, and we saw Ollie Price get a bit of grip, albeit from a bit further back of a length. But here is Morley bowling to Price, who square drives on the offside. Work to do for the sweeper, but it's well done by Harry Kame out at deep backward point, so it's just a single. Ollie Price to 17. Gloucestershire to 86 for 1. Ben Charlesworth does tend to like to use his feet these days against the spinners. It's another thing that you wouldn't really have seen him doing a couple of years ago, but now he trusts his clout that he can almost miscue it for 6 if he doesn't get hold of it. But Morley might be quite happy for him to come down the pitch when he wasn't for that first delivery, anything to go by, because he almost as if he was anticipating Charlesworth coming down. He bowled it quite short, and Charlesworth knocked it past the short mid-wicket down to long on for 1.
Rank long up, really, and Charlesworth defended it rather than forced it. There was another misfield at mid-wicket.
Morley in to Price. It stays low as Price again, square drive, sort of cut shot out to deep backward point. He takes 1. But even there, just the ball that stays down, but there may equally be another that just pops up a little bit. It'll nick through to the keeper. Morley still hasn't really quite found his length, though. It's still a little bit short, and allowing Charlesworth to work it through square leg for another single. So he's conceded as many in 4 balls as he did in 4 overs in the first innings. I'm sure he'll be buoyed by his batting exploits as well.
Well, he probably thinks he's got runs in the bank.
There's Morley in, and that's more dangerous because that was a bit fuller from Morley, and Price playing that one probably not too far off the stumps out to backward point. Again, the sort of the dangers we talked about earlier. If you start playing one shot too much, you start seeing it all the time. Morley bowls and Price drives past extra cover. Might be a couple on offer here, and there won't be. In fact, they decide there's no massive need to push it. Possibly another situation they might have come through, but good work on the boundary from Harry Kane, and 5 runs from that over. Gloucestershire 90 for 1, deficit of 79, and Ollie Price, not with Ben Charlesworth's vigour, but he's just accelerating his own scoring rate a little now, 19 from 40 deliveries. 18 overs to go. Still plenty can swing in that sort of time. Gloucestershire could erase much of the deficit or lose a few quick ones, and it's back to Derbyshire all the way. Are they coming to you or not?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, okay.
I just seen a message that said they were going to come to me after a trial, but we'll know when we get some feed, but we haven't had any yet, so.
Price to mid-wicket for 2 first.
A2 are the
Dust is kicking up a bit out there now.
Yep, that's an indication of how dry it is, really, I guess. It's,
Covers are amazing these days. We've just got the hover cover here now.
they have got the hover cover, you're right, yeah. As Brown comes in and bowls, and Price goes up onto his toes and forces into the offside, but there is no run.
I was took
Yes,
by
they've had
surprise after day one, that whirring of the hover cover.
They've had it here for a year or two now.
I suppose we didn't need it last year because the ground was so wet that they didn't even bother covering the pitch. They were busy trying to dry it out with those heater things.
So
I didn't see it.
No, it had probably never been out there. They were probably using flat covers on it.
Yeah, if they had to cover it, yeah.
Yeah.
They were just desperately trying to. Any time I was at the ground, they were exposing it to the sun as much as they could.
As Brown comes in again and bowls, and that's taken off his hip by Price as the man out there at deep square leg who will field. And there is 1 run. Throw comes into Guest, and the game sort of going through the motions a bit at the moment. I'm sure the players aren't just going through the motions, but that's the impression that the momentum of the game has. That, nothing really happening with the ball for Derbyshire, and Gloucestershire happy just to pick their way towards this, towards ticking off this target, with just over 17 overs still remaining in the day. As Brown comes in again and bowls, and again Charlesworth just happy to drop the bat on it and push it out to that man at deep. Backward point. It's Anuj Dal who's out there, and he actually fields in the same position for both the left and right hander. So he's deep backward square leg for Price, and then deep backward point for Charlesworth.
Got a leg gully coming in by the looks of things.
We have, which means that Dahl have to come in front of square because there is a long leg as well. So, trust he's noticed that. As Brown comes in and bowls, and that's flicked on. He's caught him. Well, can you believe it? Man was moved to the leg slip, and first ball, Price has flicked it straight to him. What a remarkable and prescient piece of captaincy that has proven to be. As they deliberately moved the man from the offside into a leg slip position, fairly wide, almost a leg gully really. And Price flicked a ball from Brown off his hip straight into his hands, and it was snaffled, and Derbyshire pick up their second wicket. Well, remarkable. Just as I was saying that nothing was happening, and Derbyshire have found a way to take a wicket, and well done. Hats off to them for thinking that plan out. It was Anderson who took the catch in that leg gully position, and Derbyshire have the breakthrough. Yeah, it's almost as though Price hadn't realised the man was there. The way he played the shot, it was an instinctive stroke off his hip, and fully expecting the ball to go down to long leg, and instead there was a leg gully in there who snaffled the catch. So Derbyshire break that partnership, which was worth 70, yeah, and another twist in the day.
Yeah, there was still plenty of time for it to change again. And as you say, it wasn't as though it was something that just flew a bit squarer than he intended or whatever. That was exactly where that shot was always going to go.
It was a genuine shot to that play. It was almost like catching practice, really.
He was out in the match at Lords at the end of last season, also caught in that area. Yeah. So I don't know whether it was. I mean, it probably wasn't something that was. Well, maybe it would have been in the back of Madson's mind or something. If they do get these, as it were, scouting reports on people, the analyst does the work beforehand to see their previous dismissal. So it might have been something they thought, if he's out for a length of time, we've got Brown bowling, a bit of pace, let's give it a try.
The case, you'd have thought they'd have him from the start, wouldn't you? Really?
But I suppose Brown and Chappell are probably the only two bowlers that you might think. Anyway, it's worked, and that's a huge breakthrough, and it brings Miles Hammond to the crease. A new over being started by Morley, who's coming round the wicket to Charlesworth, and this is clipped through square leg by Charlesworth just for a single. And Miles Hammond joining Charlesworth, also somebody whose natural instinct is to attack the spinner. But he certainly reined himself in the first innings, but ended up nicking off. So will he decide that he wants to go on the attack this time? Not immediately, because he's pushing this one back to Morley. He certainly will have faced him before, because Hammond got some runs in that championship match against Lancashire a couple of years back that Morley was playing at Bristol, albeit that is a decent length of time ago. Slight adjustment to the leg side field. There are 5 fielders on the leg side. Fielder on the 45, square leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Morley to Hammond. He gets in line and plays this back to the bowler. The offside, just a slip, backward point, extra cover and mid-off. So a field very much tempting Hammond to hit against the turn. Morley bowls, and Hammond's forward, again playing straight to allow Morley to field. It was not an easy stay for Hammond in the first innings. There was a lot of swing. Dahl and Rees were at their best as Hammond jams down on that one at the last minute and plays it into the onside. 5 off 27 deliveries before Caleb Jewell snatched him at first slip off Anuj Dahl. He certainly found his length much better in this over so far as Morley, and he completes it well. As again, Hammond can't do anything other than just defend. And just the single off the over. 95 for 2. 74 runs behind still Gloucestershire. So as good as that partnership was between Charlesworth and Price, even another one only gets them to level pegging. batting to come. James Bracey will be due in next. Graham Van Buren, who top scored in the first innings. And then Tom Price, Zaman Akhtar, Matt Taylor, Ajit Singh Dale. I missed out Marchant de Lange. I don't think de Lange would be coming in behind Singh Dale, but in any case.
Be interesting to know the theory behind Morley bowling around the wicket to 2 right-handers, really, as a left armer. I guess he's trying not to give them too much room and hoping that he can turn it enough to straighten it.
Turn it back through the gate.
And turn it back, maybe, but the orthodox thing to do would be a bowl over the wicket and try and pitch it in the rough to the right-handers and bowl them through the gate that way and give them the drive. So there's obviously some sort of tactical ploy to it. Whether it's purely I can't imagine it's purely defensive at the moment because Derbyshire are way on top as it stands. It's interesting to know the reasoning behind that. As Brown starts a new over with a bouncer to Charlesworth, who has 56 to his name. He's played well for that. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We now have 12 people in the stand at the far end. That's gone back up by 2, steadily diminishing, and got down as low as 10.
Oh, the Stag do getting refreshments as well over at the bar.
Oh, unsurprisingly, maybe.
I hope they're not going to hang around there while I'm doing my interview. That'd be interesting.
Comes in and bowls, and it's dropped into the offside, but there's no run as David Lloyd comes around quickly from backward point, or rather the gully really, and does the fielding.
Tones of, well, I suspect at this point, Marchant de Lange over the top of some.
Well, all I can say is if they are there while you're trying to do an interview with Marshall de Lange, I'm not sure how much of it will be reproducible tomorrow morning in the news bulletins. Unless you've got somebody very good at drowning out background noise. As Brown is in again and bowls, and that was a good ball. We'll get 4 for it as Charlesworth, right up on his toes, just guided it past the right hand of Lloyd in the gully, down to third man. He was rather cramped for room, really. But I guess his height got him out of a bit of trouble there, and he was able to keep on top of the ball and just angle the bat and guide it away to the third man boundary. 99 for 2 then. Gloucestershire trail now by 70.
Charlesworth becomes just so key here. 60 of the 99 runs, needless to say, and 15 overs to go, but Derbyshire can just prize him out. 2 fresh batters in.
2 new men at the crease, yep. Brown is in again, bowls that short, and Charlesworth sways out of the way. Has to get very low to do it. He's almost on his knees, really. Not sure that really bounced any more than the previous one that he guided for. But anyway, he chose to keep out of the way of that one. Dropped his hands and the bat well out of the way, and just swayed inside the line of the short delivery. Just the 2 slips in place and a gully. And out on the offside, there's the deep point. You think is that Anaj Dal? I think he's more or less rooted to the spot out there. Extra cover in the mid-off. As Brown comes in and bowls a ball of full length, and that's driven through the offside for 4. That was a nice stroke from Charlesworth. Didn't move his feet an awful lot particularly, but hit through the line of the ball and drove it in front of square for 4.
God, it made such a crisp sound off the bat.
He hit it in the middle. And he's gone to 64. In fact, the hundreds up there for Gloucestershire now. 103 for 2.
All you can do is just sit and admire, really.
Distracted by the... Brown comes in around the wicket this time to Charlesworth, who stands up and defends back to the bowler.
Oh, this is marvellous. He's still going with the keepy uppies. That must have been about 10.
Brown, yes, very athletic with his keepy uppies.
I mean, if you're going to do it, that's what you should be doing. None of this sort of 3 and you're out business that most people do.
There he goes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are we going to count that last one? You probably
10, I think, and 10 and out. But that's
10.
a good effort.
That's, yeah,
Good effort with a cricket
double
ball.
figures. Magnificent stuff. It's probably, I don't know. I don't think he bowled a spell of longer than 4 overs in the first innings, so he might still only have the one more.
Brown.
To see where they would, yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they would go after that. Morley into Hammond, who's clipping this one to square leg, straight to the fielder.
Still not off the mark, although he's only faced 6 balls.
He doesn't tend to like it, whether he's on naught or not, to go too long without imposing his authority on a spinner. So something's probably coming, as on a length this is played actually just past Morley in the end, but who's that at mid-off? It was a really poor attempt at keeping up his, given what we've just seen. Really poor. Morley to Hammond, who's playing on the back foot, as he does sometimes, just even if it's quite full, he will go back and square up, but trust his eye and ability to read what's happening off the pitch still to be able to defend. Morley bowls, that's the short ball, it's what he was looking for, and it's just gone past backward square. Fielder got close to it, and I thought he'd stopped it initially, but it just bounds past the grasp of David Lloyd to his left-hand side, and Hammond gets off the mark with 4, 107 for 2, so waited for the bad delivery that time, and did put it away. I'm sure Derbyshire are thinking, oh gosh, if that... He didn't middle it at all. If that hadn't gone to the boundary, then that really, really could have been interesting to see what Hammond might have done. Deficit to 62, Hammond facing, and this is defended into the onside. Continue to be a battle here, and Charlesworth has achieved remarkable fluency given the precariousness of Gloucestershire's position. As Morley bowls to Hammond, and again, high elbow defensive shot back towards the bowler. 3 overs for 10 for Morley. Hammond still just that one scoring shot, but still looks as though he's decided to try and grit this out and wait for the opportunity to present itself. 14 overs left. I mean, it's not quite there yet, but late in the day, you just don't want wickets to start falling late in the day, because it's a completely different feel, isn't it? The dressing room, everything starts to become a bit scrambled, and are we night watchmen or
nothing
whatever?
to be gained by coming in late in the day. You can't really get an innings going. You're not going to score that many runs, but there's always the danger that you can be out. So it's not a good time to be coming in. So really, these two naturally would want to see it through if they could. Derbyshire, if they're hoping that if they could pick one up here, it might give them an opening for maybe another. As Brown starts a new over, comes around the wicket and bowls to Charlesworth, who just drops this into the gully where Lloyd fields, and there is a run. The shadow of the floodlight at the far end, which previously I mentioned had reached Brook Guest, is now virtually across the ground. Indication that the sun is sinking to the west. As Brown turns and comes in from the racecourse end of the ground, past the umpire, and bowls ball, very full length, driven without really timing it. Charlesworth there, square on the offside, where Harry Kame is now doing the fielding out at deep point. So he and Anuj Dahl have swapped places. Yes, Dahl's at extra cover.
Perhaps he was getting bored out there.
Well, maybe, or maybe it's in the shadow and it's a bit cooler.
He does seem to like to be in the thick of things, Anujdal, in the field from what
Well,
I've
maybe there's
seen,
that as well.
but
Maybe Kane's happy to go and graze for a bit down there. And, just watch the world go by for an over or two. But the discussion going on here. In fact, Kane, who was obviously enjoying his grazing out there, has now been told to come into cover. So that's the end of that little soiree. He's in an extra cover, and Dahl's now gone behind point as Brown is in and bowls short ball, and Hammond just a little uncomfortable with that for a moment.
yeah, didn't pick it up immediately, did he? But
No, it's a bit awkward getting out of the way of it. There's plenty of time, and he was nowhere near it.
obviously they're going to get excited behind him for that. The pace of Brown causing Hammond some discomfort. Maybe he doesn't quite get onto the front foot so much if the next one's full, that sort of thing.
Anyway, then he comes again and bowls ball fuller length, driven on the up. Nice stroke, but it'll only be one as Rees dives away to his right at mid-off. And fields the ball, tumbling away. 109 for 2, Hammond now 5. I guess Charlesworth is the man that they'd really like out this evening, being as he is the set man with 65 to his name.
And he has looked, in his 80 deliveries so far, pretty much as fluent as anybody has, even across
After
across
that
the match.
early miss, when he hadn't scored actually, he's looked okay as he defends that one from Brown. It drops out on the offside, no more than 5 yards from his feet. He's looked in control, hasn't he, really, after that early alarm. And he's played a good hand for his side.
They seem to be particularly fond of Wayne Madsen, this group.
Those are the masks that
Oh, have they got? Oh, I didn't
they've
see
got Wayne
that.
Madsen
Yes,
masks
they
on.
do.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. So Brown comes in and bowls the ball very wide and full, and will have either been a very good delivery at the death of a one-day game, or one of those that the umpire had called wide for no apparent reason.
I mean, the irony is that there is more than one Wayne Madsen, because they've all got the masks on, and they're also not walking along singing their song either, because they're all sat down. Apart from that,
We'll allow them the iniquities of their song. I don't know which club, I presume they're obviously from a local club, but I don't know which one. I can't see the badge. Anyway, that was the end of Brown's overs. 109 for 2. Brown's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 20.
it's just what I love about cricket crowds. It's just the stark contrast to the serenity of the balcony over there at the far side. And
The beat.
so what else can you do really out in the...
Well, I guess we could roll the trouser legs up. Anyway, Harry Kane's now put the helmet on.
I wonder if he's a willing or an unwilling short leg fielder.
Well, I can't imagine there are many willing short leg fielders, because it's colloquially named Boot Hill.
Here comes Morley. He has switched to over the wicket as well to bowl to Hammond this time. This is just a gentle tap up to mid-on first ball. So there's the slip and the short leg in close, and it's pretty much a similar field to what they had before. As Morley bowls on leg stump and flicked away into the onside.
So,
and cut off
well,
at
I guess the
wicket.
reason that he's there now is because he's come over the wicket, and he's hoping to maybe turn it for an inside edge bat pad. But you'd have thought that was a possibility around the wicket as well, really. Anyway.
So he could have a leg slip as well. This is forced off the back foot by Hammond, but not with a massive amount of power up to mid-off. Again, there is no run.
Not really been a huge amount of bounce in this pitch for Morley so far.
Yeah, I wonder if he might get more from this end. There was that one ball that Van Buren bowled, especially. Very full from Morley up to the bat. Doesn't get too much bounce there as this is defended back to the bowler. I wonder if it's hopeful. Whirling of the arms from David Lloyd at backward square. With his new off breaks, or relatively new. Morley bowls down the pitch, Hammond for the first time. You know it's only a matter of time because he doesn't like to stay rooted to his crease, but he didn't look to try and biff this one anyway. Just clipped it through square leg for 1, 110 for 2. 59 runs behind.
Bowling very flat at the moment, Morley.
Winds up again and bowls, and Charlesworth has just about stayed down on that and kept it out to mid-wicket. It was back to a fairly full skiddy delivery from Morley, but that's another over completed.
He did well to keep that out because it did keep low on him. He had a long way to get down, and I suspect had he not got bat on it, he was out because it was either LBW or bowled.
He's got that sort of guile about him, Morley. He's just loopy enough, but it's not, you know, he's not bowling flat and he's not really tossing it up either, but there's just enough guile about the flight that it just looks as if it could cause problems if you really try and attack him, and so far Gloucestershire haven't. 4 overs for 11, they've mostly been looking to milk him.
Try floating one up above the eye line and just seeing if somebody's tempted. As Brown comes in and bowls a very like the previous delivery in his last over, very wide Yorker length delivery that Hammond has nothing to do with, and Guest actually takes very well on the second. It's one of those horrible.
DJ Sammy and Heaven. Hello, it's childhood, but
There, oh, we're back now. Okay, got it. Yep. Apologies for that technical hitch. Haven't missed anything of any note. Gloucestershire remain 110 for 2. A couple of deliveries from Brown, but there were no runs.
Chappell might, by the looks of things, be close to the attack. A bit of warming up going on.
As Brown comes in and bowls, and that's driven on the up. Takes an awful bounce out of one of those old ends on the square. Out to Dahl, who's now back in his previous position at deep point. And they take a single, 111 for 2, Hammond up to 7.
Half their first innings score then.
Yes.
Superstitious types look away.
Brown is going to come over the wicket to Charlesworth.
Field is scattering everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, they're trying the leg gully ploy
They
again.
are
It
trying
worked
that
so
leg
well the
gully,
last
yeah.
time.
They are. Just a slip in now and a thin gully, and also this leg gully as the ball's very full and wide of off stump. Charlesworth pushes into the offside. They think about a single, but there's a good piece of fielding from Harry Kame, which prevents the run. End of the over, and it looks as though Zach Chappell is going to have a go. Warming up. Maybe not this over, though. Morley is going to continue.
I think every championship game, apart from the game at Taunton, is still in progress just after 6 o'clock, so there's plenty of late evening championship cricket
What's
to
the
enjoy.
reason for the Taunton one?
It's almost barely worth bothering with, really. 637 for 6 is Somerset's score in reply to Worcestershire's 154. Tom Banton still there on 344 not out.
That's close of play, is it?
Yes. Jack Morley into Hammond, who's back and defending towards the bowler once again. What is the highest score by a Somerset batter, I wonder? Try and find that out. With an absolute annihilation on the cards of poor Worcestershire is leaning forward. Hammond getting towards the pitch of the ball and just playing defensively once again. Caution from Hammond so far, 7 from 25. Morley bowls, and this time Hammond moves back briskly into his crease to jab this one out to mid-wicket. And I think I'll probably have to wait till next over for that, because it's quite difficult to see. James Rue made 152 as well. The lead 483. Morley bowls, and for defence from Hammond. Surrey 107 for 1 in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared, with Burns and Pope at the crease. Burns has 58 and Pope has 44. Morley bowls down the pitch. Hammond not really getting to the pitch of the ball, and it was in the air briefly as it went out towards extra cover. Again, just bring the decibel level up a fraction, with Hammond having been defeated using his feet. Morley to Hammond, who last minute decides to roll the wrists on it. It goes down before it's fielded smartly at short leg to save a single. And 111 for 2 remains the score. Yorkshire 179 for 5 at Southampton-ish. I really like to call it Southampton. It is Southampton-ish. 179 for 5 with Adam Lyth on 50, but Johnny Bairstow was there also, but is no more. 56. He made 3 wickets to Brad Wheel and 2 wickets to new signing Sonny Baker, who Hampshire have picked up from Somerset. Nottinghamshire 255 for 4 in reply to Durham's 378. Warwickshire 206 for 2 in reply to Sussex's 528. So that match at Edgbaston continues to grind along seemingly. That's the Division 1 state of play. As Rob Yates, by the way, has just reached 100 for Warwickshire. Division 2, Leicestershire 413 for 8, so tidy collection of bonus points and a 184-run lead currently over Glamorgan. Chris Wright's having some fun down at number 10. He's made 69 off 66 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes, so just when Glamorgan felt they might be through Leicestershire, they certainly weren't. Lancashire 344 for 7. That's in response to Middlesex's 260. Marcus Harris 133 not out. And in the exciting game at Northampton, where in terms of result watch, all eyes might be tomorrow. Northamptonshire 78 for 3, requiring a further 182 to win against Kent.
As Chappell back into the attack with his first ball, which is very short and wide, and is hammered away by Charlesworth. For 1 out to Anaghdal at his position at deep point. He goes to 66. 112 at 4-2. There are just under 10 overs remaining now. So Gloucestershire are going to be close. I don't think they're going to get ahead of the deficit. They're going to be close.
When you
by.
text, the number is 813.
Defending the offside came. Still enthusiastic. Feels that extra cover. There is no run.
You feel that, well, I mean, Chappell can probably keep going to the end here if he's bowling well, or at least close to. And again, it's just that variable bounce you feel Chappell could bring into play.
Chappell bowls and hammered again. Comes solidly forward and pushes up to reset mid-off.
Because there hasn't been much swing, has there? I mean,
No.
compared to the first innings, it'd be interesting to know, because you know, sometimes on the broadcasts, I doubt even our analyst friend could come up with this number, but the degrees of swing in the first innings compared with this innings has almost been no swing at all.
I can't recall seeing anything swing, to be honest. The bounce, the variable bounce has been the key factor, I think, as that's driven through the covers. Gets half a hand on it and slows it up enough for it not to go to the boundary. Rees will retrieve and they'll come back for 2. And the score will advance to 114 for 2. Hammond now up to 9. There's been no swing. I've not really seen much off the seam either.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit with the new ball. But, of course, we're on the second ball anyway. But really, the only variable has been the bounce, where occasionally it's kept low. As Chappell is in and bowls, and Hammond, again, covering everything up, pushes up to reset mid-off. End of the over, so we've now had 31 overs in the innings. Gloucestershire 114 for 2. Charlesworth 66, Hammond at 9, the only wicket to fall. That of Chris Dent for 10, when the score was 24. Sorry, 2 wickets have fallen. That's my apologies. Price, of course, went for 22 as well.
I'm sure Ollie Price would be delighted to be called back.
It would.
The beat.
Certainly
BBC
given- Absolutely not.
And 22, and I'll be filthy about his dismissal as well. Morley into Hammond, who plays defensively once again. 8 overs remain after this one. I mean, I'd be keeping Morley going to the end if I were Derbyshire, but they may have other ideas. Morley bowls. Again, Hammond has to cover up and push this one gently back up the surface.
Well, I'm not sure what's to be gained by bringing back another seam bowler, really. Give the left arm spinner a good lengthy spell.
He's given control, at the very least. Morley to Hammond, who just about creates enough room for himself to get the bat down and just jam it towards cover.
It was a 6 off his first over, so he's bowled 5 over, virtually 5 overs for 6 runs since. Is that right?
Something like that, anyway. Morley in, and Hammond again forward to play defensively as the dust kicks up around him as well and into the face of Harry Kane, a short leg.
Better ball from Morley, there's a bit more flight in it.
One more ball left in this one as Hammond plays this one off his thigh out to mid-wicket, and that is the overdone, 6 overs for 12. It is another over that's just gone for 1. In fact, a lot of overs have followed a similar pattern. Charlesworth has clipped a single through square leg off about ball 2 or 3, and then Hammond has blocked the remaining 3 deliveries of the over. It's a little bit of a repetitive pattern over the last few overs. But it's more about survival now, clearly, than it is.
Certainly for Gloucestershire. Derbyshire will be trying to the end to pick up at least 1 more wicket if they can before the close. 8 overs remain.
Even just 1 more, they'd still walk off feeling it's been a
They'd
pretty
be happy
decent day. I mean,
with 1.
yeah.
Well, they'll be happy with the day as it stands anyway. But 1 more wicket as Chappell comes in and bowls, and Charlesworth half drops this really into the offside. There's no run. They'll be pretty happy with the day because they got to somewhere where they thought they might have got at the start of the day, despite that post-lunch collapse.
That's sort of the only thing that so far is any sort of dampener. But given, as you say, given the fact that in the end they got to a good number.
391, yeah, that's Chappell bowls. And Charlesworth rather leaves that on length, actually. He bounces above the line of the stumps. May have been outside the off stump as well.
And actually gave themselves, by doing that also, even though just like 9 more runs for the sake of the extra bonus point, but they've given themselves so much more time to force a result if a 4th innings chase is necessary, which it looks as if some sort of a chase will be, more time to do that.
As Chappell bowls and...
When you text, the number is 813.
You don't know, and actually your posture needs to adjust very slightly because of it or something.
Anyway, he's into bowl again, the ball's outside the off stump, and Charlesworth has nothing to do with it. Just watches it through, and once again we feel as though we're heading towards the end of the day, and Gloucestershire's certainly happy to settle for what they've got, having been where they were. And Derbyshire just striving for another wicket before the close. Interestingly, the cover point, there was a short cover point in place. In a catching position as Chappell comes in and bowls, and that's hoiked really down to long leg by Charlesworth. Flat-footed.
It was a
Well, it was a
wasn't
hoik.
it?
It's difficult to describe it as anything else really. He found it off an inside edge down to the long leg for 1 to complete the over. 116 for 2, Charlesworth 68.
I have seen that short cover point position before, but for James Bracey rather than Ben Charlesworth. There were multiple teams that decided that this was the way to go for Bracey, to try and, I don't know, maybe try and at least adjust the sort of drive that he was looking for. I don't think it ever really worked, but it's certainly a fielding position that I can't remember having seen at masses before the last couple of years. So whether it's something that's particularly on trend, I don't know, but I don't think I've seen it employed for Charlesworth before. He's facing up to Morley, and Morley bowls, and this is a ball that doesn't get up masses, but because it was short enough of a length, Charlesworth is happy to play it from the crease and off the pitch, and once again he's got a single relatively early in the over in pretty similar sort of area, and hands the strike over to Hammond, who's got 9 and reaches forward to block. And he's just playing very straight Hammond with these defences for the most part. The occasional one has gone to that short, pretty straight mid-wicket, but a lot of the time it's bowler and batter who are almost the only two in the game, and that's still the case as Morley intercepts what might have been a single towards a fairly deep set mid-on. You could argue it could be an even closer to tempt further, but Hammond doesn't seem particularly interested at the moment. Morley bowls, Hammond drives straight into the ground, and it's scooped up at extra cover. David Lloyd continues to go through this bowling action. Maybe he's been told he can just have one over at the end of the day. Just give me one, but I don't think that would be a particularly wise idea, but we'll see. Chappell and Morley could take it the rest of the way. Forward is Hammond, and it's back to Morley again. I tell you what Hammond's trying to do here.
He's got competition because Lewis Rees was warming up at the far end as well. So I think
rival. I tell you what Hammond's trying to do here after this ball. As he bowls, and this is played into the onside, thought about a single, but it's not there. And the over is at an end. What he's trying to do is he's realised he doesn't want to be the fielder who touches the ball the most this year, so he's trying to play as many balls back to the same person. He's decided Morley's the easiest, so we're going to try and make it Jack Morley next year.
All right.
117 for 2. There are 6 overs left. Gloucestershire behind by 52. Not really moving too far in terms of the runs, but it's that remain 6 that's the part of the scoreboard that they're watching most keenly. I wonder who's padded up. I can't really see anybody who's loitering there to give any sort of a clue as to what Gloucestershire's plans would be at this stage. I would imagine somebody like a Matt Taylor would be the choice if they do decide to go down the night watchman route, but Gloucestershire supporters will hope we don't find out.
they have to be competent and dogged, really.
And Matt Taylor's done the job.
You don't need a complete
before.
rabbit doing it.
And in fact, Actor's done the job before as well. But
Yeah.
but in this lineup,
Lewis Rees
Matt
won the
Taylor.
battle of the warming up fielders because he's going to have another bowl from the racecourse end of the ground. At most it will be 3 overs.
I wonder if those shadows are at all tricky in terms of the ball just sort of passing
Shadows
through
over
them.
the pitch.
Because they're not uniform, are they?
No.
It's the shadows of those tall trees in the distance.
As Rees starts. And he's in now and bowls, and it's gently played away to Dahl out at that deep backward point position for a single by Charlesworth. He will go to 69-70. Gloucestershire 118 for 2. Is this Rees's first spell from this end in the match? 'Cause he started
I
at the
think
far end. didn't
he took his final wickets of the first innings from this end.
Oh, right, okay.
They switched it around after lunch,
Yeah.
and for a while it looked as if it wasn't really working, but Rees came through in the end.
Anyway, he's in now and he bowls, and that's it's his pad. Oh, he's giving him out LBW. Giving him out LBW, and Hammond is gone for 9. Doesn't look very happy with the decision, and I think I'd like to see a replay myself. It didn't look for all the world as though that was out, but given by umpire Watts, and Hammond has to make a slow walk off. Looks distinctly unhappy with the decision. We'll have a look But he's gone anyway, gone for 9, and Derbyshire have that third wicket before the close. Gloucestershire 118 for 3. Charlesworth still there with 70. They trail by 51.
Well, I mean, if he were where he was originally, I think I could maybe see where the umpire was going.
He did
with
get quite
that.
a long way across his stumps,
He's a long
I
way
guess.
across,
Yeah.
but he's also a very long way down, and it struck him basically in front of
Here we go.
leg
Got a
stump.
replay
But
on here. Let's shown as a replay. It's high actually. I thought
that's
it was high.
that's the other thing.
It was high. It hit him on the thigh pad. That was. I'm sorry, umpire Watts, but that was not out.
It's a
And,
very
when you go into your
curious
interview, if you
decision.
see Miles Hammond later, you can tell him that I believe he was a victim of an injustice.
I shouldn't think he's going to be.
Not that I care one
delayed by
jot
that.
about my opinion, but I do not think that was out.
Well, and it's
I'm
just
afraid.
such a critical moment as well, because now Derbyshire get James Bracey out there.
Yes, so no night watchman. Bracey, the captain, has walked to the crease with 5.4 overs to go. Absolutely nothing to gain, really, other than to still be there tomorrow morning. And Derbyshire just wondering if they can nick him out beforehand as Rees comes into bowl to him now and comes forward to the first ball. There is actually a little hint of swing there from Rees, just as we were talking that we'd not seen any in this innings. There's a little hint of it there.
It's so funny how that
delivery.
happens, isn't it? You take a wicket and all of a sudden there's just a little bit more movement.
Is it because the shadows are now across the pitch? Who knows? Who knows about these things? No idea.
And it's amazing how often it happens. As soon as the bowler actually believes that it might swing maybe as well, or they've got a new batter out there perhaps, just suddenly changes.
The bottom line is Gloucestershire are now 118 for 3 as Rees comes in and bowls to Bracey, who shapes to play it and then takes his bat out of the way, and there is no run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're down to 8 stoic members in the stand at the far end of the ground now. 2 sat together, and then the others in various states of isolation. One gentleman looking after his rucksack. Rees turns at the top of his mark and comes bowls to Bracey. He's happy to defend and push it into the offside.
A couple of things I will say about the dismissal, in that Hammond had been playing pretty much in the same position and hadn't looked in too much difficulty, and then almost got himself in that position of coming down and then falling across. And that's exactly what Rees was bowling for as well, I would assume, having seen that happen. So definitely credit the bowler.
As Rees bowls outside the off stump, bit of bounce there as well for Rees. No run to conclude the over, but a successful one for Rees. He's picked up his first wicket of the innings. That of Miles Hammond, who was LBW for 9. Gloucestershire 118 for 3, then trailed by 51 with 5 overs of the day remaining.
And it does just, as I say, it just completely changes the remaining 5 overs now. It feels like a do-or-die 5 overs now for Gloucestershire in terms of not losing another wicket, whereas for the most part before then it had felt as if it was Gloucestershire who were themselves ticking down the deliveries remaining in the day and not doing a bad job of it. But we are going to see David Lloyd bowl, in fact, so he's going to get a go. Jack Morley out of the attack, 7 overs for 13, and this could be a inspired move from Wayne Madsen. There are 2 left-handers out there, but then there were still with Hammond, but it's Charlesworth who is on strike on 70. David Lloyd with his off-spin bowling, and this is pushed back up the surface. Well, they've faced an awful lot of David Lloyd over the years, Gloucestershire, but not so much since he's been bowling off-spin instead of his medium paces. Lloyd bowls, forced off the back foot by Charlesworth out through extra cover. They'll take one. I don't think that Charlesworth is in any particular hurry to come back for the two. And he's done this rather well throughout the last, 45 minutes or so, really, getting off strike early on in the over. He's decided that the best way to survive till the morning is to be at the other end. And James Bracey has to
It's very true.
face.
Yep. Although it is his captain that's out there with him.
But he only had to, put, a third of the strike in that Hammond partnership as Lloyd bowls and Bracey leaves. So the captain's taken on the responsibility of going out there as well. In general, you are offered night watchman or not. Lloyd bowls, and again, Bracey is content to offer no shot and just see another ball go by, literally. Still a hopeful short leg and a slip. Lloyd whirls in and bowls, and Bracey cuts. So he does force him into a shot. Goes straight out to Caleb Jewell, who's positioned at backward point. It's been a quiet day for Caleb Jewell after he made such an impact yesterday.
He's not had much to do, has he?
No,
Really?
he's been at first slip, not been a huge number of... Has there been 8 slip catches so far this innings? This is defended towards the bowler for no run. Leg slip catch, but nothing in the slips. Yeah, this innings, 119 for 3, so probably only touched the ball a couple of times all day after the fireworks
Barely
yesterday.
been mentioned, has he?
Northamptonshire, incidentally, had lost another couple of wickets at Wantage Road. They're 93 for 5, requiring 167 more runs to win. The magnificently named Keith Dudgeon has taken 3 wickets. I'm sure he's feeling happy with himself.
Some jokes around that. Rees, the successful Rees, will bowl to Charlesworth, who is on 71. Comes in and Charlesworth stands tall and defends back to the bowler, who throws it to the man at mid-wicket to do some polishing. And, the ball eventually makes its way back to the bowler. 2 slips and a gully in places like deep backward point. Anush Dahl, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. There's Rees, left arm over the wicket is in, and Charlesworth, with all the time in the world, just plays that into the offside. A good piece of fielding by, I think that's Harry Kane down there. An extra cover. For some reason,
Found a single for the over, sorry.
yes, yeah. Well, there's quite a gap there for him to actually push it into, really. It's Anderson at extra cover, not Kane. But he didn't quite hit it in the right spot, and Anderson was able to scramble across and save it. Anyway, Rees into bowl, and Charlesworth again correct in defence up to Kane, who's actually at mid-off.
Close of play score at Lords, Lancashire 353 for 9, lead of 93, so a few late wickets. Zafar Gohar's 3 for 76. He's bowled 27 overs, so he's been given a bit of a workout in his Middlesex debut. Marcus Harris still there on 134 for the morning.
Rees is in again. Ball very full length, almost Yorker length, that Charlesworth watches very carefully and pushes up to Chappell at mid-on. Very much playing for close of play here now, Charlesworth, with 20 deliveries left in the day.
Leicestershire close on 426 for 8 at Cardiff. That's a lead of 197. So Glamorgan with a real tall order there.
As Rees is in and bowls, and again, Charlesworth is happy to defend. To Anderson at extra cover. No run.
Chelmsford also wrapped up for the day with Surrey 109 for 1, 473 back, but it doesn't look as if it's the sort of Chelmsford pitch where the likes of Harmer and Cook are going to be running through anybody anytime soon,
No.
but we'll see. There's still 2 days to go.
So Reese is in again and bowls. And again, Charlesworth just happy to defend. This time rather on the walk, coming forward. Plays it back to the bowler. End of the over. Maiden there for Reese. He has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. And Gloucestershire 119 for 3, trail by 50. So they'll have some work to do tomorrow morning in the first hour to erase that deficit and then strike on and try to get themselves ahead in the game. Difficult to know what they'll need. Of course, there's still 2 days to go, so their objective will be to bat as long as possible tomorrow and see what they can pull together.
David Lloyd continues. This is flicked away just past the grasp of short leg. That would have been an absolute blinder of a reaction catch because it was hit straight off the face of the bat by Bracey. He'll get off the mark with a single. I don't know, you'd need Matrix-like reactions to catch that. 120 for 3. Bracey off the mark. As Charlesworth watchfully lets that one go. So for once, it's Bracey who's given Charlesworth the bowling. As the shadows continue to cast a strange look over the proceedings, and Charlesworth cuts as that one finds the gap between backward point and cover. Take a single. Long lines cast across the middle of the pitch. 121 for 3. Lloyd in and bowls, and Bracey cuts again and finds another single. So it's to me to you at the moment. Bracey to 2. Still valuable in terms of runs, but yeah, we'll see. There's still time for this to be one of those moves that turns out to be a genius one at the end of the day. Lloyd is in, and Charlesworth forces this one towards extra cover and just about beats a sprawling Pat Brown there. And another run is added.
It's a bit too short, isn't he, Lloyd, here? Allowing them, both batsmen, to get on the back foot and just force into the that vacant area in the offside.
There's a bit of room to free the arms as well. Last ball of the over. Lloyd to Bracey, cutting again, but he won't get a run this time as coming across from backward point is Jewel. So 2 overs left. Gloucestershire 123 for 3, 46 back, but 12 more deliveries to survive, and they would just have hope, especially if these two could put on a really big stand. Still into tomorrow, they'd certainly be much more optimistic about their chances. But really, you know, it of course is not just about going ahead. They would then have to set Derbyshire something, and really pretty much all the batting that's left now, even from this position, has to come off. Van Buren in next, Tom Price, then Actor, Taylor, DeLanger, Singh Dale. You know, they've all got to come off, and there've got to be some big scores in there as well.
Yep, still a long road ahead for Gloucester as Reese comes in to bowl his last over of the day, and well wide of the off stump. Charlesworth leaves well alone. Crowd understandably thinner, although there's a fair number of people who have stayed on to the bitter end here. There are only half a dozen left in the stand at the far end, but there's a goodly number away to my left-hand side, still in the sunshine. In fact, it must be very difficult to see what's going on because they're almost looking directly into the sun now over there. And plenty of members still on the balcony of the Old Lund Pavilion as Reese bowls, and just for a brief moment thought he might have got through the defences of Charlesworth, but he plays it up to Chappell at mid-on, and there is no run.
I suppose staring into the sun, as alluded to yesterday, would have been doing if the square were the other way around. Still.
Well, I remember all the shenanigans with the pitch when it was the other way round, and particularly with the trouble that was caused by day-night cricket.
Yes. So well, I remember coming to a game here where that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, as Reese bowls and Charlesworth happy to just push to Anderson and the covers, no a run. And they played a game that there was a very brief competition played between county sides who had floodlights that long forgotten and not lamented in one way at all. But they played a game down here under the floodlights, and because of this sun, they actually bowled the whole game from one end. As Reese bowls outside the off stump, keeps a bit low. In fact, Guest might have taken that on the second bounce. Yes, I can't remember who was involved. Whoever had floodlights at the time, there weren't many sides, but Derbyshire won. Essex was another one, I think.
Yeah. Sussex was
Sussex
fairly
might
early,
have been another. I
weren't
think
they?
Sussex won, and there was another team as well. It might have been Leicestershire, perhaps, or whoever it was. Anyway, they played this competition, this floodlit cup thing, but it was so well. As Reese comes in and bowls, and that's tickled down towards long leg, and the ball bounces its way across, and will go for 4 as it beats the despairing dive of, I think it's Brown down there. I'm not sure who it is.
Might be Morley. He's just
Morley,
chucked it
is it
left
Morley?
arm. Yeah.
Morley. And Charlesworth picks up 4 more for his troubles. He goes to 77. He's played a good innings here for his side. A bit fortunate very early on when he edged through a vacant third slip area, but that was his good fortune and Derbyshire's ill fortune. But since then, he's looked very secure as Reese bowls outside the off stump and left alone again. End of the over from Reese, and Charlesworth will be hoping that's the end of his innings for today, and Bracey will take the last 6 deliveries. But who knows? We will find out. Yeah, so completely and utterly. I think it went for 2 years, this thing, but it was a real Mickey Mouse.
I don't remember at all.
Well, no,
just
you
didn't
wouldn't.
pay any attention.
I can't forget it because I had to cover it.
Oh, see.
It's seared into my memory, but it was awful. Never underestimate the ECB's capacity to invent something for the sake of inventing it. Really. And nobody turned up to watch it anyway. It was just pointless. But they did play this whole game from one end.
Well, it's a bit like when we had day-night championship cricket as well. I don't know if too many people came to watch that.
I get the theory of
Yes.
that.
Oh, yeah.
That actually people can go after work, but actually people have other things to do in the evening. And sitting at a cricket ground in England, even in the height of summer, can be a chilly affair in the
Temperature
evening.
drops off.
Yeah, we don't have the same weather as they do in other places, particularly Australia, where day-night cricket is king. We just don't have the same weather conditions, climate.
1 over to go. David Lloyd to bowl it. No, it's not David Lloyd to bowl it. It's Jack Morley to bowl it. As he bowls to Bracey and goes past his outside edge first ball. So I think it's the right move to go back to Morley, really.
Yeah, so fair enough, give Lloyd a chance, but he bowled too short in that spell. He didn't look as though he was threatening the batsman.
Morley in, and again Bracey's beaten as he thinks that it's full enough to drive, and as it squirt underneath his bat, and he's just thinking that if there were some footmarks there, that could just bite and turn. 2 balls negotiated, 4 to go. Morley bowls. Bracey's forward edging, but wide of slip. They'll take a single, and Bracey doesn't really want to come back for the second, I don't think. And actually, Charlesworth, to his credit, had pretty much turned his back on Bracey anyway, so I think Charlesworth might have decided that it's on him to face these last 3 balls. That was a nervy 3 deliveries from James Bracey, but he's still there. He adds 1 to his total, moves to 3. 41 the deficit. Short leg, silly mid-off slip. Morley just holds and stares down Charlesworth. Moves in, bowls. Charlesworth on the back foot, plays much more securely back to the bowler. 2 to go. Saw Wicket fall in the last over before lunch. Morley in, Charlesworth on the back foot and gets one that does appear to stay down a bit. He got a decent amount of bat on it, but especially in the last over, they're going to be going up for just about everything. And there's one ball left in this day's play. Charlesworth facing, Morley waiting, moving in and bowling, and this is played off the back foot by Charlesworth. Soundly enough, you wouldn't believe there was any significance to that particular delivery at all. So no run out into the covers, and that ends the day with Gloucestershire at 128 for 3. Charlesworth, the key to this innings so far, and will continue to be the key for Gloucestershire tomorrow. He was the form man in the pre-season, and he's been the form man in this innings. 77 not out from 114. James Bracey, the captain, still there on 3. Derbyshire still bang on top, with Gloucestershire behind by 41. There is just a small glimmer of hope for Gloucestershire that I'm not sure there was much of at about 12:55 today. So they have fought back to some extent, but Derbyshire have never let it slip fully at all. So it's still very much the home side who will be walking back happier.
Ed, thank you very much indeed. Been a pleasure taking this second day. It's the first time I've been on the radio for quite a while. Been a pleasure covering for Dave Fletcher.
No, it's been magnificent.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay in Derby. We'll see what transpires tomorrow. Derbyshire, as you say, clearly on top, but Gloucestershire fighting and fighting back. So good innings from Charlesworth, as you said, who will remain the key, I think, to this innings. If Derbyshire can turn him over quickly tomorrow, we might see an early finish, but you never know. Been an interesting, fascinating day, really, but Derbyshire very much in the ascendant. Thank you very much, Ed, and from both of us here, Dave Jepson signing off. Good evening.